Man, I wish there was a way I could have got Pootie saying, "Let's do it." That would have been funny.
Let's
Yorga,
do
yeah,
this.
that was pretty funny the other day with Yorga too. He thinks he's
Yeah.
um shit was pretty funny. What's up, everybody? Let's see. What life? See, the first person always changes. I noticed that. I never knew that before. But like the first person to come in chat and say something, like if they do it like hours before the stream, then it goes away, and then they come back and like, "Where's my comment?" Because I've seen Willard and Billy go back and forth trying to get that first comment, and that I never knew that.
Did they switch something on YouTube?
I don't know. I just found this out because of the last stream. It was like Billy commented like 2 days before it or a day before it, and by the time it came on, it didn't.
Oh, I like. Can you put that back up?
The big one? Yeah.
Yeah. At times, our own light goes out and is rekindled by a spark from another person. Each of us has cause to think with deep gratitude of those who have lightened the flame within us. Albert Schweitzer. I like that. Thank you. Thank you, What Life. And Lisa.
Awesome.
And don't forget Jeff B's out there.
I gotta hurry up and catch up. That's what I always
I'm not shopping, Jeff. So no kitty.
No kitty, yeah.
Those comments on that just do it themselves. That was pretty cool. I forgot to try that.
Doc P, Richard Ness, Jerry,
Al Bundy,
Karen Reese, and Navy Vet.
Oh my gosh.
Chrissy Joe.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta feed the dummies.
Gosh.
P. Where is Virginia and Bonnie? Oh,
Bonnie's supposed to be coming back.
Quilt Art and Mary Freeland. Oh, Cheryl.
I thought the world was a vampire. He said the world is a stage.
Yeah, now that song's going through my head. Smashing Pumpkins, right?
The world. Oh my God! I didn't even see this. Now that's scary when you're having the same thoughts as
Camera two.
Oh,
Camera 2. Oh, Claude, you're doing so good.
Yeah, all
right.
He doesn't look like he's dying to me, Yorga.
No,
I don't know he's dying to me either.
We love you, Claude.
False alarm. The false flag.
Oh man,
he was pretty sick though.
Yeah, he was real sick. He didn't eat or drink or poop for a week.
Oh man.
Yeah, there was something up.
There he goes. All right, you can take me.
There we go.
What?
Now, I gotta go feed him. I'll be right back.
Jeff B. racist cat. Oh my God.
What did he say?
Okay, Pootie, you keep talking about the snake poem resonating with anyone right now. Who are we supposed to be resonating with?
Trump snake poem?
Yeah, but he's saying so elaborate on that.
It's kind of like he was warning us about the Biden administration. Could be, you know.
I guess.
I mean, it could be took that way. I mean, it could be a lot of things, you know. That's what I think.
See, I'm on the fence about it because if he would have never have done it, I wouldn't have had any thought about it. But then he did it, and it's just like, well, why'd you do that? Are you the snake or the scorpion or that one story that he did?
Yeah.
It just, I don't know. Like if he wouldn't have said anything or done anything about it, then I wouldn't have even had an opinion to go, huh? What's that supposed to?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Jersey Joe.
Cheryl. Jerry said fork tongue of vomit.
Man, you know what else was really funny? I was on your show when Craig and Yorga made a song out of Lisa Bama by the Bay, her name.
Yeah.
That shit is so funny when it's just like just like off the cuff, just like
Yeah.
that was pretty funny.
Bitchy liberals saved Claude.
It's kind of true though.
Oh, there's Kiss Off and Vicky Sorrells.
I think I'm all caught up. That's all. That's it. I don't know. That almost stresses me out. I just like to be caught up so that I don't miss anything, and then we can move on with. Are you here, Yorga? He's feeding the kitty cat. All right, I'm gonna wait then.
Yeah, I'm surprised mine hasn't came after me. It's about that time.
So,
Where's my cat? Okay, so where are we starting?
well, I was kind of waiting on Yorga. I guess I don't have to on this one because there's several different parts, but and it is old news. A lot of people have
So
seen it.
this was day 10 of the Diddy trial.
Oh yeah.
Day 10 recap.
Well, yeah, I didn't get all of it on this one. I definitely did yesterday some more, and I'm gonna have to go through it all again before you go back on. But definitely did take a couple little notes. They had an arson investigator who kind of like talked about the Molotov cocktail that it had a the wick was a designer handkerchief. I don't know why that's funny, but it's like these weren't thugs. These were rich people using designer and that's why it fell out, and that's why it didn't mess the car up as much. And then they started arguing about the print card. They'd gotten the thumbprints off the door and wanted to try to say they wanted a mistrial, and the judge didn't give them the mistrial. But that was like the biggest news of it, was the almost mistrial, or trying to be. There was a stylist of Cassie in there, and I might have missed a couple other witnesses, honestly. Yesterday was mostly Capricorn Clark, which, like I said, I think all those people are corroborating it, and I'm gonna have to find a way to get to those clips, those 1 minute clips.
Oh, wait a minute. This was day 11.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because Monday or Tuesday would have been day 10. Sorry.
I don't know.
Day
I'm
11.
thinking you were right though. I'm not sure. Shoot.
Yeah,
Because
because
8 and 9, and then yesterday was 10. Okay, maybe you're right. Now I'm thinking back. I guess we did 8 and 9, and then yesterday was 10. You're right.
we got at least 8 weeks of this, so we're gonna do the countdown. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. And it is hard to keep up with, but I make sure when I go through it and get it written down. I have to almost write it down to keep it in order, especially when there's like several different witnesses. And I didn't get through them all today, but I did look into about the mistrial, and there's an LAPD officer, an arson investigator, and a stylist. I think there were 5 people on the stand, so that's only 3. I didn't get all the way through the whole thing, but I will. Are you back, Yorga? Nope, he's still muted. I could have swore I just heard him a minute ago. So
Yes, I'm back. I'm back.
all right, I was
Abby.
kind of waiting on you because I mean, like I said, a lot of people have already seen the inside of the Epstein the temple. This one is. I didn't share it last week, and I kind of started thinking I hadn't seen it last week. Actually, I was kind of behind on that because of all the Diddy stuff. But this is pretty interesting stuff, and it's just like a couple minutes each time.
And prayers for Vicky's fur baby.
You are looking inside this mysterious building, and the walls are covered with what appears to be a marble textured finish and a wooden bookshelf with one solid column on the left and one spiraling shape stretching to the ceiling on the right. And if you look up,
those columns are weird.
Mysterious temple, you'll see what appears to be a detailed celestial painting filled with astrological figures.
Yeah, they're definitely weird. And
who did he commission for those?
I don't know.
Because there was also some painted stuff on some other things too. I wonder who the artist. That'd be interesting to find out. Oh, I wonder if it could have been that one girl. Remember, not the one that checked out by the bus, apparently, right? Mm-hmm. The other one, she was supposed to have been an art student or something. Maybe she was the one that did that. Huh. Sorry, my mind wandered there.
No, it's all right.
Because
Uh,
that was such detail. That was really well done. So who the fuck did it? You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. I don't know. They also talk about the gold domes and how this up close it's like a prop. Like here's just like another minute. Because I didn't know any of this stuff really. The gold dome.
Virgin Islands. The gold dome represented those on the religious structures around the world, like the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. We found that Epstein's temple most closely was this building in Aleppo, Syria, a bathhouse constructed in the year 1384 by a Muslim dynasty. There are obvious similarities, such as the gold dome roof and the stripes, but also notice the identical stripe pattern around the tops of the arches. There is no record of Epstein ever traveling to Syria. His family descended from European Jews who immigrated to America. He was born and raised in Brooklyn. Now, in one room of Epstein's island compound, we saw a framed photo of his elementary school. This is the actual photograph of the image inside the frame. This would turn out to be Coney Islands Public School 188, named after Michael E. Birdie. Building permits filed in 2010 for Epstein's island compound didn't include the temple. They instead proposed that an octagonal music pavilion with a grand piano be built on the site. But around 2012, the temple was constructed instead.
Yeah. Like I said, some parts are more interesting than others. But I do think it's crazy that this guy is sharing this stuff out before anyone else. Like that, this is stuff we should be able to have known, and I guess that's kind of why he's doing it. But I've been really following him. He's gone on a couple shows. He's put that movie out, and I think he's still getting information. He says he has somebody on the inside giving it to him, and that's what he's talking about in a lot of the clips I've got for later. Him explaining, how he doesn't really tell his connection. You're not supposed to do that, What's up, Brian? Doc, was it Barr's dad that hired him?
And who were the companies that came and built this stuff there for him? The architectural and construction companies. That you don't hear anything about that. People have been on that island, but they had to probably all sign a non-disclosure or something.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and then these guys snuck on, I think, the ones that are getting this video to him. I don't really know. If I were him, I wouldn't say either.
There was something, and I don't know if I'm correct or not. I do know that they had to, anytime you move a piano, a real piano, especially a grand piano, it has to be tuned because every time it's moved, it goes out of tune.
Yeah.
So they did hire a piano tuner to come into that temple thing, and I'm not sure if he was the one that took all the pictures that we were just looking at or what, but somehow or another he ties into some of this stuff getting out. I think the piano tuner.
I didn't get that clip. There is a part of that where they talk about there was supposed to be a piano there, and he used to play these pianos under the star, all this stuff. There's no piano there now.
Okay.
So what happened? You know what I mean? Like they definitely say, or was it a lie, or I don't know. There's so many freaking conspiracies.
Or is there fingerprints all over it, and they took it?
My God. I'm sorry, I hit it on my phone. Yeah, here's like 2 minutes of this.
Temple. You travel up a gravelly road that hugs the tropical hillside, past what appears to be a helicopter landing site, which is situated in the green field where Epstein and his elite guests would arrive by air. You crest the ridgeline and spot a giant sundial. Seen here in drone footage from a YouTube account named Rusty Shackelford, this large and mysterious sundial-born image resembling the sun. But it also resembles a figure known as the Masonic Man, first appeared in the 1754 pamphlet commenting on Freemasonry. You ascend further, and the infamous building emerges on a small hilltop up the gravel road. This footage was captured after Epstein's arrest in 2019. Now, some will say, well, this is old footage, but everything related to Epstein is 5 years old. He died 5 years ago, and all of the tens of thousands of videos are also 5 years old. It's still very important for us to ascertain what actually happened. Now, notice that the signature gold dome is missing on top of this building. It was reportedly blown off during Hurricane Maria 2 years earlier. That was the...
Can you pause it real quick?
Yeah.
I hate to do this, but we're freestyle. Can you go back just a little bit and pause it on that diagram it just showed? That there was that thing with the sun was its head and this weird looking body thing. It was only maybe a minute back. I know. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's like the mace. Yeah, that's like
I know. I just want to look at that thing for a second and try to figure out
Right
what. Yeah,
there.
that thing.
Hmm.
What the hell? Let me look at it.
I've never seen anything like that before.
So the sun is the head. What are the hands? They're what the
Rulers?
fuck?
Mm.
Are they bells? And then the body, man, there's some symbolic shit going on right there, man. Whatever that thing is.
Yeah, it says right on it, Freemason.
Oh, is that what it? Because I can't read it.
It's, well, right there it says a Freemason. You can hardly see something of the materials of his lodges. Behold, a master mason. I'm all up on the mic, I bet. Rare, whose mystic
No, you're not. You're good.
portrait does declare. I don't know. It's kind of hard to.
And it ends with does declare. Declare what? What is that shit, man? All right, and then there's a thing on the floor that looks
he's
like
a master mason. It declares that whoever owns this has got ties, I would think, right?
All right, now this thing is wearing a dress with a weird belt. I mean, I'm trying to look at everything. There's some sort of piece of paper on the floor. It looks like he's drawing with this fucking alien hand thing. Then there's a skull of a freaking muskrat or something on a center block. And then there's a box of tissues, it looks like. And then
his legs look like pillars.
Yeah, and the feet are just blocks.
And are those cornerstones? You know, they always
maybe
the cornerstones.
Maybe. I don't know, man. And look at. I'm looking way too deep into this, but I mean, you can even look at the frilly pattern that's going around it, and there's different things on both sides of that hanging down.
Well, it's and it's kind of like that bookcase had two on both sides that were different, and I don't know if
they were different
symbolism going on with that, but yeah. So,
yeah, both sides of this thing is different. Oh my God. Talk about a rabbit hole. I'm sorry, Cole. I didn't mean to break you off with this thing, but man.
No, that's all right. I'm going to listen again when they talk. They're going to talk about that thing again, I think.
Dial.
Okay.
Seen here in drone footage from a YouTube account named Rusty Shackelford, this large and mysterious sundial-born image resembling the sun. But it also resembles a figure known as the Masonic Man, first appeared in the 1754 pamphlet commenting on Freemasonry. You ascend further, and the infamous building emerges on a small hilltop up the gravel road. This footage was captured after Epstein's arrest in 2019. Now, some will say, well, this is old footage, but everything related to Epstein is 5 years old. He died 5 years ago, and all of the tens of thousands of videos are also 5 years old. It's still very important for us to ascertain what actually happened. Now, notice that the signature gold dome is missing on top of this building. It was reportedly blown off during Hurricane Maria 2 years earlier. That was the Category 5 hurricane that barreled through the Virgin Islands, causing mass destruction. On the ground, there were two more statues that resemble centaurs, one holding a trident. We believe that those statues are what you actually see here. At the time of this video's capture, they appear to have been moved from the temple to a sheltered area for storage. The statues depict sea creatures from Greek mythology called Ichthyosaurs centaurs.
Yeah,
they had a human upper body, the forelegs of a horse, and a fish-like tail. Their names were Aphros, meaning sea foam, and Bythos, meaning the depths of the sea. They were often depicted in art as the beings that lifted Aphrodite, Greek goddess of beauty, from the ocean at the time of her birth. Now, approaching the temple, you can observe that the three-dimensional qualities, the architectural features, have simply been painted on to a flat, two-dimensional surface, not unlike the sets for a stage play. Now we are on the inside.
Okay, so you said something about the statues. I'm sorry, I ran to grab something.
Yeah,
those were his initials on it. Wait a minute. He had to put his initials on his own temple?
Yeah. He was weird. Oh, there, right there. Those are some weird statues. I've never seen anything like that. How'd they make the
on
legs?
On the ground, there were two more statues that resemble
those.
So look at the legs on those things.
Hooves. Huh.
Go a little bit farther because then I think it pans out after this. That right there.
Yeah, the second one's got like horse legs, but it looks like Neptune with the trident.
And nobody's who's gonna who did that work?
That's
was
like goat legs on that one that's closest to us. Oh, and he's blowing in the horn, so he's like the god Pan,
but
who's like
do you see the detail in that? What that almost looks like that was something that was like maybe turned to stone. Like who that look
something that was actually biological at one point. Yeah, it does
and
kind of
was
look like
turned
that.
to stone. Do you know what I mean? Like, because sometimes I wonder about some of these old statues that are so detailed.
There's
That's
some
a
more
fucked
there.
up statue.
They talked about the sea foam. I don't know. What do they
Sea
call
foam and bythos, meaning the depths of the sea. They were often depicted in art as the beings that lifted
it?
Aphrodite.
We are always talking about under the in the water 10. Just saying.
Well, isn't Poseidon supposed to be like the god that fought with
Right? Greek goddess of
you know that the Zeus and
Yeah,
and
there's. I
Zeus
think I don't know. I know there's two of them for the sea, and it's Neptune and Poseidon. I don't know
Poseidon.
what their hierarchy is or anything like that, but I know there's two of them. Oh, Jay, hey, look, it's my temple.
Mhm.
And okay, we can do the sound now, Cole. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Cole.
It's fine. I think we pretty much watched. There's only like a couple minutes towards right about here that's left.
Now, looking up at the ceiling, here's a high quality photograph.
Now,
You can
let's
see
look
one
at
more piece
that.
of art. A large canvas that depicts the zodiac constellations. It bears a striking resemblance to a year 15.
Yeah,
So they're
pause
saying
that
it
if you
bears
don't mind.
This isn't it though. See, they're saying it resembles this one. So
70 fresco on the ceiling of an
I have
Italian
to go
palace.
back to
Very
get the one
similar
they were
image
looking at.
constellations. It bears a striking resemblance
Yeah.
to a year 1570 fresco, never completed. Now,
Nice.
looking up at the ceiling, here's a high quality photograph.
Okay,
So-
thanks.
And he said never
You can see one more
completed.
piece of art.
Shoot, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right, so the unicorn, angels, some kind of damn lion, a flipping lobster, two babies upside down flying out of hell. Looks like Jesus almost up in the far right hand side.
Far Okay.
Some of those, what do you call them? What do you call the guy that's half guy, half horse?
The
Not a minotaur, it's a centaur, I think.
center or something like that. But who was able to paint this?
I don't know.
Like
The thing
took a
that-
go ahead.
I don't know if they said it on here yet or not, but if they say it's like a cheap set on the outside, which is crazy. It's like a cheap set on the outside, and then on the inside we have like paintings like it's a museum or something, you know, like it's very confusing to I'm not really.
There's like, it looks like a sextant for navigation, a sea serpent, and it says something. There's some text back there where it almost looks like a map of something behind all this crap. And it looks like there's some sort of text. Upper
Yeah.
something. You see that?
Is
Yeah, I
it the
do.
zodiac signs or Orion?
Yeah,
I see
it looks very much like astrological, but I don't know.
I see where it says Orion. I see it says unicorn. I can't really read them all, but
Oh, okay.
sort of. I don't know. I'm all up on it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it best I can on my computer screen, but
I've got a lot of
every little thing in there means something though, you know?
Oh yeah, and this isn't. There's a couple more details. I don't know, not too much more. The other buildings that are similar, they do some
A
comparison.
large canvas that
that's fine.
depicts
Yeah,
the
let it roll.
zodiac
We got on that.
constellations. It bears a striking resemblance to a year 1570 fresco on the ceiling of an Italian palace. Very similar images there. Now, many people have commented about this mysterious building and what could happen inside of it. The responses to our recent reports have actually been quite mixed. On the one hand, they've stimulated a groundswell of tips and information coming our way, including that mysterious chalkboard that we saw. We've actually received dozens of legitimate interpretations, and we'll be producing a report featuring you, our audience and subscribers, who came up with some incredible hypotheses and theories about what that all means. On the other hand, it seems as if no new mystery or incremental revelation will ever be enough for those now invested in learning how all this crazy story ends. A lot of people saying we need arrests. Now, I don't have the power to arrest anybody, but we do have the power to bring forward information. The conspiracy theories about this temple and the rest of the island will spin on forever. We don't need to spend time here enumerating all of them, but we'll leave you with this. The alternating light and dark stripes on the exterior of Epstein's building resemble an Islamic architectural style known as ablaq that can be seen in holy sites all over the world. The alternating light and dark stripes represent the spiritual concept of duality, light versus dark. Some might say good versus evil. Jeffrey Epstein built himself a temple. According to some reports, he played music here on a small black grand piano beneath the stars. Despite his alleged vast wealth, the temple seems like a cheap illusion, a set in a stage play that still needs an ending. Maybe you can help us find that ending. As we know,
That's pretty much all of that. But that's not the end of all the things he's been saying and doing lately. O'Keefe, I mean. Oh my God. Oh, to 10 from X I sent you. Did you?
No, not yet.
Oh, Madeline.
Or maybe I did. Oh, no, I didn't. You said it to me at 2 this afternoon. No, I haven't yet.
Yeah. It looked like half of the moon and looked like a rocket hitting it. Something that blowed up a big old dust storm and everything. It was wild.
That's what people were saying. They thought something hit the moon.
Yeah.
I haven't seen. I'll have to look, but
I haven't heard nothing about that.
with the Epstein stuff, God, has it been 5 years? Like, wow, time's gone by that quick that he's been gone that long now.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like it was just like a couple years ago.
I know.
So he went into the pokey.
What's up, Virginia?
Hey, Virginia.
Hey, Virginia. Yeah, Virginia actually corrected me. She said that Poseidon and Neptune are the same thing. Just one is Greek and the other is, I forgot what she said.
Roman.
Rome. Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, there you are. Damn. I swear, I thought you were just in chat. I was just, you know.
That's awesome. That's
But
funny.
didn't those statues look like creepy? Like they were something that was organic and it got turned to stone.
Right. Creepy.
It, like who chisels that kind of shit? Like that's some creepy art, but like, that's a lot of work too.
A lot of work, man. I don't even know how they do those marble statues, man. I mean, I kind of know a little bit of something about how things are put together, man. But I can't imagine, especially back, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, how in the hell they carved that shit. Because I'd be the one that a big chunk would come out, and shit, go get the crazy glue.
Oh, gosh.
And those statues looked old. They did look weathered from, probably.
They almost look like they've been on the bottom of the ocean or something, man. They had like shit growing on them,
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Lost statues of Atlantis.
Mm-hmm. Could be.
Thank you, Pooty.
I don't know. Sound good to me.
It could be.
Yep.
Yep.
Not
Well,
be far off.
he would know, and Ghislaine would know because she's got a license to do submarine driving.
Yep.
She does.
Right.
Mhm.
Could be. Look like they've been underwater. Huh?
Like to see the driving exam on that one.
They
the
did
wheel.
in the Bible. Was it stone? They turned into a pillar of salt. Wonder.
in the Bible, but Medusa would turn you to stone.
Yeah.
All right, Virginia, help me out with this one. Now, Medusa had 2 sisters, correct?
Yeah.
There was
Gorgons.
3 of them. Medea was another one. Medusa, Medea, and I can't think of the name. The Gorgon, or they were all Gorgons, I guess, huh?
Yeah. And the, Medusa's story is actually really sad. She was raped by Poseidon and Medusa was a servant of Athena, and Athena punished her by making it so that if she looked at a man or anyone, they would turn to stone. But she
Right.
used to be incredibly beautiful. And one thing that's really interesting is after Perseus slayed Medusa, and the Pegasus is the resulting. So the blood of Medusa became the Pegasus, like a unicorn with wings, because it's interesting, like Poseidon and Neptune both are, for some reason, they also rule horses as well as the water. And their like love death child is the Pegasus.
Right. The flying horse of Perseus.
Bonnie,
Yeah.
we're saving your seat, girl.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
Perseus killed her.
Awesome.
Mhm.
I got you shared out, girl.
That's
Thank
interesting. Thank you, Virginia. Yeah, I'm fascinated with that Greek mythology.
Yeah, that Greek mythology, there's got to be a lot of truth to it.
So, but what do you
There's
guys
a
think
lot of
about
symbols.
O'Keefe, though? Does anybody holding reserves on James O'Keefe, or are we still giving him a chance? I mean, I'll speak. I am, and I've been following everything. If I see his name, I'm watching and listening.
I think
Mhm.
he's part of the movie.
Oh Lordy. Well, speaking of, no,
Yeah.
I actually do have a trailer to his movie that he's talking about, which everybody was asking, even like Joe Rogan and a bunch of people, all the things he exposes. Why won't he expose what happened with Project Veritas? And he does. He's going to.
Guys, but I did trust these guys.
A lot of people thought there was malfeasance. I would prefer to say ignorant of those events. I didn't want to know.
Nonprofit boards of directors can be very, very dangerous.
I have recorded documents to back up everything I'm about to tell you.
Employees were starting to bundle up and talk.
If we're about to paint James as a criminal, it better be fucking good.
They sent a picture of nailed to a cross.
Matt used them to further his agenda.
The reason why James was bad was morphing.
I never lived this lifestyle with black card.
He's a mean boss.
I don't know that James has a
James took a pregnant woman's sandwich. And these are people that we thought were people with integrity.
Who on the board is in control?
Turns out board members are taking money from donors.
How much did you invest in each of Matt Tierman's companies?
I don't think that's any of your business. We're at the pinnacle of Mount Everest.
Are you refusing to answer the question?
Yes. The only thing that has changed is that we broke the biggest story in our organization's history.
If a board statement goes out, it's fucking over.
A week later, everything changed.
And it wasn't right.
It was the timing of it that was so suspicious.
Is it fair to say that 3 of the 4 companies you've invested in, you would consider to be in the medical field?
So what did the board think people were going to assume?
One of the companies could be sold to a big pharma.
Like Pfizer?
Like Pfizer.
Did the board not think that people were going to assume the worst? I want to talk about your investments.
I want to talk about you.
I'm a fighter.
You're a cheat.
I'm a warrior.
You're a liar.
And I will get my justice. Not revenge, but justice.
Is it all about money? Too bad you can't afford that.
What a jerk! Too bad you can't afford
Ooh,
that.
what an asshole.
That's what I was thinking. Of all the things in the world, that's your biggest comeback. What a jerk. Wow. I don't know. I'm rooting for this guy big time. But I think that it's just all coming down on him at once. He's trying to get all this. He's also probably, he doesn't say he's scared, but I know he's got to be kind of scared, about getting with the Andrew stuff and all the stuff he's dropping is big stuff. It's not small stuff,
I think he's dropping what he's being allowed to drop.
Yep.
Similar to what Tin is saying,
Yep. He's part of the movie, babe.
He's doing a good job, man. The thing is, he's sharing stuff. I don't know. It's like he's making them look bad to a certain point. Oh, Tim, I didn't even see you were in here.
Oh, good night, For Patriots.
Good night, Tim.
Huh.
His name's Tim?
Yeah, he used to be MAGA Patriot and he switched it again.
Oh, okay.
Different name. But yeah, I didn't know that for the longest time. And he actually kept saying, you can call me Tim. So maybe he doesn't like the whole name. I was like, it's not a big deal. My keyboard remembers it. Or my phone, You start to type.
Did you see Garrett said, might as well say Diddy didn't kill himself now that Trump pardoned Larry Hoover. I don't know who Larry Hoover is. I do know he pardoned that couple, though, that reality stars.
Yes, the Chrisleys, Todd
Yeah,
and Julie Chrisley.
Yeah, what do you think of that? That's
Oh,
is that
kind of
is
surprising,
that
you know?
doing a favor? You know, like, hey,
Mhm.
remember, bud, when I did something for you back in the day?
Or like I started out, they're on TV and kind of like reality stars and stuff. So they're like in the same
Weren't they
world.
into real estate also?
Yes.
Probably.
Yep.
Okay, well, then they know each other from way back. They had to have.
Possibly. And they went down on, I believe it was tax evasion for the most part. So yeah, kind of interesting. Dirty deeds.
Yeah, it was that a pay to play right there, and because yeah, they got to know each other. That was weird. I don't know, but who's Larry Hoover? Can somebody enlighten me on that one?
Now, isn't that the Chicago gang dude? He was like decades ago. He was put in prison for, I can't remember who he offed.
No way, Bonnie. I hope that's not true. I think that was a joke. I think. Sorry, she threw me there for a minute. That's he's in the same jail where that stuff happened with Epstein, isn't he? Maybe not.
Ooh.
Did he? Is not in the same jail that Epstein did the thing.
Oh, I think he is. I think
Yeah,
you're right.
he is. Him and the Ponzi scheme guy, Sam, you know, the crypto dude. He's in there also. And then the guy that tried to, took out the United Healthcare CEO.
Yeah, Louis.
What's his name?
Wasn't that Louis?
Mangione.
Yeah.
And is he related to Chuck?
Hope not.
I hope not either.
Chuck only had one good song anyway.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Some of his other ones were okay, but they didn't. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I've never heard them. All I hear is that one that I hate.
Oh, you hate that one? Feels so good. Oh, that's one of my favorite ones by him. That's one of the first albums I bought before I bought rock albums. Was Chuck Mangione.
I hate it because I was in a band that had horns, and the trumpet player would play that shit all the time.
Oh,
I wanted to strangle him. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that song. Okay. Anyhow,
I just need to go back to revisit the O'Keefe thing because he I was really wondering why everything was going so good with Project Veritas, and then all of a sudden everybody was done with them and like pulling this move away, and that's what he's trying to like put out there now. It's like is explaining all this. They're like co-investing in each other, and it has a lot to do with Pfizer and stuff because it's like it just so happens like real soon after he gets somebody on tape talking about manipulating the virus and things like this, that's when they all wanted to get rid of him. So I know you guys are saying part of the movie, but maybe he's just like the good guy part of the movie because he's ousting a lot of people. I don't know how it's going to go. I feel like so far it's going his way, but here's like about a minute or two of him talking about Project Veritas and how he's in talks to acquire and take it back over because they did him wrong. And he's got of all people, you should know this guy's going to keep receipts on y'all, you know, like
to reacquire Project Veritas. It's no surprise that many in my audience have burning questions about what actually happened. Around an airport or restaurant, someone walks up to me and asks, "Hey, whatever happened between you and Project Veritas?"
What happened with him and Project Veritas?
What the heck is going on over at Project Veritas? The rationale for him being thrown out of Project Veritas is absolutely unclear.
Now you're finally going to get the answer. Newly obtained deposition tapes in a lawsuit between myself and the organization I founded show board members of Project Veritas being in business together, co-investing in each other's medical companies.
How much did you invest in each of Matt Tierman's companies?
I don't think that's any of your business.
Are you refusing to answer the question?
Yes.
They admitted under oath The companies, quote, could be sold to a big pharmaceutical like Pfizer.
3 of the 4 companies you've invested in, you would consider to be in the medical field.
Petrogen could be sold to a big pharma
like Pfizer.
And this was during the time of a string of hidden camera investigations Project Veritas conducted into Pfizer, with an executive we caught on tape alleging Pfizer engaged in gain-of-function research.
The guy had a body cam and it's talking to him, and the guy who works for Pfizer saying they've just had a meeting talking about how they could weaponize these other viruses.
Don't tell anyone to tell you. One of the things we're showing is like, why don't we just mutate ourselves so we can create unduplicated new vaccines, right?
We recently discovered that Project Veritas board members and staffers weren't just in business together. They were soliciting money from donors to invest in these medical companies and disclose that conflict of interest with the rest of the Project Veritas team while they served on the board and signed a conflict of interest policy.
How do you define conflict of interest?
Oh, I don't know. Give me a dictionary and I'll read you the definition.
Now, I'm announcing an investigative docuseries into the board members who staged a coup and stole my own company out from underneath me, where we'll take you inside the extraordinary story of Project Veritas versus its founder, myself. This is a story so bizarre, it borders on the surreal.
That's
well,
crazy.
Basically, his board members were infiltrated or paid off or were planted.
Yeah, it's like the swamp. I mean, in that small company, there's a swamp in there, man.
Yeah, I've been going way down these rabbit holes. I've been listening to him on a lot of different things, trying to hear, because sometimes they'll get on certain places and speak more candidly and in more depth. And I really have been following him around all the places. I got a lot of different clips. But he definitely feels like it had to do with the what he exposed. And yeah, it's like they talk about trust, they talk about all the things, and he's asking everybody there. Go ahead, Pootie.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Doc P. O'Keefe, Assad is supposed to meet with Trump sometime in the near future.
There's Bonnie.
Hey, girl.
Everything good, Bonnie?
Is my mic working?
Yeah, good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Good to see all y'all.
You too. Hey. I'm just going down this little rabbit hole, and I really suck at explaining things. And I mean, I kind of did. Like you heard my version. Well, when you heard him, it made a lot more sense. He gets those details in there, and I'm over here like, it's just like, that's why I do it. I think it makes it a little bit more clear. He talks again the next one, some about a pregnant woman and a sandwich. It's almost like they sat around and tried to think of reasons to get rid of this guy. It's pretty bad. And I think he's going to get his company back, which I think is only fair. It was his to start with. This is crazy. Here's a few more. And of course, he's also working on getting the story out about Epstein. He's the one dropping. That's why I started with even though it's old news, like, this is also what he's doing. Things are parallel each other. The guys
they've infiltrated everything.
Yeah, I agree. There's something really, and I don't know. All they can do is try to weed them out or whatever. His face is pausing. I'm sorry, James O'Keefe.
I did. Just raise more questions.
When did you switch to wanting to harm James?
After James started claiming he was fired.
Julia Witt, an attorney working for Project Veritas, claimed that I stole a pregnant woman's sandwich at the Bob Creamer trial. The pregnant woman in question in this episode goes on record to deny this ever happened.
So I don't have any recollection of there ever being a sandwich that was meant for me that you took.
There were the complaints that I took a helicopter flight to see a donor in Maine. The donor, now identified as John Trainer in this episode, laughs at the helicopter flight being a problem and thought it was justified to save me time.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with taking the helicopter at all.
Or the senior executive, Barry Hinckley, him, who actually said, and this is recorded,
I ran a large company with a lot of employees, and I never lived this lifestyle with black cars constantly picking me up, moving me around, expensive accommodations when the rest of the staff was staying at one level. I mean, all for one for all, expected a nonprofit. I never took the vision of one person living one way and everyone else living another way.
Some background. On February 10th, 2023, Project Veritas voted to fire me as CEO and chairman. I launched OMG a month later. They have awakened a sleeping giant. I'm back. Project Veritas then served a lawsuit against me in September of 2023 for breach of contract. Then, in the summer of 2024, Project Veritas brought us to federal court to try to get an emergency injunction to shut OMG down. Federal judge just now issuing a directed verdict against Project Veritas and in my favor. Project Veritas lost, but continued to sue me. So I countersued for breach of contract, defamation, publication of my private facts, and intentional infliction of emotional distress for deliberately attempting to humiliate me. Finally, late last year, we at OMG were able to get the board members at Project Veritas to testify under oath on video, and we obtained damning internal emails that they never thought would see the light of.
Yeah, it gets okay. I never really paused right here. You're actually a bitch. Promise you ever see me on the street, it's on site. I know it gets really graphic, and it actually sounds kind of funny when he's describing some of this hate mail. It just sounds funny. He's like all professional talking about really immature stuff, but it is what it is. No man is unwise takes. Pretty sure they get to her too, and she laughs about it too and says that didn't happen. She doesn't know about it. It's pretty nuts, man. What'd you say, Bonnie, there? Anyone see what's up? Pardon the worst of the worst. Oh, the pardon. We just talked about that. Is that why she run back up here and missed it? Are you here?
Yes.
Okay.
They were still talking about it in chat. And it's just,
I'm just kidding. I don't know anything. I at first thought those were the people with the guns in their front lawn for a minute. Do you remember that stuff? That couple? That's who I thought it was at first, and then I got reading. I was like, oh, this is way not as cool as that. I know it's terrible, but
Bruce got such a heart.
So there's only about 2 or 3 different, like 2 more clips of that. If y'all, I can't help it. I can't sit still. Basically, I want to just go ahead and get through them because I don't know. I think it's important. I'm looking to this guy. I'm hoping that he is going to do what he says he's going to do. You know?
Yeah, let's watch.
Yeah, keep going.
I try to cut, right to the point a lot of times for y'all.
Practiced introspection, or made a genuine attempt to reform the darkness inside of them.
I forgot. This is pretty cool. He's revisiting all the times that he's caught people, on film and stuff. And this is really just for fun, for real. This is just a recap of all the things he's done. And no, he's saying no one ever goes, oh, I'm going to change my ways. No one ever learns from it. They just get mad or whatever. But
hundreds of examples of this. For instance, the IRS official who denied his own identity. Are you Alex Mena with the IRS?
No, that's not me.
That's not you. The Pfizer executive who assaulted the cameraman and destroyed my iPad. Please unlock the door. The Twitter executive who sprinted away. Why are you running away from us? Sir, what is Elon Musk going to do when he sees this? I don't know. The former FBI agent and DOD official who called me a known fraudster and liar for reporting what he said.
Go away, you liar. You're a known fraudster. You have a poor reputation. No one believes you. Go.
Or the NGO official in New York who projected at me, you are thieves, criminals, liars, you steal children.
Because you are a bunch of thieves and criminals. You steal children. You have been wanted in 3 states in South America.
After I exposed him giving out fake residency documents and overcharging immigrants in a church, you literally see the demons come out of the people you expose. Not to mention the countless number of times they've sued me, tried to punish me for exposing their misdeeds. Hillary Clinton operative Bob Creamer and Shirley Teeter took me to trial when I exposed their activities. Or the Joe Biden campaign, who literally forwarded my request for comment about Ashley Biden to the FBI, which then raided my apartment.
Yeah.
Or this past month, the State Farm vice president who filed a criminal.
These are the reasons I don't think he's just an actor in the movie. They came for him. I mean, yeah, he didn't get in trouble, but nobody wants to go through this stuff, They want him to shut up and sit down, in my opinion. And so far he hasn't that I know of. But yeah, there's about 2 or 3 minutes, and I think I'll just basically till about a little bit after 11. If basically
complaints citing the Illinois recording law. This was the guy who attacked LA fire victims for their quote. For their ego. The teachers union attempted to get an injunction to silence me and stop me from running a story about a student who was sexually assaulted by a union official. But perhaps the greatest and most ironic attack the mirror moment was when I was removed from my own organization I created. When you were on my board, did you disclose that you had investments in these medical companies?
At the time I was on your board, I didn't.
when did you begin investing in Matt Tierman's companies?
A few years ago.
While you're on the board?
Yes, I think I was on the board then.
I want to talk about your investments.
I want to talk about you.
Is it all about money?
Too bad you can't afford that.
Indefinitely suspended without pay, and then brought to federal court under the emergency injunction to try to silence me. It wasn't enough for them to fire me. The Project Veritas board tried to prevent me from continuing my work. You see, at its heart, the truth inside Veritas is a story about original sin, about the dark part of human nature, about what happens to an organization taking on the most powerful people in the world. Envy is a disease in our politics, our institutions, our economics, and in our humanity. Envy is the root of all socialism, which can lead to communism, a word used by Callan Erickson, a producer at Project Veritas, who was inside the, quote, revolutionaries chat, which was the chat orchestrated by a faction of employees to stage a coup. We reveal all those messages, and we name names in this episode. The thing about envy is, people form expectations of what others should do for them. And if those expectations are not met, they get jealous and feel entitled. The vindictiveness from Project Veritas board and staff members, who we now know were in business together, is so shocking and so obscene, we actually had to blur some of the messages and explicit sexual imagery that they sent. One image even depicts me nailed to a cross. In one video, the board talks about, quote, carving out James's heart and eating it in front of him. So why did all this happen? Actually quite common. There is a conflict in every human heart between the rational and the irrational, between good and evil. And good does not always triumph. Sometimes the dark side overcomes what Abraham Lincoln called the better angels of our nature.
Anyway, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a sucker, but I feel like this guy's the real deal. And I don't know. I wouldn't want to do it. There's also a clip somewhere I hope I'll run back into before we end where he talks about if your price isn't death, then I don't know exactly how he words it. Well, one time he fumbles it just like I am. And then later in the same podcast, he gets his phone out and nails it word for word because it's a favorite quote of his. And it's basically like, if your price isn't death, then you're a sellout, basically. You should never have a price. Your price should be, you have to kill me. You should never give up sources, things like that. And like, I mean, I know you can say whatever, but I just kind of believe the guy. And like I said, I always want to believe the good ones that say they're good,
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's good out there, or at least some good. He seems very self-aware, and he talks about human nature, and a lot of what he says is really true, and I don't know how he's not completely black-pilled after everything he's been through,
Well, I think there are grains of truth all, with a lot of the folks that we talk about, and including O'Keefe and everything. I also think at some point they all get a talking to, just like we kind of watched with Patel and Bongino last week with the Epstein stuff, or, I think that they are sanctioned to release certain information in whatever manner, but I would be shocked if he did not have a little talking to by somebody between the time that he lost Veritas and now.
For sure. And well, you saw the real dramatic video, right? And he's like, I'm gonna walk away, and I'm scared. I've never been scared. Like, I believe it was right before he did that video. He still didn't give up. He's still doing it, but he's doing it at a slow pace and dripping it out or whatever. But I believe something, you could see it, like, and I don't have it tonight. I could find it if I really would. It's real short anyway. He just gets straight to the point, and he's like, I'm going dark. I'm kind of scared. It's all about and I think, I can't remember if it was right before or after Andrew, because that would be the moment, right? You put this information out about a prince. Yeah. That's probably the time they're going to come find you to talk about it. Right.
Right.
Not a good look, man. Okay. What are we talking about, Virginia? It was a full pardon, Garrett says.
He's still on that Chicago dude.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, 420. I didn't know that guy. Man, he was in there for how many? Ooh, man, a lot of life sentences.
Yeah.
Huh. Jerry saying this about yourself?
Who?
Jerry. 5 death threats online 15 years ago. 2 attempts to shut me up. Fact. See, I do believe that they do that. And
got a death threat, but I've had some other shit, but not a death threat.
Well, when you get big and influential, then they're going to
I'm
say
not big. We're not influential. They just do
Well,
it anyhow.
I'm talking about people like that came to, who was it, Alex Jones, and they say, hey, we will put you on TV and make you the hottest. Everybody will watch your show. You'll be but we're going to tell you the narrative. And, try to get him to sell out. And he was like, no, they want people because he already reached so many people.
I think
that's crazy.
I think he was that Bill Cooper dude, because there was a guy that looked just like Alex Jones, and apparently he disappeared, and then all of a sudden this guy comes in. Sorry, I'm stuffing my face with some turkey.
Man, it would be turkey. I keep meaning to go. I want a turkey sandwich so bad. I need to go get some turkey. I'm so serious. I swear I was just saying, it's like 2 days have gone by. I'm like, I need to go get some freaking turkey.
Well, I definitely don't want a chili dog. I ain't gonna do that for another year.
No more chili dogs, huh?
No, one a year is my limit, I guess.
So what happened then with this chili dog?
I didn't end up feeling very good later from it.
They have onions and mustard and ketchup.
Mm-hmm.
I love those.
And it was a roller dog, but I didn't eat all of it. I ate a couple bites of the hot dog and the chili. Yeah, I don't know. It was Virginia's fault. I'm blaming it on Virginia.
It's always Virginia's fault. No.
And I got in the car and went to the truck stop and got one of those dirty little roller wieners, Oh, and they didn't have any cheese. Remember, Virginia?
Yep. Oh,
the cheese side was broken. I was pissed.
Okay. I got a random thing real quick. I'm sorry.
It's good for a few bites, though. It was.
Yeah, it was. It was.
I mean, it's starting to sound good tonight, but I don't think I'm going to fall for it. Are you here, Bunny?
Man, do you know what's in that cheese at the gas station, man? It's probably all in plastic microparticles and shit.
Oh my God. And Putin saying that our food's soiling green. It's like, oh my God.
It is. That's
whatever
people.
they put in that cheese is good, though. I love that.
Soiling green is people, lady.
The mild cheddar cheese dip for the chips. I don't know. I know it's processed. I know it's not. It's so good though. Like I love the in the can mild cheddar cheese dip for like tortillas. I know it's horrible, but
that's why it's so good. I just keep putting shit in there till they make it taste good and give it to you.
I'll tell you something else that's horrible for you that I actually do have on my refrigerator is some of that damn Cheese Whiz. That shit is like $7 a can now.
Oh, is it that expensive?
It is.
Yeah. They say, now I've never had one, but they say if you go to Philly and you get a Philly cheesesteak, that's what they use on it is Cheese Whiz.
Oh, I didn't know.
That's what I hear.
I've been buying like occasional, the plastic cheese slices that we grew up with because, it was times were tight and our parents didn't have money. And yeah, I have to have something like that in the house too. Like, I gotta have my plastic cheese every once in a while.
I guess me too. It does. I mean, they should make it. I feel guilty, but like, I do eat pretty healthy mostly. Hey Bonnie, have you heard of a chick called Valentina Gomez? Probably not.
Actually, for some reason, I have.
Well, she was on Roseanne talking about Texas and talking about she's gonna fight against AOC or something. I got a clip of it. I totally thought of you. I was like, she started talking a lot about Texas, and I was like, I wonder if Bonnie has any idea about this chick.
Well, isn't she a representative, or Bonnie? Isn't that lady like elected something? I can't remember.
I'm not sure what her position is. The name just sounds familiar. Hopefully, she's not from Houston, but I know y'all are hung on food, but why did the government have to say it was okay for women to wear trousers?
Trousers?
Why?
Yeah.
I'm reading Wildlife's things. But I remember that in school, dresses. Had to wear dresses.
I don't.
But then you don't have pockets for your sandwich.
It's for anything. Cigarettes or nothing.
You can't play pocket
I don't
pool.
know if it was like that when I was a kid or not, man. I don't know. I mean, because I always just wore pants and I wasn't,
Well, you're not a girl.
I know. I don't know if there was a rule or not, though, is what I'm saying.
It
There might have
was
been.
when I was in school, and then it became on Fridays we could wear a pantsuit, not jeans, not anything like that. And then
Is that
we
when
did
the
the
jumpers? That's when the jumpers came in the 70s, right?
And then we did
And
a
culottes. Remember culottes?
Oh my God,
Yeah,
I do
yeah.
remember culottes.
We went and sat out in the parking lot protesting, and
Wildlife.
then the
Protesting.
next yeah, and then the next day, I wore jeans with patches all over them, just to say I don't comply.
Our junior high had a protest too. I think I was still in elementary, and nobody knew what it was about. It was just everybody was protesting back then, and so they had a protest over freaking.
And that's what we would do.
Or something. I
The whole
don't know.
school would go sit out in the parking lot because, well, the school I went to, high school, junior high, elementary, it was all together. Like it was in a U shape.
Oh, okay.
And so when we went and sat out in the parking lot, it was a big deal. Nobody could move, leave, do anything. And I can remember doing it over the school lunches. It was anything that we felt was against us, or we'd go protest it. And I guess that's what you call it, or a sit down, or
right.
We just refused to
down.
participate.
Sit out.
We never did that stuff.
Hey, Bonnie, did they really ban all THC products in Texas?
That's been it's automatic 20 years if you go to prison for any kind of drug. And yeah, we can't have
I've seen that.
Yeah.
I can't believe that.
So weed's not legal in Texas?
They can take your kids away for it. It's like that is one of the strictest things here. That's why I keep saying decriminalize. I don't want it legalized because I see what it does to the states that legalize it. I want to see it decriminalized.
Do they have medical as an option?
I think I heard that they just started the medical, but even that, once you agree to that, that puts you in the bracket of you cannot purchase, you cannot own. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah. Yep. It's a trap.
It is.
Well, I come from a state. I'm like, I think I was like the second state that it got legal, because California, or no, I was the third maybe.
It was Oregon that did it first, I believe.
Well, ever since the pot industry's been legalized, it seems like the environment around the whole thing of it has changed. And not only that, the taxes that they pay locally is like insane, because the one pot store right by me, I know the owner and Amy, and she said that every quarter she pays $1 million worth of taxes into our city here. So, and what we have more of a problem with is that shit coming over the border, the blue stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I really think legalizing it all across the board would just be a good thing for the, if you're collecting taxes, because they tax a lot. It's really expensive. It's like 40% tax of the sale here. But when you're dumping $1 million in taxes into the coffers of your local community, well, that's a good thing. It helps fund a lot of shit and fix the roads and
if it was going to your local community.
What?
Go ahead.
My community's is a farm community, but it's very Mormon, and they don't allow certain things, but they allow that, and it's funded a lot of stuff for the city and just for people. It's benefited the town. I've seen how they do more for people in this little town now. I don't know. Anyhow, that's just my observation. But what do I know? I don't know shit. To be honest with you, I just smoke a lot of it. I put in the money.
Well,
and we get festivals in the park. We had spin doctors in the park here this last weekend for over Memorial Day, and we're a little farm town. Yeah.
So y'all,
stuff like
let me let y'all do 1 minute of her talking about going with ALC. I know it's not the best ever, but there was some good stuff in here.
Sorry.
No, this is literally just 1 minute though, real quick.
Who was able to fight her?
None of
Better
them
than
can fight her.
exactly.
So they got to
I
get
can.
you in there
Exactly.
because she can't even speak off the cuff unless it's
They give her
rehearsed.
lives. She's controlled. But you know what defeats somebody false like that? Somebody that is real and raw with the people.
I agree. Would you go take her on day one if you got in?
I would love to.
Yeah.
Yeah. School her, school everybody.
That would be so fun to watch.
She doesn't even know the first thing about how economics works.
Well, she's also a mediocre bartender and a socialist. A socialist that knows nothing about economics, that knows nothing about how to run a company, how to run a business, how to put a steak on the table. Roseanne, she's just saying, "Oh, you can steal so you can go feed your families. That's completely okay."
Well, she did say that.
Yes, she did. Normalizing theft.
I don't know. I just thought she was kind of spunky. I kind of liked her.
She got elected. This
isn't very old. I mean,
Well,
yeah. Go ahead.
What position is she running for?
Like I said, I literally didn't know any of this just till the other day, and I really don't know a whole lot except she's cracking me up. She ends up talking about Texas. Here, let me put it back on. I was thinking it was further along, but it's just right where I left off, I think.
She's talking about economics, so it's
something.
Oh, good point, Wildlife. You do have to give up something in return.
Stop using the race card. I have all the.
This part's just funny because what she's talking about, the card she has, and Roseanne's response is just typical Roseanne, and it's pretty funny. But yeah, she's saying quit. Okay, I should hold on.
The DI cards. Okay.
Well, she did
Normalizing.
say that.
Yes, she did.
Good night,
Normalizing
Nan.
theft. If you want something, go work for it. Stop making apologies. Stop playing the victim card. Stop using the race card. I have all the DI cards. I have the immigrant card, Latina card, woman card, young card, everything. I don't use any of them.
Well, because you don't need to.
Exactly.
You're smart.
I work hard. Nothing has been given to me. Everything has been earned.
Well, me too. Now that I think about it, I can check a lot of boxes, but I think the box I like checking, and you may agree, although you wouldn't say it because you're lovely and don't swear all the time like I do. I like checking the bitch box because bitches get stuff done. I once had this vision just a few years back, a 20 million bitches march on Washington, and I say bitches in a good way, like because we get stuff done. we go out and take control because it has to be done, right? And so many women in America are like that because they have to be. There's no other way for most women in this country that aren't of privilege to live their lives. And so, it's just time. It's time for us. It's time for pushy women that want a better result in
And
this
for
country.
righteous women, honestly.
I agree.
Women nowadays, sadly, they're busy partying, sleeping their way through life, doing drugs. I don't do any of that. Doing also OnlyFans girls, and sadly, that's the new culture. And we have to erase that culture, replace it with something better.
Yeah, absolutely. But
And us
this,
as good women, we're the example for that.
well, this is a good time to start, right? It's always like just as the eye, the eye closes, like the 11th hour. It's big.
Time is
big
running
time.
out.
Time is.
Anyway, so I looked it up real quick because I really didn't know. I just thought
Hey,
it was.
I'm hitting my bitch box.
I love
Okay,
it.
Virginia, we have the right to hit our bitch box. Yeah.
She says, right. She says one of 8 Republican candidates running for Missouri Secretary of State in 2004. See, I don't know why she was talking about Texas so much. While campaigning, she tried to stand out in a crowded political field after going viral for her social media antics. Well, see, that's what she was saying. She didn't have enough. They start to talk about how people could try to. She doesn't have any, body supporting her really. So that's probably why. But she was pretty damn funny.
So she ran and she didn't make it, or
I guess I didn't realize because she must be running again though. This is just old news because that was just recently, that interview. So let me look.
So now she's trying to run in Texas.
I'm not real sure, y'all.
I think she always was running in Texas originally because she was a immigrant, and they migrated, her family was from Texas or something. I remember watching something about her because I had a lot of high hopes for her, to be honest with you guys. This was way back, like probably 2-3 years ago. I saw something about her. But the only thing is she's so young, and you're gonna get up there, and then as soon as you get into that icky environment of Washington, D.C., they all change. An evil presence just takes over even the best of them.
It's something they were talking about with the O'Keefe and stuff. Like a lot of, it's crazy. I swear there's such a thing as collective consciousness because I can't, it's just like all the things we talk about, then I'll see people on podcasts. Like it doesn't, we all talk about the same things. It's crazy. I mean, not that they're wrong or anything. It's just wild. That I don't think they all change though. I do think a lot. I think that's when
they get blackmailed, they get tricked somehow, they get offered because virtually everybody's got a price. And if you say you don't have a price, you're lying because you're human. Come on. That's why people get away with the things that they've done because people have offered them a price. And that it's so. And the blackmailing, it's the blackmailing. I mean, look at how far back Mossad and, Ghislaine's family's been doing it and everybody in the, okay, I'm just rambling. Sorry. And Al, I'm not a faker.
All I can see is they're just trying to destroy Texas. And if you think about it, if they get Texas, already got California, it's 2 biggest states for voting. Who has the most electorals?
Well, and a lot of your Californians relocated to Texas.
Right.
A lot of them. So that that Cali, lib think or thought went with them. And yeah, I know because Jay's bitching because one came from Washington State and is living by him now, and he's like, damn you guys up there. It's like it ain't all of us, right, Virginia? Virginia and I both live here. We're not libertards. It's just the rest of them.
He's cracking about one. We have oh my goodness. What? Way more than one. But I truthfully, most of my neighbors are Hispanic and they are hard workers. They keep to themselves. I don't complain when I hear their music. They don't complain about anything over here. It's mutual respect for each other, I guess you could say. And I prefer that, truthfully.
Yeah, we're a little bit more divided in my farm community by areas, so you can. It's it's an economic thing, and you can really see that here. You know what I mean? But for the most part, I think. Well, I don't know. There were quite a few arrests over the weekend, so yeah.
I know. I don't. That's so last night I did have an officer come over here because there was something going on, but well, I thought there was. It anyway. Crazy lady on the street, but I don't call them for anything with my neighbors because I would hate to see that happen. And they're good people. They're business owners. They work 2 and 3 jobs to support their families. Their families are everything to them. They are very family oriented. They're just, they keep their yards clean. It doesn't look like Slum City over here or anything. They're good people.
Right.
They just try to do better. I've seen some of them do amazing landscaping and around their house, the things they do. I'm like, I want to do that.
I'm trying really hard to do some things that I've never done before and try to make it look really nice. But I was going to play this clip, same 2 people. They're talking about Texas, Bonnie, and it's just like a minute or 2. And tell me if any of this resonates with you or not.
Are you going to piss me off?
What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said, are you going to piss me off? No, I thought you were going to show something different.
Don't worry, Bonnie. You've already checked your bitch box, and so is Virginia.
We all did.
Yeah, we checked our bitch box. It's all good. We love it.
I freaking loved that. That was like my favorite part. Because she always puts a little bit of Roseanne in every time. It's like, it doesn't matter who she has on. She's fun to watch. I love her. She's a little crazy, but I still love her. I am too. So it works, But anyway, here we go.
How the people of Texas were lulled into, thinking, oh, Trump won or whatever, however they did it. But yeah, it's a Muslim city under Sharia law. And, I heard them talking and they were like, we've got it made. I saw tapes of their inner conversations because this is what they do, like they did in the UK and they've done everywhere, is, we'll just get, we have a community that will elect people to the legislature. And that's how we win. Then we'll get our cousins and our brothers and Congress will change all the laws. And that's how they do it. Yeah. They use our system against our values.
Our political system in Texas, it's hijacked. There's no better way to say it because they all bow down to their jihadist puppet masters.
It's terrifying because if they can do it in Texas, like
if Texas falls, America falls.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's why they came here.
Yeah, they're smart. They didn't. You think, oh, they'll go to this state and the state and eventually Texas. They went right here.
And Roseanne and Jake, after I crashed their little terrorist event at the Texas Capitol, CEOs, venture capitalists, hardworking Americans too, 6th-generation Texans reached out to me personally, and they said, "Thank you for speaking up because we would have never been able to do that in public." Now everybody is talking about it. Yeah, PVD, Team Pool, everybody. After I went and faced them myself, so I basically liberated millions too by doing that.
Yes, you did.
And
I got on the phone when I saw
them
you.
Right away.
When I saw you say it, I got on the phone because I got everybody's phone numbers, and I'm like, "You better do something."
Yeah.
And so I guess it's been halted for a while, but
yeah, it's halted.
I mean, people of Texas, come on. I mean, what are we going to do about it? This is ground zero.
Yeah, it is.
So that's why I asked if you knew this girl, because I was listening to all this. But the next part, I think you would like. They talk about staying and fighting. They talk about people say to leave, and they're like, "No, we stay and fight." And she's pretty feisty about it. Sure, that's why I stopped it.
What she's saying is true, and I'm 7th generation, and so there's this thing. It's weirdone.org. I think that's what it's called. Well, I know I wrote it down somewhere. Yep. We're done.org, the Republic of Texas. I'm checking into that. But what she's saying about Texas, that's the whole government. It's not just Texas. That's nationwide. That is the federal.
Well,
The
they were
puppet-
saying there, and they were saying if it happens there, it will happen everywhere. If it's possible.
It
that it
already
would.
has. The puppet masters, we all know. They
Stop
do
Mark
what
Rigg.
they do what they're told. And she hit it. She hit the nail on the head with the Jude, however you say it.
What, jihad? Or no?
Well, Chris, I think, was telling me about that city that was being built in Texas a little while back. I mean, if they get enough population into it, yeah, then it could sway things. Because then,
Supposedly, Abbott put a stop to that. Like they just had the ground kind of etched out, but I saw where he put a stop to it. Supposedly, allegedly. We'll see. I don't believe anything until I actually see it.
Yeah,
Because
that kind of stuff is going crazy in Dearborn, Michigan, and I think it's Minneapolis, Minnesota, and some other states up north.
yeah,
But they're just taking cities over, man.
New Jersey, they did
New
it.
Jersey too.
Yeah.
Well, that she was saying there at the end that she brought some attention to it. People were starting to stand up and stuff. And this last couple minutes, they talk about leaving versus staying to fight, and I thought it was really good. I think they mean everywhere
oh,
too.
Lynn Quince lives not too far from that place, I guess.
I saw that. Larry does too. That's usually in chat. There's
That's why
a
I
bunch
don't
of
want
people
to
who
leave.
live
Like,
up.
everyone's like, you got to get.
I'm sorry, Bonnie.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. What were you saying? Go ahead.
There's a bunch of people that live up there. I mean, it's close to Dallas. A lot of people are from the DFW area or outskirts, and so it's that's a big part of Texas. I don't know why right there though, because that is Tornado Alley. I don't know if y'all been watching the weather, but I don't know. But then they already have the Satanic Temple up there, and nothing's being done about that. So, and here we have Elon with the whole center over there. That there's a lot going on here that I'm just like, what is happening to Texas?
All right.
There's got to be a stopping point. And so I think that a lot of people are getting frustrated.
I think attention's being brought to it, hopefully. Because
So
like
what-
attention being brought to it, being like she was just saying, and not just her, all kinds of people and all kinds, I don't know. I feel like there is a point, but that it's got to get to before people even really notice if they're busy in their lives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you cool with this a couple of minutes real quick?
Yes.
I think this is on a positive note. I really took it that way.
Get out and go. It's like, no, I got to stay here and fight.
They take Texas, they take America. That's how they do. These
most
Muslims, they reproduce like little rats.
Yeah.
And they live off government welfare. And then as soon as there's enough of them, they're going to take over. The UK already fell.
Yeah.
Europe already
They tell you
fell
this.
as well.
They tell you they're going
Exactly.
to do this. They don't lie about it. To their credit, they're pretty honest about their plans with you. They tell you, and then they do it, and then everyone's like, "Well, I don't want to insult these people."
And we're ignoring them. Oh no, because we don't want to hurt their feelings.
Yeah.
Well, we don't want to.
I don't care about their
I don't
feelings.
give a fuck either.
Well, you don't want to get beheaded when you're going to the grocery store.
No,
either.
but you're gonna get.
I got my
beheaded
gun
anyway.
with me.
I got guns up there. You walk through.
I know.
Oh, I'm so good with my gun.
I like
Hell,
that gun behind you.
That's a good gun. I got guns coming out of my nose.
You need to.
Yeah, flamethrowers, rifles. Trying to get bazooka launcher and all that.
I mean, this is it. This is the hour. And if America doesn't do something, I guess we'll all be moving down to Colombia, right?
No, we're cooked there too.
Yeah.
done there.
Where is there where we can go if
Texas.
they take over Texas?
No, we stay here and fight, Roseanne.
Yeah.
We're
All right.
not soft cookies. We don't sweat butter like the others.
Well, I sweat butter.
No, we don't.
You
No.
sweat Chardonnay.
No, I'll kill a few MFers. I don't care.
Yeah.
I said
Same.
if they come to suicide me, I'll take some out. There are some. I just say I know the majority of Muslims don't like Muslim terrorists
Of
either,
course.
but they're like they say it's only like something like 15% of them are rabid,
The-
but that's like 250 million.
Yeah, that's the problem. Even
Yes.
if 85% of them are great and on our side, the 15%, that is millions.
The radical ones are the problem.
Yeah,
and
of course.
they're already here.
Yeah.
Well, I like to get the Muslims that like America in with us. And I think
They have
we're
to join
going to,
forces.
I want to close today because we've had a great conversation, but I want to close. Here's the secret weapon that I know you know. We can also ask God to penetrate their skulls and turn them towards righteousness.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm going to have this at the end of my podcast, that God can reach even the most violent, heinous hater and turn their soul.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll, if we ask
It is true.
ask him and really.
She's always got those little tidbits, man. I'm telling you, I gotta go find I do not consent. I'm gonna find it, and then I'm gonna put it somewhere it's easy to get to
But
because it's
she
like-
nailed it. That
Well,
even
amen. Yes.
the worst of people can be changed, you know, if you just find God.
That's what happened to the Apostle Paul. You know, he
And-
was against everything, you know, Christianity and whatnot, and maybe he was turned, he was changed.
That's what praying for our enemies does. And what'd you say her name was, Cola? I'm writing it down.
Valentina Gomez. I can send you that. There's a longer. That was 12 minutes. There's one that's like 2 hours long. Oh shoot! Hey, 10.
I messed with my mic. Okay.
Well, you know you were gone. I looked at you were back.
All right. And Spooty, it's okay about the estrogen just because we all checked our bitch boxes. We
He jumped in because we were. Once bitch was mentioned, I guess he just.
Oh, Purdy, come back up, man. I'm outnumbered. Damn.
See, I got to be careful what I say, though. I almost said, "Oh, you fit right in," but see, that could be taken as an insult, like you fit in with the ladies, and I didn't mean it that way.
No,
So
that's
what did I say?
I like the ladies, you know.
All right, put you in the middle of everybody.
Okay. It's a hard sandwich.
Oh, we love sandwiches, don't we?
Yeah, we'll take a sandwich.
Oh
Go
man, and that's when
ahead.
Pootie leaves. When we start talking about sandwiches, Pootie's out of here.
Our motto song, "The bitch is back."
Oh man. Well, I don't know. There's a whole kinds of I ran into all kinds of stuff y'all would never believe. We could do the video. I kind of was hoping your friend would come 10. Shout out to Lady Red. We were going to do a video with her. Leaked supposed phone call from the jail of Diddy and them. Supposed to be Diddy and his
Oh
son.
yeah, where's Lady Red? She didn't make it. Dang it.
Yeah, I was waiting, but I don't know. I guess we could do it. Nobody really. I don't know that anybody else cared. I was pretty. She's the one that brought it up. I was pretty
Well,
surprised.
she's kind of new to the community too, and so she's got a lot of like questions that on stuff that we've kind of maybe already figured out. But it's cool because she's learning all this stuff, so we can, go go and review everything with her. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I go
Yeah,
backwards all the
she's a
time.
really nice gal, you guys. So
I definitely. That's what I was saying. I don't really want to do it without her for real.
I met her through TikTok. I know that's weird, but I'm on all the platforms. I'm all over.
It's not weird.
With my sandwich. No, I don't have a sandwich.
We're waiting
But
for
I was
it.
gonna make a super bird here later. So That's the sourdough grilled with the turkey and the tomato slices and the mayo. Yeah. Remember when you were really drunk and you go to Denny's after the bars closed?
Yes.
The Superbird was always on the menu.
I always
Did y'all have White Castle? That was the one we all went to after being drunk in the bars. White Castle.
No, Virginia and I are on the West Coast. We don't
Oh,
have
okay.
those. We get
No
Denny's
White
and
Castle.
Cherries.
Denny's and Sherry's. But when I lived on the East Coast, I also enjoyed a Waffle House excursion. It's so bad, it's good, you know.
Yeah, it depends who's cooking.
Never done a Waffle House in my whole life.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
gosh.
There was this. Hey, we had this one that was kind of in the ghetto part of town, but there was a guy named Gary who was the cook, and man, that place was always kind of packed when Gary was working there because he made the best omelets. Man, they were the big fluffy. I don't know how he did it, man. It was magic or something. But yeah, Waffle House is the bomb, man. I was saying about it today. I took my daughter when she was about 4 years old to Waffle House, and what is she asked for the one thing they don't make. They were like, "What do you want, little lady?" She was like, "I want some pancakes." We don't have pancakes. They got everything but pancakes. Man.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, they do not have pancakes.
Get you a waffle though.
Oh yeah, they're good too.
Well, I may have not have been to a Waffle House, but Virginia and I have something that none of you guys have.
In and out.
No, we have classic dicks. So get yourself some dick breath.
Oh yeah, we do have the dicks. Yes.
We have dicks, famous dicks.
We got the dick.
I didn't know that. I did not know that.
It's famous, yeah. And it's only in Washington, as far as I know. And there's only like 2 locations, one in Seattle and one in Spokane.
Right. There's
You know what they have? I know I've mentioned this a long time ago, but I'm telling you this is true. You can look it up. Down in a lot of times when we go to the beach, we'll actually go to North Carolina and go to the Outer Banks or Snags Head, North Carolina, Kill Devil Hills, places like that. They've got at least one store. I think they've got 2 down there, but it's called Biscuits and Porn. No kidding.
Really?
And they sell biscuits and porn.
What?
Whoa.
I'm not kidding. I'm
What
gonna
a
look it up. I'm not
They
joking.
must have really had to do a marketing survey to get a niche area to be able to sell biscuits and, you know.
Oh shit, they made their money back just on t-shirts. People buying those t-shirts say biscuits and porn, you know?
Oh my God. And
I've
here
never
I
been
thought-
in there. I've
and
never
here
been
I-
in them. Never
here
had.
I thought Dick's breath was bad. So, okay, you got
Yeah.
biscuits and corn.
Biscuits and porn. Yeah.
We
Never
talk
had
about
them.
some really interesting subjects over here, Cola. I like it. It's very chill. There's nothing scripted, and I don't have to worry about lining up the next story. I'm loving this fucking shit. Yeah.
Hey, one thing that seems to happen every time too is I find a way to make fun of Katy Perry like every night. I feel almost guilty about it, but she's the one going into space and doing all the crazy shit. There's like a minute video about her latest like concert. It's really bad. I think we did one of these too. I think you were here, Virginia.
Oh, I love this weird celebrity gossip shit.
I mean, it's like I feel bad for her though. I hate making fun of anybody.
No,
but
she
looks
sold
like
her
she's
soul.
wrong.
She went to the crossroads. We
She's
all know
like really
it.
bad at dancing all of a sudden. I thought she was a good dancer. Like, really, I'm
Mm.
not even being funny. Like, it's just kind of weird. The stuff I keep seeing with her here.
Not ready for what Katy Perry just did on stage. She came out wielding Darth Maul's lightsaber, literally T-posing across the stage, while Power Rangers villains bounced around like they got lost on the way to Comic-Con. Then she hit us with dance moves that looked straight out of The Sims, mixed with football warm-ups and a little bit of I'm Han Solo from the Kinect era. She even struck a Peter Griffin death pose. Yes, on stage. The highlight? A dangerous stunt where 2 dancers barely lifted her like 6 inches off the ground. Add some AI backgrounds, a 3D printed bird she flew on, and a totally chaotic space battle finale, and you've got the wildest, most confusing, most legendary concert ever. It wasn't a concert. It was a fever dream with glitter. And I'm 100%
Sorry, but I feel
Well,
like
how old is Katy Perry?
I don't know, like in her probably 40-ish.
Hey, I'm thinking 40.
And she's doing everything like shock value to basically stay relevant because, you know, she's got to keep playing for the man.
When they said a dangerous stunt, 2 people pick her up, put off the ground on dive. That's so funny every time. Because it does look like they're like all ready to do something. They do nothing at all. Okay.
And what's the lightsaber thing? Is that part of the whole alien agenda shit, you know, to kind of normalize something that, are we actually going to war with something? You know what I mean? Because I don't know. And then once Katy Perry turned her hair blonde, that's when I knew they got her. Just like Kanye and the dude from Saturday Night Live that was dating Kim, you know, they all do the blonde. Yeah, you know they got him when they do that.
Yeah, Pete Davidson, I think.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Right.
I'm not good with names and but I do really like the celebrity stuff because it's kind of interesting. Because now that I know that half of them are, you know, gonna go to hell, I'd like to save their souls, but you know, anyhow.
Yeah. Well, I got one more, and I feel kind of bad for this one because I do feel sorry for Corey Feldman, but nobody will tell him that he's bad at being a musician. And it's like the song that he did, this called "Comeback King," and it's like,
it's so bad. It's so bad. I literally feel sorry for him too.
Me too. I almost feel guilty, but not guilty enough not to play it for those who haven't seen it.
It's so bad. Oh,
it really is. I knew Yorga would know.
I know.
Show them who is boss. I'm a comeback king. I miss him, missing up.
Oh my gosh.
If you're go and do swing, let me sing. Come back. I'm the comeback king. You know
doesn't help anything.
Oh no.
I hope I don't get in trouble over that one because it was.
Hey, I think about those poor musicians because they have to have a gig. They have to have a gig, and it's a paying gig, and then you got to get up there and
they got to
play
be
that
embarrassed.
shit.
Mm-hmm.
They got to be embarrassed, you know.
Oh, I'd put a bag on my head, man.
Oh man, bless their hearts.
I feel sorry for him. I do feel sorry for him because I think like that's, and he does this Michael Jackson thing. He like tries to be, and it's like it's not everybody can see you trying to.
And he doesn't seem to know any better. He doesn't know what sucks, and he doesn't even suck yet. You know what I mean? He's not even to the point of where he sucks. He's below that.
Oh my gosh, he's not good enough to suck.
No, he doesn't even suck yet.
Right.
I know, it's pretty bad.
He's got like a vampire look to him too. Like it seems like he's.
Well, wasn't he in the Lost Boys? I think he might be playing.
I
up
love
on
that movie.
Shit.
Yeah,
it's a good movie.
Mm-hmm.
And then he said that he'd been violated, and like he was one of the first ones to kind of say something. But then he
said he was going to tell all the names and shit, and he never did.
Yeah,
That's weird too. He was trying to sell a movie or something, and then they did something. It got definitely weird. Yeah, but I do believe he was a victim. But I don't know.
But he's a comeback king, though. You see.
You gotta come back before you can have a song called The Comeback King. You're like, I'm trying to come back. And
man, he's lucky I'm not his agent or something, because I'd be like, you gotta sit down, man. We gotta talk. We're gonna have a long talk, okay? Because you don't even suck yet.
True. Those are other movies.
Oh, Linquid said it was Goonies and Stand By Me.
Yeah, more movies he was in. He was also in Lost Boys. He was in a lot of movies, like for a while. And then it was like
he was in Friday the 13th Part 2. He was in a whole lot of stuff, man.
Well, for a while it was the two Coreys, Corey Haim and Corey Feldman.
Yeah, I felt sorry for both of them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. There was an episode, and a lot of people know this. And it's like a lot of people revisited, made videos out of it and stuff. They were like on a show like Big Brother or something like this, and they had this heart-to-heart moment about when they each were, and he's like mad at Feldman for not doing. He's like, "Don't you know I was being molested at the same time. And this was on TV. Like this was out there. It's like it was just kind of like it really was an open secret.
I saw that.
you know?
It was like a reality show or something. The two Corys, wasn't that what it was called?
Yeah.
Maybe so.
Yes. I remember that now.
And Corey Haim was in that movie Silver Bullet. That was a good movie. The werewolf movie. Where he was in a wheelchair. Yeah, that was a good one. Had Gary Busey in it.
Hey, Tennessee Rich Runner. Yeah.
Yeah, Al Bundy's right. Feldman is a desperate distraction.
But he sucks.
Well, and he's not in any movies or doing anything that we know of, unless he's producing or something.
I doubt that.
Yeah, I don't know of anything either that he's involved in.
Maybe he's just trying to stay relevant, and maybe it's all an internet thing so he can make some money off the internet.
Totally could be.
Well, he did do one thing that was pretty cool. And this is in the last few months. He came out with a guitar and he did this ridiculous guitar solo that was, you could tell he don't know how to play a guitar. He was just doing a lot of really fast trills and stuff, but he didn't know what he was doing. And he ended up on a talk show later on, and they asked him about it. He goes, that was like a troll, man. Everybody knows I don't know how to play, So it was a good troll. It's pretty good. I mean, he was honest about it. He said, I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he's. Oh, go ahead, Virginia. Sorry.
I think he did a reality show, like, if I'm not mistaken, reality TV, because he has like this alternative lifestyle where he lives with a bunch of bitches. Kind of like
the
I remember some of that.
He calls them the Angels.
Yeah, Corey's Angels. That's what it was. Yep.
It got bad though. Then they tried to want to sue him, and he just became one of them, kind of. It got weird, right? He wanted them walking around in lingerie and a bunch of weird, he was
and
trying
wings
to
on and shit. They had wings on and little halos.
Yeah. He was trying to be like Hefner, he thought. He just doesn't know how to be himself, I suppose. And
that's
been going on for a while. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I don't feel bad anymore. I forgot about that weirdo phase he went through too. Now I'm back to not feeling bad. So I don't know where I ran into it. A lot of people know who Ian Carroll is. I have just been hearing him and seeing him. I think it was Roseanne. They got into like a Twitter feud, and then she had him on. Well, then I ran into him again.
Oh yeah, Ian. Okay.
Yeah. I do know a lot about. I don't know much about him other than I enjoyed listening to
him for a couple of years. Yeah, he's changed a lot lately. To just saying, I've just noticed something's different in him.
Well, once again, about the collective, they're talking about all the stuff we're talking about. Like, I mean, I guess it's not that odd, but it's just funny. We're all talking about the same thing. They're talking about Jonathan Odie and the Boulay and all the things. It's like really weird. I'm like, everywhere I look, it's like, we talk about it in our little internet world, and then the stars and the podcasters do interviews, and everybody's talking about the same freaking thing. It's nuts. Like, we're not that interesting. I guess we need to I feel like we need to come up with some new information or something, because it's all the same. I mean, but honestly, I feel like the stuff that we've been talking about and that's been going on is more interesting than really any other time frame I can remember. All the Epstein and the Diddy and the different things that are just going on politically, and just like so much to talk about lately. And I feel like we're more aware of things than we would have been a long time ago. We have more access to like news art, like stuff's coming at you from all angles, really. Pretty crazy.
Well, none of us are NPCs either. See, that's the thing. We found each other, and we know we're not NPCs, but a lot of people around us, even on the internet, the real world, we know they're NPCs.
Yep.
Player characters in the back of our movies, our life movies. Yeah.
Did you guys see where after Trump punked that president from South Africa, that all the news agencies, all of the 3-letter ABC, NBC, MSNBC, all of those use the word ambush
Oh
You
my
know,
God. Like the
Trump
Mockingbird
ambush.
media.
They showed like a dozen of them, you know, real quick. Every single one of them said ambush, you know, ambush, ambush.
Mm.
How do they all communicate like that? They all end up saying the exact same thing.
It's on purpose. Yeah, I believe that 100%. What is it? There's a name for it. Yeah.
There is a name for it. I don't know.
Mockingbird media, some people say, but also, I don't know, whatever. It is true. I don't look to the news for what's that, 10?
They've done that with COVID and some other things where they would catch the recording of all these different broadcasts repeating the same thing.
Same exact thing. Like one guy's writing it and sends it out to all of them, and they just repeat whatever.
That one
guy's
that
saying.
everybody's seen, like one part's like it's a threat to our democracy or something like that is part of it.
Oh, and the other one was existential. Remember that was a big one. Existential threat.
Yeah, it gets old.
Or
man.
an anomaly that we've had a lot of anomalies lately. I hate that word, anomaly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, and it's like certain words they get used so much they're not even true anymore. Like I used to, for me, for the longest time, everything was epic. It's so epic, and it's like you want to be like, well, if it was that can't be epic because you just said that pair of jeans was epic, so you've taken all the epicness away from epic. You know what I mean? Certain words.
The one that pissed me off was diva, because a diva, there's supposedly, I mean, there should be only like a handful of real divas in the world, and they are opera singers. But now anything is a diva. You know, I fucking hate that shit, man.
Yeah, just certain ones just get overdone. And it is what it is. So this is something we've all seen. It's not even a minute, but it's a montage of the different things that Jonathan Odie has said. Because once again, it's coming from Candace's thing with Ian, and they're talking about it. So they just threw it up, and I just
Does he have clothes on this time?
He's in that hospital gown.
Okay.
But it's the way they just basically clipped it for all the good stuff. It's like I said, about a minute.
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call himself these days. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boulay.
Listing your vacation rentals on Booking.com opens the door to more guests. Like this.
I'm trying to at least mute when they, and then I come back.
The Boulay is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
I had settlement with Sean, okay? And he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land all the contracts. It's his attorneys. I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because when they would do it, Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with people and stuff. And I was like a sex slave. The hip hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs all over the United States. You need to involve the DEA. They move all the dope. Okay, all the dope on private jets, which don't get sold by
customs,
by DEA, inside the United States.
So everything he's saying about the relationship between Diddy and Cassie ended up being verified and true and sounded insane at that time. He also says that Diddy's a member of the Black Illuminati and that he would hear him on the phone discussing matters. And the biggest thing is saying that there's a hip hop agenda, and essentially they create these guys and enrich them, because really what they're doing, and in further parts of this video on behalf of the feds, is that,
to be honest, this part explained what he was saying better, because he has that strong accent. And I mean, it's a lot. And they kind of talk about it. It kind of was like way better to understand the way she explained it. Yeah, I guess that is kind of what he was saying. But it makes, she does it in a more coherent way, you know, when she explains it.
they're moving drugs throughout the United States.
Yeah, that they're trafficking. He implies very large amounts of drugs.
Allegedly.
I would assume bricks and bricks and bricks of drugs on their private jets. And that got me thinking. And I started looking up which celebrities own private jets and how far can their private jets fly. And a lot of them do own private jets. Jay-Z's private jet is like famous or noteworthy because it has a very long range, so it can fly international, intercontinental. And so that's interesting, because when you do start to look into how private jets get treated at airports and stuff like that, I mean, I'm no expert. I've never been to these private jets, but there's a lot of loopholes that are available, and you could definitely imagine that being a pretty smart way to do such a thing.
Right.
Yeah, we have a lot of history of both the feds and, you know, say organized crime that works in the music industry, trafficking drugs.
And I've never really quite understood why Diddy's fame has lasted this long, why he is so wealthy, how he's doing all of these extravagant things. Like genuinely, I've never really quite understood it. And it's just interesting because when three things that seem so crazy end up fact checking true, he also mentioned in this, we didn't show this clip, but he mentions pink cocaine.
Yeah.
At that time, no one knew what he was talking about.
Right.
Suddenly, Lil Rod's lawsuit is speaking about that exact same drug that he's saying is a combination of all sorts of drugs like MDMA and cocaine. And again, all this is allegedly, but he says that essentially that's what Diddy is giving out at these parties that has people that is so high, rather. And then another piece of this, which we didn't show, which he said at that time in terms of saving Trump, was he says that he saw in the Illuminati card deck that they were going to try to assassinate Trump. Again, what year was this that Jonathan Odie was arrested?
That was 2018.
So yeah, they go, it's a long one, but they're so talking about all the things we're talking about, like the Jonathan Odies and all that.
Well, if they're doing that, flying it from state to state, then it's not like part of the RICO thing because there's more than one state involved or something, went over state lines or
they're doing that with taking women and with the rugs. Yeah. Because they take women over too and traffic and fly them. And a lot of people don't consider that. But
is that guy gonna get to testify?
Odie, they haven't named him yet. I mean, it is really strange. There's so much more, dude. I'm telling you, I just don't. There's a lot more. So like when it comes to those civil lawsuits and stuff like that, it's like starts to make more and more sense because I keep my head down in it for so long. Things start to make sense and add up. Like people keep asking about the children. And like I played on yours about, they said it's because they don't have and nobody wants to hear it. But what if it is actually true? They don't have enough evidence. If they take it to the courts and say, this is what happened and here's what we got, they look at them and go, yeah, you can't open a case with that. But you can do a civil case with a lot less. And I don't know what it usually seems like people pay, they know they're guilty and they pay out or whatever. But I don't know, because I also have another video that I don't know if we'll get to or not. But
and Lauren's got a little comment and I never even thought about that. Lauren put Ian does remind me of Freddie Mercury. That's that's exactly who I was trying to figure out who he looked like. Okay. Well, because, I don't discount the fact that people have come back because they've shown pictures of, black and white photos of old people and then they look like people today. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And, so I'm just.
What's the one guy? Nicolas Cage and a couple of famous people. There's pictures of them that look like, or statues and the strangest stuff. And you're like, how did this happen?
Yeah. Woody Harrelson.
Strong genetic
one that's really good.
Yeah, it's wild.
Because I feel like Freddie was taken out by the industry too.
Yeah, probably. I think a lot of them were for sure.
Yeah, he definitely was sickly.
Yeah, and that was in the beginning of when Fauci was doing all that bullshit. Because Fauci was part of the research for HIV and AIDS.
Yep.
Supposedly. I think he created this shit myself. But hey, that's just hypothetical, YouTube. Don't worry, I'm crazy.
Well, you don't even hardly hear about AIDS anymore, I mean, that was such a big deal for at least 2 decades that you don't even really hear about that shit.
It's still out there.
Oh, I know it is.
Yeah, it's not really the death sentence that it used to be. There's a lot of maintenance things nowadays, but yeah, it's there.
Well, what happened with the war with Pakistan and India? That kind of fell off the cliff too. That was a big deal.
Got quiet.
What, they just make up?
I think that was just chest pounding. So because Pakistan isn't, anything to, go messing around with because they got nuclear shit, but India does too. And I don't know what their deal is over there.
Well, Pakistan is Muslim and India is Hindu. And India is a lot better off economically than Pakistan is as well. Pakistan's a shithole. You know, so I don't know. But I thought it was weird because I was really keeping up with that when it first happened, and then it, you know, just kind of went away.
Well, and remember when India and China were doing some crazy shit a few years back up in the mountains, and the Chinese accidentally attacked the Indians, and there was some
No, I don't
shit.
remember that.
Yeah, there's always been, yeah, India is like, I don't know, people are putting, I guess they want to poke the bear. I wouldn't fuck with India, and I wouldn't fuck with Modi. Modi is loved by his people, and there's a lot more of them than there are of us, just saying.
Right.
And we're
India
getting a lot
flies
of
under the radar quite a bit.
Oh, and we get a lot of medicines are going to come from there now.
Mhm.
Oh,
You
Al
know,
Bundy remembers that.
You know, it's terrible. I had a friend that he still tours the whole world. He's a real good guitar player. And him and I were talking because he grew up around here and we're actually friends. And he was telling me, man, India, at all the places, he's been all through South America, Asia. He said, India, I never want to go back there again. Do you know that 80% of the people in India and Pakistan, for that matter, 80% just crap wherever they are. If they're in the street, they just crap. They just take a dump wherever they're at. And it's everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was that movie or video we were watching, Yorga, and you were like, they need to put some cones up. You and Craig,
What?
do you remember? Oh, it was on tens, and you were like something about. Never mind. It was.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. They barricaded something off. Somebody took a dump or something.
It was much funnier at the time. It really was, because this was like live television. We were watching like a protest or something like this, and it really did kind of seem.
Just put shit happens. That's good.
Those two could just be so funny, and when they're together, they really play off each other real well, and that will get me cracking up. I'll have to mute, and because they're getting me cracking up.
Now, Jerry said Pakistan in a province wants to join India. And Jersey Joe said, yeah, it's kind of like San Francisco. They shit in the streets there too.
Man.
Yeah, I know.
Look, this is so gross, but that's what I think we were talking about this on that stream. Like I have definitely seen more than I want to, and I don't even look for them. They're just not lately, but definitely seen videos of people like in a store or doing something, and they like move themselves a certain way and like poop and like in public. And I'm like, at least 4 or 5 different videos randomly just popping up in my feed, some gross stuff. And it's like at a grocery store or something. And I'm like, I don't know. I think we were talking about this.
It wasn't me, was it?
No, it wasn't anybody I've ever known, thank God.
It's
But
called
I'm
a fart with a lump in it.
It's so
Hey, did y'all see the one? And I just saw this the other day, and I'd never seen it before, where Biden was being interviewed by some woman. And it was just him and her, and she asked him a question, and he gets this weird look on his face, and he just gets up and walks away, man.
Yes,
and everybody says
hilarious.
they think he crapped himself.
Oh yeah, I just saw that. I actually just saw that for the first time the other day.
Yeah,
and
I've never seen it before until like the other day ago. I went,
Benny
yeah, he made a poopy.
I know you watch Benny Johnson sometimes too. It may have been, I might have seen that on a Benny Johnson, maybe.
Maybe that's what it was. I can't remember, but yeah, he,
Mary Freeland says they shit in one hand and they eat with the other.
Gross.
So,
Gross.
You just got to know which one they eat with when you do the handshake.
They don't care. They don't care.
Mm-hmm.
It's all good to them.
Okay, real quick, like a real short one, y'all. This is something that when she said it really got to me. Have y'all ever heard the theory that Tupac lives in Cuba? He's still alive. I know. All right, this is not even a full minute, but they talk about how that's the only thing that has not been verified that Odie casually said. I did not catch that, but I'm going to let them tell you about it for like real.
What's really fun about that interview is that it's pretty clear from his, when you listen to the whole thing a couple times because of his crazy accent, it's hard to tell, but it's clear that he details very specific things about his encounters with Diddy and Cassie. He's clearly remembering actual.
I agree with him about this too. This is a good point, but they'll get to the other part. But I actually do agree with him because he does something. he definitely talks about research. So he's
Well, that's-
right.
especially now that we have confirmation that he's not entirely crazy. But then there's also an element where he says a few times that he also did research online to sort of put things together. Because some things he's talking about how I overheard it on the phone, I overheard it while I was there, and other things it's sort of more like I figured this out, or I pieced this together. And so there's an element that's really fun in my mind of tinfoil, where it's like I presume that part of what he says in that interview is actual experiences that he had, and part of it is him sort of piecing things together from online, like 4chan style research. And you don't necessarily know which is which, but we're starting to get a pick, like we're starting to get confirmations of some of them,
Right.
and other ones seem more plausible, and other ones are more like, I don't know.
He also casually says in his interview that Tupac is still alive
Yeah.
and he's in Cuba.
Drops it out of nowhere.
And that's been a major conspiracy that Tupac's still alive. I've never looked into that one. I just
Yeah,
want to
I
be very
haven't either.
clear. But because I'm going back and I'm thinking it's just strange that everything this man said, or too much of what he said, has fact checked true, which seems so bizarre. Another very bizarre claim he made that Tupac's alive, he's in Cuba, and he's just like chilling and saying that. It just kind of gets you thinking about
all sorts of other things.
What is reality?
All sorts of other things.
What is reality?
I also, while we're on,
I wouldn't doubt it because we can't go to Cuba, so we can't go down and check it out.
The only thing I don't know, there was a lot of weird stuff because I was like really young. I just remember this. And like one of the things was like there was this video in another country, and there was a guy in the back of the car who looked just like Tupac. And I mean, it's still out there. I could if I dug for it, I could find it, but it's like, you know, it doesn't prove anything. It could be just another guy that looks like him. It was just really weird. And everybody is like, that's him, you know, he's still alive. And I don't know. A lot of people say, well, he couldn't be alive because he would have to talk. He would have to get media attention or whatever. But I don't know. I just thought it was funny because they're right. Everything else he said, it did sound crazy. And everybody just thought he was a crazy guy. And then it turned out most of it was true. So it kind of make you revisit it like, well, shit, maybe that part's true too. That might have been what he looked up online.
I think there's some people that were supposedly dead that did not die. I really think Elvis, he was my first love as a teenager looking into that. And I'm like, oh, he didn't die. If you kind of get into that rabbit hole. But I could see it with Tupac. I could see it with Michael. I could see it with Diana. I could see it with a lot of people. Who knows? You know, I mean, even in some of the documents that have been released, the most interesting thing to come out of the Kennedy file, in my opinion, was that Hitler did indeed live in Argentina for 20 years. That was the most interesting thing in the whole thing, you know?
Yep.
They're finally admitting
Sure,
it. because
Hitler did escape. I'm pretty sure of that.
What life?
Yeah, that whole he died of syphilis in a bunker bullshit.
No, who, Hitler? No, supposedly he committed suicide. And then they found a piece of the skull, and it found out it was a woman.
Yep.
But wasn't he supposed to have syphilis too? And that's what they claimed why he went crazy.
You know, something else that was rampant in the German party and army was meth.
Yep.
They gave out meth to the soldiers, and supposedly Hitler was all methed out.
Yep. You can find pictures online from World War II of amphetamine tins, like little.
Yeah.
Like they would give them to them in like I don't know if it was in their rations or their MRE or whatever, but it was like this little.
Yeah.
It
They all
looked
had.
like Altoids looking thing. And yeah.
Because he'd fight. I'd fight like hell if I was on grit. You know what I mean? That's what we call it, grit. Makes your teeth grit. Yeah, oh God, I'd fight for days on that shit. There's a story of one of the German soldiers that took too much of that shit. He got lost in the war.
Yeah.
You know, and just there's a whole video on that, on what happened to him for like 3 days. You know.
Yeah. The doctors broke his mind, but I can attest that I know people that in recent years in the military, and they still do this training. They're trying to figure out how to keep people awake for a week at a time to be at a post or do something, you know, and they might use things like Adderall now or something like that, you know, but they will push them and figure out how far you can push them, like how many days and what, different personalities work with it, what the doses are, how, it's still happening.
I think all kind of stuff happened for sure in different places, like mental institutions where people didn't have anybody looking out for them, orphanages, places where there was nobody to tell, and they pick and choose. They're not dumb when they do the mind control experiments. I mean, I think they may have done them to Manson, the cult leader Manson. Yeah, yeah, that one. I got a minute also of them. Do you guys know anything about the boule, the black boule? Very much.
Yep.
So I don't know a lot. I know idea. One of the things they said here was brand new news to me, and I'm probably way behind. And it's all in layman's, but like I said, it's like 1 minute long. They talk about it. I didn't know this part.
Black boule thing that Jonathan
Could you
already
describe, by
brings
the
up
way,
black
because when
boule.
you actually brought up the black boule, I had no idea what that was.
I don't know a lot about it, and I think that there's a lot of versions of it. It's like I think the conspiracy, it's like Vatican conspiracies go all sorts of directions. The Jew conspiracies go all sorts of directions, and the black boule, I think the understanding is that it traces back to like the black nobility and one of the royal families.
I think there might be a Wikipedia.
Yeah, there is, and so it
Seeking help is a sign of strength.
I keep skipping around too much, so they keep punishing me with these stupid ads.
modern times, there's lots of different takes on it, but the theory is that you sell out your own. And so the black boule, my understanding is that they are sort of the black people that sell out the other black people on behalf of, the Illuminati or the guys controlling the world. And LeBron James does have a gigantic back tattoo of the crest, like the symbol itself of the black boule. Very, very literally the exact image.
Well,
or it's his chest, I think. It's
I
like
think it's on his
huge,
chest. I think I saw that
huge.
in your video.
Kinda
And
weird.
so that's interesting that he's saying he's a member of this, especially as we're now learning so much about what took place at these Diddy.
So I never knew. I knew it was like a black Illuminati is how people explained it to me.
Right.
But I never knew like they sold each other out. Like that's a whole nother layer.
White Life's got a good definition of it. Because apparently Kamala Harris was a part of a female black boule Sigma, one of those, fraternity things. But the thing is she's not black. She's Indian. I don't know how she got into a black sorority, but I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Another thing. Oh shoot. I'm sorry. Another thing that you and me were talking about 10 another time about those lawsuits and how the powerful names were taken off. They actually they have a little short bit on here, these two talking. And that's what I said, all the same conversation. It's kind of trippy. There was a longer clip that was like a few minutes, several minutes, and they actually brought up Christina Koram and Universal Music Execs, and now all of a sudden I keep hearing the name Lucian Grange.
Oh yeah.
See, I didn't really know that guy, and I'm seeing now how these bigger guys, they're going to get let off. So I'm skipping over all that. I just want to show you this one part. It's like a minute that talks about powerful people being taken off of the lawsuit and stuff. And I'm like, it's funny because, I thought, I don't know. It's like, I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to all these littler details. And it's like kind of tricky how they do things. But, some
And
people.
Jay's doing good. It was his mother-in-law that was having the problems the other night. She's stable now. So I'm going to make sure I got that question from chat. Sorry.
That's okay.
That a powerful person would be taken off a lawsuit just because powerful people can get their names, protected. But in this case, like Lucian Grange would be a star witness in any regard, even if he wasn't guilty. He would so they don't want any kind of scrutiny. They don't want anyone looking at Lucian. They don't want anyone looking at Christina. And in Lil Rod's lawsuit, he names the guy that was in charge of Diddy's computer system. He names the guy that was his tech guy that was in charge of all the cameras. And no one's ever spoken about him since. He's just gone.
So I do want to encourage people, because I do view this, and I want to be careful here. I view this as a show trial.
Yeah.
Because most people are just looking at the names, looking at the insanity of the stories, of the things, and I can say this, like a lot of urination was involved in what they were into. And it's so crazy on its face to think that these A-listers are involved in all of this stuff. that people are not going to go back and look at the genesis of this lawsuit. They're not going to read through what Little Rod put.
That's all they want you to focus on.
All they want you to focus on is the names, or they're bringing up Justin Bieber. He says he's not involved. You know, she's saying this person, this person, this person. You guys have to go back to the beginning and read, because then you will realize, if you read Little Rod's lawsuit, and you should read it front to back, okay? Because everything thus far that he has claimed as an allegation is checking out to be true in the courtroom. And people laughed at his lawsuit when it first came out. And I was like, I said to Piers Morgan, he's getting arrested. Oh, there's no way around this. There's too much video evidence. Little Rod has this video evidence, but there are some major dogs that are not barking here. And
and they're all the most important ones. Yeah. And we didn't mention Fahim Muhammad, who would be a pretty interesting dog to put on the stand, because Fahim Muhammad was one of the first people that we connected over. One of us made a video about him, and then the other one,
I copied you.
Right. And then that was the first time that that we kind of started interacting on content, and that rabbit hole started to go pretty deep.
Yeah, that's another one. Actually, which I had no idea on. That's why I really, she's growing on me, because she goes down these rabbit holes too. And like, I don't know, she's just, most of the people that do stuff like that or share anything like that, they don't do the rabbit holes. You know, they just kind of stay on the surface and everything. But she really gets down in the rabbit hole. Because that Fahim Mahid or whatever, turns out he was the head of Michael Jackson's security too. Like, what are the odds? And they go talking about some of this stuff and how these powerful people kind of keep connecting with each other. It's pretty daggone creepy. I said I was going to quit saying that word because Billy keeps making fun of me when I say it.
What, daggone or creepy?
Yeah, daggone, anything like that, any country variation of that I don't even. I said, when people say that, they're trying not to cuss, right? Because I couldn't say it anymore.
We use daggone it here too.
Yeah, you try not to be rude. You're only half cussing. The kid cuss word. All right, I'm going to go ahead and play this because I'm going to screw it up trying to explain it about this Fahim Mahmood or whatever the heck. The connections are weird. And like I said, the whole Michael Jackson thing, like I think there was a whole lot going on there too. And I don't know exactly. He definitely bragged about taking ownership of most of Sony. And it's like, funny how he was bragging about that, but he didn't. Who got the last laugh? Sony. It's terrible. And also Prince. But yeah.
One of us made a video about him, and then
the
other
did.
one,
I copied you.
Right? And then that was the first time that that we kind of started interacting on content, and that rabbit hole started to go pretty deep. And I actually then
explain to them, because most people might not be aware.
Yeah. So Fahim Muhammad, Diddy's head of security, is named in this lawsuit, and he's named in this lawsuit as kind of the fixer, the guy that makes things.
So he's Diddy's head of security, but he's also was Michael Jackson's, and he's like could have possibly been responsible for Michael's death. Like it goes deep, but like I don't know.
Go away, which is already pretty suspicious. And then
the guy that makes things, I think he's like the guy in Pulp Fiction, right? Comes and cleans up so it doesn't look like people were, I think that's pretty much what this guy's job is. And he just happened to be there when Michael died or something. They're gonna talk about
one of my followers commented in my comment section that, hey, that dude was Michael Jackson's head of security. So I started digging into that, and that's absolutely true. And when you do the math, Michael Jackson's head of security, Fahim Muhammad, also Diddy's head of security, he graduated college like 1 year before Michael Jackson died in his care as his head of security.
One
and
of two people that was there. It was the doctor,
second on the scene,
and it was him.
And he graduated with a business and marketing degree with a specialty in real estate, which does not sound like head of security material to me. And then another researcher found out that he owns a whole bunch of land through his real estate company right on the border of Mexico. And there's actually local news television footage of him. Like he gave a gift to his son of 40 acres of this land when his son turned 13. And there's local news station footage of him taking the newscaster around the land. And like, they're like talking how they go out there all the time and have a good time. And the border wall is right there in the TV shot. And it's unreal just to think like how, like, excuse me, this is during Biden's presidency. This is when people are jumping over that border like crazy, when there's all kinds of stuff going on that border. That's not the kind of land that you want to own as a real estate development company.
And then just to connect the dot as well as when he's mentioning a Little Rod lawsuit as the fixer, to show you how extreme what he's being accused of is essentially he's the guy you call if you shoot somebody.
Yeah.
He intimates the scene in the lawsuit, Little Rod, where Diddy allegedly and his son allegedly shoot some guy in a bathroom. Little Rod is as this guy is bleeding out, cleaning up, trying to help this guy. He's very close or just outside of the bathroom. Little Rod might have been in the bathroom. And he knows that after Diddy and his son come up and shoot this guy, he's trying to apply pressure to the wound. And they know that you have to call this guy, and he'll get the correct person over at LAPD to come over, and they'll tell a lie. And he says that the next day the press ran a story that there was a drive-by shooting. He's like, that's not what happened at all. And it made me really think about the book Chaos that so many people on my podcast have listened to and watched. Have listened to, and it's describing a corrupt LAPD.
I don't know what that page is there.
with
Mhm.
feds that are involved and know how to disappear certain things. And we know that to be factually true based on the Charles Manson murders. So this makes me super uncomfortable. Why is this man not being brought to heel? Why do we not have this individual taking the stand and answering questions?
Yeah.
So many people, like they said, that Christina Coram or whatever, it's because they don't want to risk. I mean, if they're so innocent, they could even just say it was all him, but they're just not coming at all. And that's, I don't know. They say the reason with the civil versus the federal is because there's more evidence, but I kind of wonder if it's because they don't like, it depends on who the person is. Like if it's Diddy, okay, it can go to the court, but if it's about, some of these other people that aren't in the trial, then they don't want to put them in the courtroom almost. I don't know. It's just kind of crazy.
Good night, Lisa Anderson.
Good night.
I got to tap out, Cola. I'm super tired.
Well, thanks for hanging out. Have a good
All right,
night.
Jen.
Yeah, you guys stay and have fun with her. And yeah, love you guys. Good night.
All right,
Good
love
night.
you too, Jen. See you.
I think, Cola, what makes it complicated in the Diddy situation and Bieber is that, and even with Usher up in there, some people started out as victims and ended up turning into a perpetrator. And that makes it really complicated, for if they come out as a victim, well, the defense is going to be like, well, but you did this and you did that. So that's where the blackmail aspect comes in. Maybe they can't, or they're choosing not to participate because of that, because there's the same people involved over time. Even this bodyguard security guy you're talking about, there's handlers out there that make sure it all goes the way they want it to, like that,
Mm-hmm. That's pretty nuts, man. There's a lot. And not everything, I don't know. I'm starting to question almost everybody anymore, because even people that I was listening to that I thought were just, truth tellers. What's up, Bonnie? What'd you say, Bonnie?
I said, that's good. Question everything.
I'm starting to, because I'm looking for something right now, and I'll give you a perfect example. I mean, and the thing is, I'm so open-minded. Even if I think I will still listen to something they'll say on something else. I don't know if that makes sense. With a grain of salt, but I don't know. No, I know I put that over here.
Al's trying to turn me on.
What's that?
I'm joking. Nothing.
Oh, Jerry, the system is so rude.
On the other hand, it's one of the people that pretty much, I just don't know, kind of blew my mind, is actually one of the people I have on the reel. I was actually feeling bad about having her on the reels, to make fun of her and stuff, but I don't anymore because she's probably kind of an awful person. And I don't know which version of her is real. And I know a lot of people don't even know who she is. I know you probably do. Probably a lot of people do. Know who Jaguar Wright is. And so yeah, I got all these things to make, and I was kind of felt bad, and I hardly ever did it because she was being crazy. But what do we got? Hold on, let me see. I forget what she said. They're all pretty crazy. Well, the YouTube thing. And it's kind of funny because she's doing it. I like the trolls one, but I haven't had a lot of trolls. I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong, but
There's
this is
some
pretty.
trolls in this house. There's some trolls in this house. If you
And she gets all into it, but it's crazy. And then she does this one was pretty funny too with the cash apping. These were her lives, and this chick used to kind of somewhat be somebody, but she.
and here we go. Silver gray hair.
I don't even want to do it. She goes on and sings, and she's making fun of somebody, but she's just kind of a strange person. But I thought that she was still trying to tell the truth, and tell on all the bad people and everything. It's more like she's just always gossiping. And then there's this whole thing with her and Allie Carter, which is a whole other thing. But this is a lot of stuff she said out her own mouth. And she was at the Diddy trial, which also, if she's like on the wrong side of it, like here, this clip does have her there. And I just think she's like full of shit, really. I don't know. She seems so fake. And it's only a real short. Let's listen how she talks and how fake she acts.
And what will this mean for the music industry? Will this be like a downfall for it?
Well, I hope it's the end of an era that has brought nothing but pain. At the end of the day, music should be cruelty-free. That's my company. That's what I stand for. Cruelty-free artistry.
Oh, really? Isn't this you though, Jay?
Yeah, it is too. Hold on. That what he does at first is a really short one. This is the longer version of it. Shoot.
They're all about cruelty-free artistry, and yet
the first time I seen a girl take $200 after 15 dudes had ran through her after they drugged her, and she had no idea. She didn't even know that she screamed most of the time. That's how insanely drunk and intoxicated and drugged she was. She didn't even realize she had been. All she kept saying is, "Do you know where I can get a hot cup of tea? My throat is so hoarse." And she took the $200 and signed a non-disclosure agreement for that kind of abuse.
Ugh. But that's just her talking about it. That's not the one. She speaks about her role in things, which is really the worst part. And then, so then there's the civil lawsuit where this girl it sounds like the girl she's talking about in her story she's talking about is this girl in this lawsuit. And that's pretty nuts. Like, you know? But well, you don't because you haven't heard it here.
The one thing that I hate most about this case is that a lot of the records that people love were born of silent and secret pain that was covered up by corruption and money, and that needs to end.
like the time you were in charge of paying a girl $200 to stay quiet after she'd been drugged and brutalized.
And do you, what kind of witnesses, what kind of celebrities do you think we're going to see?
This is just not what I thought. There's a certain place I'm looking for. I don't know if I'm gonna, should be right here, I think.
As witnesses? Expect everyone that you didn't think would be there. That's what I will say. A lot of people keep betting on a lot of things. This is a federal case. They are taking this very seriously.
She always acts like she knows everything.
Who should be nervous? I mean, like
everyone. Everyone should be nervous. Everyone.
Like,
she's just something else.
I used to get money.
Here it is.
For girls after they would run through and run trains on them. And they would give me a certain amount of money, and I had to make deals with them to not go to the police and to sign non-disclosure agreements.
Co-conspirator.
I got a stack of NDAs at the top of every week and $5,000 in cash. And this is back in the 90s. $5,000 was a little bit of money, but it wasn't a lot of money. I got a stack of NDAs and $5,000. And they told me whatever I didn't pay out, I could keep. The first time I seen a girl take $200 after 15 dudes had ran through her after they drugged her, and she had no idea. She didn't even know that she screamed most of the time. That's how insanely drunk and intoxicated and drugged she was. She didn't even realize she had been. All she kept saying is, "Do you know where I can get a hot cup of tea? My throat is so hoarse." And she took the $200 and signed a non-disclosure agreement for that kind of abuse. Now, when I quit, it was when the white girl came to me to negotiate. And I said, "How about we start with $500? She said, "How about I know they give you at least $5,000 for this? Tell them they're going to have to come to the table with more money if they want me to sign off on this paper." The white girl, turned out she was pre-law. She was in college studying pre-law. She knew all about it. And she walked away with $25,000 that night. And guess what?
Which gives you the
Shoot. This isn't even the same video anymore. I'm sorry, y'all. Anyway, you get the idea. It's pretty freaking crazy that she kind of brags about it and talks about it. So, but then she turns around and says, "Oh, she's fighting for everybody," and it's like Chat said, two-faced. Yep.
Yeah, it makes me think that all those interviews she was doing and, hey, I'm going to bring you the truth, she was just garnering for sympathy, because that was disgusting what she just said right there.
It's pretty bad.
That's horrible.
But the thing is, like, okay, see, I go back and forth. Because it was a long time ago. I'm not saying it was right, but she definitely always came out saying she was guilty too. She was some kind of dominatrix and all this. So I feel like she probably went from being the girl to driving the girl. Not that it makes it right. I'm just saying she never claimed to be squeaky clean. This, and she obviously she tells all, she's on every platform and she tells a lot of stuff. So like that, she puts her own dirt out there. Like what she just said, she admitted to. She also I didn't want to get into it and try to decipher it but she definitely kind of admitted to kind of trying to create a narrative about Allie Carter, and it's really strange. It's like, first of all, I think maybe someone filmed her on something that was like members only or in a backstage or something, because it's just nuts though. It's like, God, I mean, she was like proud of herself for creating a narrative that worked and causing this and she's like, oh, she shouldn't have lied about Tupac being her father or something. And it's just like, what the hell? Cat Williams supports her as well. Allie Carter or Jaguar? I don't know. Yeah, Billy. Billy can't stand some Jaguar, right? I can't believe I knocked the whole video out. I don't remember if there's anything else important on here or not. I don't even know what this. Oh, the whole thing about the pipe bomber and the J6. I mean, that's a whole nother. Benny Johnson does. Did you see that, Yorga? From Benny Johnson?
I'm sorry, what? I was in the other room real quick. Did I see what?
They talking about the pipe bomber and going after them, the J6 and all those things, like trying to.
I've heard about it, but I didn't see anything. No.
Maybe I'll look that up in a second. I didn't mean to go there. It just kind of, I backed all the way out of that other video. I mean, it is pretty. She's an awful. I mean, I hate to say that about anybody, but that was awful. It was just awful. It's like she's bragging. And the way I took it to understand it was like she gets this large sum of money and whatever these girls will take, and then she gets to keep the rest. So she's not only doing that, but she's trying to short them too. Like this, that's just, it's hard to hear and think you're a bad person, lady. No two ways about that.
That's what I'm saying. And undercutting them. And she just was a little bit too calm and unemotional, saying, you know, some girl that just got ran through by 15 dudes and didn't even know, and was screaming, but didn't even know she was screaming. Come on, man.
Yeah,
that's criminal.
To share that information. Well, that's what was on the rest of that video, and then like I said, it's kind of dark anyway. But it goes in. They go through the civil report of a young girl who kind of it's, you know what, you can't see her. She's sitting in a dark room, but she describes the guys sitting outside, kind of still partying. She describes being on, and then she thinks they said, well, he gave her something. She's like, for some reason, she thought it was a plan B, because they supposedly, that girl KK again tried to do some kind of, I don't know. It sounds insane, but I don't know. Like, I don't know what sounds insane. She says it all started because she was at a bar or somewhere on a video chat and said, I think you killed Tupac. This is, as crazy as it sounds, though. I mean, I can't discount anyone. I don't know what. Like this, it does. The whole story sounds crazy. I'm actually going to go find it because this is why I do it. I hate trying to describe it. And then she said, and then he said, and I think, you know what I mean? Fuck, screw that. I'd rather just get the video and let her tell you. You know what I mean? But I know it's a lot of stuff, a lot of different avenues. Okay. Ashley Parham was the girl. I guess the problem is I'm not sure. I think it was right here. I'm gonna look for it. It's only like about, because it's directly, it's like I've got it right where she starts talking, and ended as soon as she's done. So let's see. Hopefully, anyways. Actually, this is a couple minutes early, but oh well. All right. Because I love this channel, by the way. He's a really good guy. I mean, I don't know him, but as far as being over there when he does stuff.
Months after putting her name on a highly explicit, exhaustively detailed court filing, Ashley Parham has decided to go
started a
on
little
national
early.
television and answer questions about it. She asked us if we could conceal her face, and we agreed. She also wanted to be joined by her attorney, Ariel Mitchell. Here's our conversation. Ashley and Ariel, thank you very much for doing this. I know this is extremely sensitive. I'll ask the questions best I can, and I'll challenge the best I can, understanding that this is delicate information. With that in mind, Ashley, can you tell me how you first even came into contact and came to know Sean Combs?
I met a man named Shane Pierce at the bar, and outside of the bar, he had Sean Combs on a FaceTime phone call, and he overheard me saying I wasn't impressed by him and wasn't a fan, and that I thought he killed Tupac. And
do you believe that that's what started all of this, that perhaps Sean Combs had a grudge, just hearing that you believed he...
Okay. All right. I'm sorry to stop this, but hear me out. If you were going to make up something, I feel like it wouldn't sound like this story. I feel like you would try to make it sound more, but this stuff is so outlandish that it's like, why would you make this story? Oh, I was just talking about Tupac, and then he saw me on a fan, and then he shows that you're the rest of the story. I just feel like if you were going to make something up, it would be more like somewhere backstage or at a party or something that just sounds more believable. This shit is so out there. I believe her. It's crazy, but and her voice too. She's always crackling and shaking, and I think this girl's telling the truth. But how do we know? They tell you that this is where I got the theory on. Like it started to make more sense about the criminal versus civil because at the end of what you'll hear it, and we'll talk about it I'll just go ahead and play it. You'll hear what I'll explain it once she says it at the end.
Was Tupac's killer?
yeah, I think that's what started it. Because that's when he threatened me that he was going to come after me. And he threatened he was going to eat my face, so I didn't take him seriously. I just thought he was a bizarre human being.
At what point did you come into actual physical contact? Did you see him face to face for the first time? What were the circumstances?
It was when Shane Pierce had called me and he claimed he wasn't feeling well from his cancer treatment and he needed help opening his medication. So I went over there to help him out, and it turned out he was just fine and he didn't need my help. It was weird. He wanted to show me his new car, and he took me on a short drive around the Renda Hills, and then we got back to his little bachelor pad in the house, and he offered me a glass of water, and I drank it, and I started to feel a little bit off. And then I heard a bunch of people coming down the stairs, and it was Sean Combs and a whole bunch of people who just busted in the door. He said something like, "Bet you didn't think you were ever going to see me." I was just in complete shock and frozen. He had Christina Coram. He ordered her to...
There's that chick's name again. She's everywhere. I'm starting to believe it. Like,
insert a copper IUD.
There it
But
is.
luckily, it deployed before.
This is what I was talking about. A copper IUD. Like, it doesn't even sound real. But this is what she says they did.
She could actually get it in me, like inside the cervix, and that's when Sean Combs got extremely angry and he grabbed the TV remote and sexually assaulted me. The knife that Sean Combs had put against my face earlier, where he wanted to cut my face, and Christina Coram told him that it wouldn't be good for human trafficking me. The clients wouldn't.
The Glasgow Smile. This is, I remember reading this on paper, but I've never heard her speak till just recently here. And she said he was going to give her a Glasgow Smile, and Christina Coram told him, "No, that won't work out good," supposedly. But yeah, I don't know exactly where this ends. Maybe about 18. Where are we? Almost there, I think.
Like it. I found that knife because they had left it in there. So I tried to hide it on my left side underneath partially of the t-shirt. And I stepped outside, and that's right where the bodyguard with a gun.
This is why, okay, this is the other thing. All the things she alleges would be so good for the RICO, but she's not in the RICO. She's only in a lawsuit. Here's the bodyguard, Christina Coram, all these big names. And I think maybe that's why they're not able, they don't want those people to go down. They would, and they're taking the big names off of them. That's what Candace and them were saying. And this is there's so many of them. This is a different one than what they were talking about.
And they told me to sit down. So I sat down on this makeshift bench out of buckets and a plywood. I just had to sit there and just kind of listen to Sean Combs brag about what he did to me and that he's gotten away with more serious crimes and no one would believe me. And he mentioned Tupac and
to be clear, this is outside now. This is in the backyard. You have now moved out towards the backyard where they are all sitting outside.
Yeah, they were all in the backyard sitting outside just having fun with each other, like, and they were smoking and drinking like it was just a normal day for them.
So what happened after that?
I was sitting there on the bench and I wasn't allowed to leave. At one point, Sean Combs threw a fanny pack at me that was full of drugs, and I got angry and I threw the fanny pack into the bush. And that's when the bodyguard told me that I had messed up and to go get it. And Sean quickly said, "No, she needs to stay there. Someone else go get it."
Stop dreaming, start booking. Your next.
Wait, I want to see that commercial.
I'm just about ready to stop it. Back to it. It's a lot.
Coram and a bunch of people were just hanging out and smoking and chatting and having fun. Sean Combs turns to me and he says, "Why haven't we ever partied like this before?" And that's when I got enraged and I said, "This is not a party. You raped me." He attempted to bribe me with some amount of money and I said, "No, you raped me. I'm not going to stay silent on this."
And I just want to go back to that one detail. Sean Combs said to you that he killed Tupac or that he had Tupac killed. Which one was it?
He paid to have Tupac killed.
That's what he said in that moment in the backyard, that he had paid to have Tupac killed.
Yes, and he was bragging about it.
Right, and that he'd gotten away with it and all the crimes he's gotten away with. There's more, but we can take a break. I don't know. I don't know. I believe this girl, and I guess I'm just we're not going to probably have time to go through the Harvey Weinstein thing. That I do think that basically I'm sure that the guy's guilty of some things, but I don't think the ones that he's sitting in jail for he's actually guilty of, which is crazy. But it was in the height of the Me Too movement, and there's just like a lot more details. And Candace Owens is really digging into that now. And like I said, it's just crazy. Like they talk about the believe all victims. I don't, but I believe her. You know, she's like, there's other reasons why. We haven't gotten to the place where she actually talks about them putting IV fluids in her. Like that shit came out in the court case, but she didn't. I'm pretty sure she said this before it was said in court. So it's like, I'd never heard of this, even as a rumor. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, where did she just made this up and got lucky? Or this really happened to this girl? And these crazy mofos doing all these crazy sex things. And then lasting for days or so many hours that they use IV fluids afterwards to replenish.
I did hear about that, though. I think it might have even been an interview with Diddy's mom when she was still around, because, or around that time period or something, where they have like the banana bags and, saline IV fluids and whatever to kind of get people, because I mean, they would be so drugged and so whatever, and then they had people that would come in and hook them up to these to get them rehydrated and just try to keep them from dying.
That's insane. They were doing this outside of like the medical field. They're just like, she talks about it. She talks about how he set it down and it doesn't work down. Like, it sounds insane. But once again, I'm pretty sure she said this before that information was out. So maybe of course, it's kind of crazy. It's like what they did is so wrong and they're so callous about it. It sounds like it's impossible and all these people are complicit, but it's really, if it did happen, how would it be any different? You know what I mean? Like it's always going to sound crazy until you realize like people are just sick people. They're doing these sick things.
Yeah, she's corroborating what has been said. You know what I mean? It's consistent. What she's saying is consistent. We've heard from people here and there, even Jaguar.
I wish that I had I was better at working these clips that I use a lot, because I actually ran into some stuff with these law channels, and they were saying that when two witnesses corroborate each other's story, it's more like evidence. It's not just hearsay. If it's hearsay if one person says it, but if one person says it, then another 2 or 3 people, when they all corroborate, it becomes evidence. It becomes more stronger. And so there's something to that. Like, and I hope it's true, because that's happening in the actual federal Diddy case, back to back. Capricorn Clark, Kid Cudi, and Cassie pretty much all corroborated one another's stories. So that, to me, I feel like a lot of people are saying nothing good's happened in that case. I think all kinds of good's happening. I think that they're going to have to like mistrial it like they tried today and it didn't work. They're going to have to do something like that to get him, or get a juror paid off or something shiesty, because they're proving it, in my opinion. Everything, from what I understand, I'm not a lawyer, but I listen to all kinds, it's that I don't play one on TV, but I listen to a lot of them on YouTube, and pay attention to what they're saying. And I don't know. I hope he does get, in trouble for it. This stuff is kind of dark. I mean, I feel bad. I almost feel like I'm forcing y'all to go down this dark rabbit. But I do want you to hear where she gets to at least that part about the saline and all that stuff, because I'm sure.
Hold on. I'm sorry. I got to break in, but I've got to go nighty poo. You know what I mean?
knew it. Too much video sharing. I wish that I wish I would have
No,
waited.
it's not that. I'm sleepy, man. I normally go to bed about 1, and it's almost 2 now. So,
Well, good night. Thanks for coming. What'd you
What's
say,
that?
Bonnie?
I said I was just joking.
About what?
Your HBO. No, never mind.
Oh, yeah.
I retracted it.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, y'all take it easy, ladies, and
Love you.
have a great night. And I will see you next time around.
Good night, Jorgen. Thanks for coming up.
Take care.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. I mean, it is pretty dark. I wouldn't blame him if that was the reason why. But like I said, I hate being the one to speak for people.
And Ariel, I'll ask you to step in here. Is there a police report from that night from the Contra Costa police to indicate that they had responded to this gun complaint? And obviously, what Ashley says was a rape complaint as well.
The Contra Costa sheriff did admit that there was a complaint on March 23rd, 2018. But they claimed they investigated and it was unfounded. So all of the women who have reported alleged sexual assaults to the Contra Costa police have all had their claims investigated and unfounded. I spoke to Ashley's therapist, who informed me that she has treated several, countless women throughout the county who all reported their crimes and the sexual batteries against them to the Contra Costa Sheriff, and all of them were found to be unsubstantiated. I actually have spoken to 2 individuals, one of whom is a rape victim of Shane Pierce, who was raped by Shane Pierce 6 years before this incident happened to Ashley. She reported the crime to the police in Contra Costa, and they also unsubstantiated her claim.
It wasn't just the Contra Costa County Sheriffs that Ashley made a report to. She also reported this to the Walnut Creek Police and to the Orinda County, or the Orinda Police Department. Ariel, was there any response from those police departments?
So Orinda and Walnut Creek are city police departments, all under the umbrella of Contra Costa County. So I did reach out to them, and they directed me to go through Contra Costa County. And anybody from myself on down who have made public records requests to the county for these reports and these records have all been denied. They refuse to give us any public records that we are entitled to in relation to all of the times Ashley reported this crime to these 3 different police departments.
So I wonder if she reported it, did they do a rape kit or
Yeah, they get there. We don't. Yeah, they definitely. It's not enough, and that's where it gets to. It had to be civil. They don't say that, but like I'm thinking of all the different stuff along the way, and I'm like, hey, this is why they say that, you know. So what's this one? Enough drugs to kill a horse. Oh my gosh. Okay, so here's another spin. All right, this one's real short. I don't want to say it. I want to let them say it, but it just like I was like, oh my god, I didn't even think of that as being a reason.
Are you Austin?
Once again, they don't let you skip around. They get mad and they punish you for it. The freaking ad.
Further says she was given enough drugs to kill a horse on the night of the alleged attack. I asked her about that. Do you think that the water that you'd been offered prior to them arriving was drugged? And did you feel as though you were under any kind of influence at this point of the alleged gang attack?
Yeah, I did feel a little bit off from the water, but before they raped me, Sean Combs pulled out a bottle of what turned out to be oil, and he doused my whole body in it to the point my hands were dripping, and I couldn't push anybody away from me. And then I just slowly, like, my body started to not function properly, and I wasn't able to fight back or do anything.
So she definitely whispered to her, don't forget about the oil, which is, you know, whatever. But I never thought of it as a deterrent to, you know, keep you from being able to fight back. Like that was a good point. You would slip and slide off of people. It's kind of, I never even thought about that.
Right.
But in the case, they are saying that the only drugs found were in eye drops, not the oil, unless there's, you know, a different some time for different people, different kinds for different people.
Right. Or they could have put drugs in the drinks, or I had not thought of that before either. The oil not just being like literal lube, but that they are dousing the victims in it so that they can't even
they
I can't throw against anything. That's diabolical.
Yeah, and it makes you think like that's who would know that, but maybe she knows because she lived it. Like that was something that she was experiencing. Like I tried to push and pull and I slipped right off. Like sounds crazy, but all right. This is what they talk about putting the pill in her mouth. It's like 2 minutes ish, and then there's another part about the IV fluids. But she thinks it's Plan B because she thinks because the other thing didn't work, and I guess that's a good point. But I don't know. The other lady tries to like ask her if she thinks it's drug. I mean, really, I just kind of told you everything that happens on this one. I did kind of get that one. Let's see, where's the other spot? Oh shoot!
Alleged gang rape is ending. Sean Combs takes a pill out of a bag and he puts it in your mouth. Do you know what it was and what effect did it have?
It was a white circular pill. I don't know what it was, but I'm assuming it was like Plan B or something because the copper IUD didn't work.
When you went to the hospital, was it immediately after the incident or was it several days later? And if later, were they able to do a rape kit that has some integrity to it due to the proximity to the incidents themselves?
It was later.
A couple of weeks later.
A couple of weeks later, unfortunately. I didn't have the guts to go earlier, and I regret that.
Talk about when you contacted your personal physician for the testing.
Oh yeah,
STD testing.
I contacted my primary care physician, and I told her that I had been raped, and she gave me all the STD tests and the HIV tests that all luckily came back negative.
Understanding that the hospital report is in depth and lengthy, is there anything that you have in the hospital report that can prove or disprove Ashley's claims about what happened that night?
It proves that she went to the hospital and that she reported a rape and that they did a rape kit. And of course, unfortunately, due to the delay, there was not much that was or could have been found.
So yeah, I just went ahead and skipped ahead so we could be done with it. That she was too late or whatever. And that's kind of what I'm saying though. Like, does it mean she's lying? I don't think it does. I don't think that has anything to do with it. I think that the fact that she went to a doctor at all, talked to him, she was young, she probably just was whatever. But it may not be enough evidence and ways to prove it to take it to a court setting type of case. So they have to do a civil case. I mean, this is what I never knew this, but I keep on getting confused. At the beginning, I was getting confused which people were where. And now it's really, most of them are in the civil. There's 120 or something crazy like that. And then everything else is federal. And there's just maybe, there's really, I don't know. I don't know if anybody, there's several victims, but really it's just like Cassie and a couple other exes he had and employees being treated bad. But like all the rest of the victims are in civil cases with them. And I guess it is like that's too hard to prove, or they don't have enough. But that I guarantee some of them are probably fake, but it doesn't mean that they all are. It just means that this is the best they can do with it, But I do feel like they should be able to call more. There's so many people that could be called for witnesses. And I feel like they're intentionally, people are like probably paying and begging not to come, like J-Lo and, all these people. I don't really know Capricorn Clark, but she was on the stand, not today, but yesterday, pretty much a lot of the day. And she's kind of famous, but I don't know who she is. Not really. I know that she's in those circles.
I mean, it's what they can prove, like you were saying. And a lot of this is hearsay, kind of, unfortunately. It really will take hard evidence. The civil cases can be more about emotional damage and things like that, whereas the criminal has a different standard,
Right. I have a lot more crazy stuff for real. I'm not going to have time for it all. I definitely would like to do it all, but there's never enough time. One of them's funny though. I think we should do the funny, lighthearted. I gotta find it first though before I go saying I have it. I hate that. Because then if I do that, then I have to I haven't said what it is. So now if it's not in this file, I don't have to search the whole. It is though. In here somewhere. That's what I'm saying. I always think that I can get more in than I can. I'm sure that's what she said or he said or somebody said.
Right.
That was pretty bad. Hold on. It's in here, I know. And then there's a couple shorts that are pretty, like that Tom Hanks. Everybody's seen it, where he's just so freaking creepy. And it's not supposed to be creepy is the crazy part. But so just out of curiosity, have you ever watched Kill Tony, or do you know who he is?
Yep.
Yeah, I figured. I like him a lot, but a lot of people for some reason don't know who he is. I guess he's not that mainstream. But most people only know him as, or if Tony Hinchcliffe, they know him as the guy who made the joke about the Puerto Ricans.
Yeah.
And it's like, for me, I'm just like, well, you guys invited him. You invited him. And have you seen his show? Like, what did you actually expect he was going to do?
Yeah.
I'm so happy to hear that, Mary, about the Cassie Attaboy, because I didn't know at all. J-Lo and Ben. I mean, I think there's rumors that he saw footage of her, and I swear I think he probably did. Rico in a common court, game over. You know what? I need to go find these shorts because there's so much information that I've shared 1 minute at a time, man. And it really is like one of them does the different things, the requirements of racketeering, and the other one I was trying to explain about how witnesses their testimonies, when corroborated, can be like evidence. You know, they say it in a much, more legal manner or whatever. Just like a bunch of, like I said, 1 minute at a time.
Yeah, I agree, Brian. That was a weird. Here's the thing, though. If Ben saw anything, he saw it decades ago when Bennifer was a thing, because they were together before. And I don't believe that anybody that connected has no clue, what goes on or what had happened or whose connections to who and whatever, I don't know if it was like the late 90s they were a couple or earlier 2000s, then they broke up, then they got back together.
Yeah, they did a get together again thing, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know the dates either, honestly.
Well, I think he knows everything.
I do too. I think there's something to it.
Mm-hmm.
So the reason I asked you about Kill Tony, though, is, do you guys remember Carrot Top?
Yeah.
I hadn't seen him in forever. He came on Kill Tony as a, so it's just, I'm not going to play it very long, just for a second to get a look at him and stuff, because I just wonder, surely a lot of people remember him. I didn't even know the guy was still around. He actually did make me chuckle a couple times. I didn't finish the whole episode, but I watched some of it, and it wasn't so bad. He's still what the
You can almost nothing worse than an intro. This is the best guy in the world, and you eat shit. But we'll see. Thanks for having me, man. This is so beautiful.
We're going to have
this mine. I have 2 mics. That's how important I am.
Absolutely.
They don't want to miss one word. I've got 2.
One man, 2 mics,
and 1 lighter.
I'm not going to keep playing the boring part. I'll find a part as they get going and different people come up and all that. He actually starts warming up, and he does a couple real funny things, just with his stupid box of whatever, how he always has that.
Yeah, he always had that box of props.
Well, they were actually pretty funny this time. Let's see. This one is, oh my God. Okay, so this guy goes up, and he's pretty good. I mean, I'm lying. He was pretty awful, but he was pretty good for like a first time ever guy, And he's kind of vulgar, some cougar jokes and gross. Not that bothers me or anything. It just like, it was kind of vulgar. But after him, they do the thing where they kind of talk and get to know you a little better or whatever, and kind of make jokes with you, because if you've seen it, but like a lot of people probably haven't. But this is a really cool show. I'm gonna put the link in the chat, and for anybody that hasn't seen it, because I feel like a couple people are gonna want to see this again in the future, because this is like my everything's too serious, let me laugh at life thing. Like, they do a bucket pool, and people that have never done comedy or people that have or whatever go up there and have a minute, and if they suck real bad, sometimes they'll ask them to rap or sing or any other talents, or they just cut it up with them and talk to them a little bit. And even if they're not that funny or whatever, they get their little 15 minutes, and it's actually a really cool show. I like it a lot. But this is just like, the only reason I picked this one is because he does a couple little after they get talking, he kind of does some of his stupid props, and I thought they were kind of funny.
Wow, I hit your shoulder and pubes started flying up in there. Look at that. Little souvenir for you, sir. You look like it looked like a great pube. It could have been yours to begin with. Look at this fucking guy right here. You visiting from New York? Dallas. Oh, okay. Well, geez, I guess I'm an asshole. No, why would you say that? I'm from Dallas. This fucking guy. You look like a mobster. What do you do for work? Architect
kills people.
Wow.
And look at him. He kills people.
He's got a look. An architect.
I need to do something. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't.
Here we go.
No, because he works at where were you working? Chewy something?
Chewy's Tex-Mex, yeah.
Chewy Tex-Mex. I only have a joke for sushi. When you go up and you eat sushi, you do this. You look like a really wow. Look at that guy going with the chopstick. I was hoping it was going to be now I can't turn it off. The kids in the sweatshop make this shit for me. I don't know. I don't know how to operate them. They build them. I come up with them and they build them. But look at that. That took engineering, fucker. Look at that shit.
That is unbelievable.
My dad worked at NASA. This is what I got from.
It's gonna be so. It's gonna be so funny in a half an hour when I ask somebody what they do for work and they're like, I work at a sushi restaurant. You're like, fuck, I wasted it on a Mexican restaurant guy.
I gotta find something Mexican. Yeah. I might wait. I do have something. Hold on.
Oh, I love this.
All right, people misspell. This is so old. I forgot the joke. People misspell graffiti on walls all the time, right? So they should have. Can I do my
Yeah,
this is my
yeah,
book. So this is a spray paint can that has a dictionary, so they get it right. And they do it. When they get done, you're like, what the fuck? You look.
Oh yes.
Eat more posse. Wait the fuck. Wait. No, that's not. No, that's stupid. They're all stupid. That's fucking.
Oh fuck yes. This is exactly what the fuck
thank you.
I wanted to happen.
All duct tape together. Fuck.
That is.
It was a spray paint can with a dictionary on it. No, sorry. I had to. Do you have the Braille version? Yeah. I might actually. No, we'll wait.
Kyle,
yeah, right.
Kyle, don't ask so many fucking questions. So what do you do for fun, Kyle?
Well, I have a lovely girlfriend. We're about to move in.
Ooh, about to move in. Have you lived with a girl before?
Well, I've stayed over at her apartment, but not before that. No.
Right, but you've never lived together. You've stayed over.
He really keeps just messing with this guy. It was pretty funny, but like it goes on and on. You just get used to the guy. He cracks me up. His like I said, when I just get stressed out, all the rabbit holes and all the crap, I always find something really awful to
something funny, hit the funny bone.
I try, and sometimes it's funny, and sometimes I don't know. Sometimes not so much. Sometimes I end up still back in a rabbit hole somehow. I don't know how. I thought it was Russell Brand.
Damn, Cheryl.
He must be from Boston with that man bun. We don't do that around here.
Oh my God. There was one other person. Oh, where is that? Do I have that? This chick was actually kind of funny. But she reminded me of Phoebe with Smelly Cat.
Smelly cat.
It's not
Oh my goodness.
Oh my, I'm not kidding. This chick was really funny on her stand-up. She's whatever. And then she's like, I got a guitar. I've got a song. And it was pretty damn funny. Hold on, wait. There was another guy who did a song about Jim Beam. It was like a lot going on this episode. I'm totally gonna try to find it. But okay, no, it's way down here. It's like about I can't even tell y'all. I just gotta let her. It's really goofy, but it was actually pretty funny. And it's like I said, you got to give your mind a break sometimes. I feel like, or I have to give you can do whatever you want with your mind. I have to give my mind a break sometimes on a lot of dark stuff, and I have to find some goofy ass nothing to like rot my brain with. That's what my grandmother used to say about TV. Go rot your brain.
Right.
About everybody, not me specifically, but she hated it and called it. I'd heard her call it the idiot box. Funny thing is, she watched it too, but she waited till she got a whole lot of stuff done at the end of the day, and then it was like, God, Matlock, and she was so funny, little old lady, and you'd be like, oh, I want to watch this movie, and you know what? Her question about the movie would be, does anybody get shot? And if you said yeah, she might watch it. If you said no, she didn't want to probably watch it. Anyway, I just wanted to show y'all this little chick here. I thought she was pretty. It's kind of dumb, but it's kind of funny.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's the song you're going to play for us? It's an original, right? Because we can't do covers. What's it called?
It's called Jack Daniels. I love it.
Somebody earlier had a song called that.
You set me up.
So it's kind of important. It's hi. So I have a lazy eyelid,
And a lot of you may not realize this, but the lazy eyelided community is very underrepresented in Hollywood. It's there's really only one reason for that, which is we've had a megastar on top for several decades who stopped at nothing to hold the rest of us back. That ends today. Forrest Whitaker.
Spotlight.
I'm Whittier, and I'm your nemesis. Forrest Whitaker. When I was a little girl, I used to get bullied for having a lazy eyelid. They called me Quasimodo, Sloth from Goonies, Rocky after the fight. And I used to cry the whole way home, and I'd be happy because I turned the TV and there was my hero, Lisa Left Eye from TLC. She used to celebrate having a lazy eyelid, but then she died of unnatural and unexpected circumstances. Rest in peace. Legally, I'm not saying Forrest Whitaker had anything to do with it. I'm just saying it's pretty freaking convenient. And Forrest Whitaker, you think we didn't notice that Biggie Smalls was part of the lazy eyelid community? Was. They never did find his killer, did they? It's almost as if the detective was so close to the case he couldn't see the forest through the trees. Not even with two good eyes. How many children won't be oppressed anymore when you fall, when you fall? How many lazy-eyed stars will be born when you fall, when you fall? Forrest Whitaker, you had the chance to show the world it's not just you. There's more of us out here. We're talented. We can do things. Instead, he's out here acting like y'all need him to normalize normal eyes. Also known as atypical. And Forrest Whitaker, I've seen you waltzing around the Star Wars universe in Rogue One, trying to send us a message that you're going to be the only one in the future with a lazy eyelid. Clearly, he wants total annihilation. But not on my watch.
It's a long song.
Not even with two good eyes. How many children won't be oppressed anymore when you fall, when you fall? How many lazy eyes stars will be born when you fall? I'm your nemesis. Your move, Forrest Whitaker. Your move.
Wow. Molly McGee. Molly, you are cool as shit.
Yeah.
Song's a little long, little Pink Floyd-esque. I didn't realize.
Mellencamp song is like,
yeah. She was like, shine on you crazy eyelids over here. It's like a 14-minute long fucking
I know.
Starts slow, goes back to the chorus
Forrest
twice.
Whitaker's passed, by the way.
Yeah. If a song falls in the Forrest Whitaker, all right.
It's goofy, but they cracked me up on there. Yeah, everything was a little getting dark for me. But isn't that cool how she's just like, I don't want to call her a nobody or anything, but like she's some chick that goes to this show, puts her name in a bucket, and then you and me and Bonnie and however many other people are sitting here laughing at her. Like, go girl. It's pretty cool. And then I hope that I see her somewhere, you know. I don't know. I feel like I can't hope that though, because something bad's gonna happen if she makes it, you know. She's gotta find that.
Right.
Do you think there's a perfect place to be where you can be like, I don't know, what is she, a comedian? Write funny songs and, you know, make a couple specials and get a little money out of it without completely selling yourself out and being like godless and soulless? Like you could still maybe be on the outskirts, or is it just you have to be a sellout to do anything? Because like that chick was cool as hell, you know, and I want to wish her well and like see her somewhere, but I also don't want to wish it for her if, you know, it's
if you can find a way to record it and do CDs, that's the way to go. I think you don't have to have a producer and
like
all
Tom
that.
McDonald. He's not a sellout, right? That's kind of Tom McDonald-ish, right, Bonnie? To like do your own thing
Right.
or whatever. He's not sold out.
He's got the money to do that. More like Anthony, what's his name? Something Anthony.
Yes, I know who you're talking about. Dang it.
The redhead.
Carmelo? Or no, I'm thinking of an I just went, yeah, I just went 88, Lauren. No, it's Anthony. It's
I know somebody in chat knows his name.
Is it a
yes, he did.
singer?
Yes,
A singer?
Yeah.
Mark
Yeah.
Anthony?
no, he did a song like
Rich man
Oliver
above.
Anthony. Thank
Oh,
you,
I know
Lauren.
that song. Yeah.
Thank you.
Oliver.
Hello. Oh,
Okay.
yeah, Oliver Anthony.
Right. That song was everybody. That was catchy for sure.
But I think he finally did sell out. Seems like he did a live where he said he had to make some money, and I thought he said he sold out, but I'm not sure. I hope
Well,
not.
selling out's kind of a state of mind, you know. If he was offered some money for, you know, selling his record or something, but he still stayed true to himself and his values, then hey, you
Right.
know, take a paycheck.
And
That
the
was a
message.
really popular song.
Yeah. Yeah, because he has a good message.
Mm.
I don't know.
Hmm.
It amazes me how many people still see things as they're shown on a news station or whatever. I don't know where they're seeing it, but with all the footage, all the evidence, all the everything out there, and they will still bash. Excuse me. One of my friends that I've known like forever, he was Ditson Ashley Babbitt. And I was like, oh my gosh. But of course, there was a bunch of backlash from other people. I didn't have to say anything. But it just surprises me that more people don't see the truth.
Or just kind of like blindly following the news. Those are the worst kinds, no matter what you watch, including Fox, anything else.
But to some extent, didn't everybody start there though? Didn't we all used to believe? I mean, let me speak for
Yeah.
myself. I used to think it was like, if it's on the news, it's true, you know, because it's on the news.
Yeah.
Like, where else do you find things out? I mean, you're just kind of like programmed to think that. So it takes you time to kind of understand and step away from that.
I guess the Twin Towers, that
Oh, yeah.
was my first like wait a minute. Steel beams, I've seen them making those buildings like that. And we've seen tear apart a plane. Just some wind, just the whole, I don't know. That's when I started thinking, what's up here? But my heart went out to those people. If that was for real, when they were trying to get off the island and they were just covered in that white dust stuff, that was what I thought was the saddest thing, because
What
I
part?
wasn't
What
was
movie?
happening at the towers with the firefighters
Oh.
and everything at that time. I was just trying to see them get off the island, and they had tons of boats out there picking these people up, and they're just covered with the white dust, and I'm thinking, man, they're breathing that stuff, and who knows what's in it.
Right.
I agree, Bonnie, as far as the media. I had been watching the news live that morning because I was supposed to go to the airport. And I remember by the end of the day, some of the footage was a little different and some of the narrative was starting to change. And I was like, all right, ABC, Good Morning America, or whatever it was, you know, like I see you, something ain't right here. That kind of
Yeah.
started the slide.
Yeah. And that's the next day is when I realized how many people, because they were really showing the people jumping, the firefighters, all of that, more so the next day than they were when it happened.
Yeah.
To me. And
It
no
was
clue.
traumatizing. They were traumatizing us, right? Like playing it over and over and over again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Burning it into your mind's eye.
And to piss people off.
And
I
it
think
did.
It did. Yes. But that's what I think that's why I keep thinking everything that they're doing right now is the same thing, to piss people off, to get them to do something, and not in a good way. And that's why I just look at everything with a blank, almost kind of like with a blank slate. Okay, I'm seeing what they're showing, but I'm not going to decide until I have more information. And
right. Well, that's what we have to do.
In these discussions, because we can look at all sides to see what we really think is going on.
Right. Well, I know I said I had several things with James O'Keefe. There's a podcast I think a lot of people know. I think it's BPD or PVD. I don't know exactly. This guy's a really cool dude. He does a lot of interviews, but it's like 2 minutes long. It is something I didn't know about. You remember James O'Keefe had that diary of Ashley. Somebody gave it to him, first of all. He didn't, and the way the feds treated him and some of the stuff they did is pretty freaking, I couldn't believe it. And it's like I said, it's just 2 minutes. I'm going to share it with you guys real quick. Oh, and what you're seeing right there is that was the probable cause, and it was they redacted everything, but like 1 or 2 sentences. But I
You don't mind. What were they looking for? The diary?
They weren't looking for the diary. Was they already had that. What were they? Well, that's a loaded question. Were they really trying to do?
What were they really trying to?
They were really trying to get inside my cell phone because people in the government come to me with information, which as a reporter I have a right to receive, and they don't like that.
Of course.
Now, if you think about
did you give him the password to your cell phone?
This is another very interesting
Because you know what happened with Ron Johnson, where when they walked up to his house and they took his phone, and the rule of thumb, if you ever hand your phone over, you're not supposed to give the password. How did they get into your phone?
This is a crazy story. They bang on the door, and it's the loudest pounding. You know it's the feds. You just know. And I go to the door. I'm like, I'm opening the door because they're going to shoot me. And then they open. They put me in handcuffs. I think I'm under arrest. They say, no, this is a search warrant. I say, I want to speak to my lawyer. I say over and over again, I want to speak to my lawyer because I learned I was arrested 10 years prior. Don't talk to the FBI. Just don't, even if you're innocent. They say, would you like to use the iPhone on your nightstand? I said, yes. And then I unlock the phone because I have to call my lawyer. And the moment that I unlock my phone, they snatch the phone. Not get out of here.
Holy shit.
They snatch the phone out of my hand because I unlocked the phone. And then the FBI agent, like almost to torture me in front of me, he goes to the settings and he changes the settings to make it not go to sleep.
Wow.
And then they put the phone in an evidence bag. Now the FBI has access to all of my signal messages. Do you know what's in my signal messages? All the people in the government that come to me with information.
Wow.
So the Department of Justice, this is the Biden department, or a month before Trump was elected in 2020. Excuse me, Biden was elected in 2020. Now they have access to all of my sources.
Jeez.
So this is what's considered to be a constitutional raping, because the American Bill of Rights have special protections for reporters. And you're talking to the only newsroom that has ever been raided by the FBI. We're the only ones that have ever been raided. And they did it just to get the information.
Man, see, it's just hard for me to see him as anything but targeted. And like they just want him to shut up. That's all they want. And sit down and
Well, it's interesting you said they just wanted the information because what I'm wondering is they get the information, they go through it, and then he gets his talking to, and now he's putting out information and what have you, but they had to get their hands on that first in order to control him. Like I can see it both ways. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, he also, well, he speculates what he thinks happens to higher ups, which almost insinuates that it hasn't happened to him, or maybe it has, and he's saying it because from experience. This is something about Cash and Bongino, and it's only a minute long. I can't remember, to be honest, so I want to play it just to refresh my own memory. Same interview, just a second later.
So what's behind all those black bars? I believe confidential FBI informants.
Of course.
People who lied to the FBI to set me.
He has the form he was showing is the probable cause of the raid on his house, and the whole thing is redacted. So that's what he's saying. Those black lines are informants, and he's probably right. But I'm just know y'all didn't see that part because I didn't play it. It's nuts. It's a whole lot of black lines, like the whole thing. They're just smartasses almost with it. They're not going to tell you.
Me up. So and they did it just to get the information.
I'm sorry.
So what's behind all those black bars? I believe confidential FBI informants.
Of course.
People who lied to the FBI to set me up. So I could tell you so many war stories, guys, but you asked me questions about Cash and Dan Bongino. They're great guys. I think they mean well. But if you put me in charge of the FBI, I wouldn't know what to do. I mean, how do you trust a bureaucracy like that? People behave that, by the way, that is totally illegal. You can't take a gun pointed against your forehead and say, give me your reporter's notebooks. If that happened in Eastern Europe, our State Department would be issuing sanctions against that country. But it happened in New York.
Yeah. So guys, one question, James. So they promised all this. Day one, we're going to do this. Day one, we're going to do that. What do you think happened? Meaning they're in now. Donald Trump is the president. He's told them, go ahead, you guys do whatever you want.
Once again, literally every third conversation I hear around here is this. And here these guys having the same conversation. We're going to figure this mystery out all together.
Right, man.
It's
for sure.
Nuts. It's really crazy that I can't run from it. I want to look into something else, and this stuff comes right in. They also know what I'm going to click on too. So there's that. But anyways, I didn't mean to interrupt it because it is pretty. Well, wait, where are we? Okay, just like about 40 seconds.
What? Who makes a Pam Bondi, a Dan Bongino, a Cash Patel all of a sudden change their tunes and not release what we know? Because, James, at the end of the day, she even said tens of thousands, I'm assuming, James, is let's say 30,000 hours of grown men having sex with children. And, James, I don't know if you're familiar. In the movie JFK, Jim Garrison says, and I quote, let justice be done though the heavens fall, which basically means going after truth no matter how powerful the people and no matter what happens to the system. So what happened? What do you think they go in and who tells them you are not releasing any of this because our friends and blah, blah, blah are attached to it?
So we can take a break when we come back. The next part is pretty funny, actually. He does a joke. I think Billy says he rips it off from somebody, but it was funny, whether it was ripped off or not. But I can't remember who he said, but he totally did say it. When I was like, isn't that funny? Yeah, but he ripped it off. Who was it?
I don't remember.
Really? Well, hang tight. I will play it and I'll find out who it was. Hold on, wait. There we go.
Girl, did you freeze?
That's what I was wondering. Are we froze?
I'm not sure. Cola said go play it, and then.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I was sharing with you, but I guess I'm not. Something happened.
I don't think you hit the share all the way or something because.
Well, shit, I was watching without you, and then it went to ad, and I'm like, all right, let me try to figure this thing out. Do you know who it was? The shift joke? No?
Bill Hicks.
Bill Hicks. All right. That's who he says the joke off from, but I have to rewind it now. I was more concerned with that.
Secure compartmentalized information facility. Do they show the Zapruder film of JFK getting shot and said, you better do what we tell you to do? Or that could be you. Now, I'm not saying they did that to these gentlemen. And I actually genuinely mean this. I've met Cash. I think he's a genuinely good man. I think the system is institutionally corrupt. And everyone says, you know what they say to me, Pat? Oh, call Cash. He'll help you out. Call Bam. Call Pam. Yeah, like I got them on speed dial. They're getting asked for 10,000 favors a day. I don't have any money to give them. The system is so broken when you need the guy at the top to be so influential. It's the system. It's the Article 3 judges. It's the courts. It's the line prosecutors. The agents in my apartment. Do you know that when the agents were in my apartment, I could tell by the looks on their faces that they didn't want to be there. They're like, this is crazy. This is wrong. But they did it.
Well, speculate a little bit. What do you think happens when they get in? Because they tend to change when they get in.
You talking about the FBI agents?
Anybody and everybody. That the moment.
Were we not just saying this? That people change. I didn't know this was in this clip, but when we were saying, I was like, dude, I was just hearing this somewhere right here. Something happens.
They get in. The whole quote by Mario Cuomo, people campaign in poetry, but they govern in prose. Once they go in, they used to communicate and talk to you. Now the only way they talk to you is with emojis. Hey, when they were campaigning, they wanted to talk to you regularly. I want to come on the podcast. I want to do this. I want to do that. And then all of a sudden they're in. They're more quiet about. But what do you think happens when they get in?
Politics. I'm working on a story right now. One of the directors.
I hope this is what I think it is.
Of the agencies, they mean well. They go into FEMA, or they go on the IRS. They have all these notions of freedom and prosperity and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. But then they get in there, and there's such snakes in these entities. DC, it's a land of phonies and narcissists. They're not attracted to do the right thing. They want power and money and sex. Are we under some delusion that the people in Washington want something other than power and money and sex? What percentage of the people in Washington inside these agencies are actually there to do the right thing?
I mean, he kind of I wasn't ready for that, but yeah, he's I think he's one of the good ones. Oh my goodness.
Billy, isn't Bill Hicks Alex Jones? Isn't that the guy they say is Alex Jones? That comedian?
Yes, it is, he said. Quit, Nala. Be good.
That's funny. Huh.
So what he was saying was supposed to be a joke?
What's that, Bonnie? I'm sorry.
What he was saying was supposed to be a joke?
The part about being in the ship and seeing the picture and saying this is JFK, yeah, it was supposed to be a joke that this is what they do, because we're hoping that's not what they do. Apparently, it was one that had been done before.
Huh.
I don't know.
Kind of is.
That's what, but that's what I'm saying. Him speculating on what they did to them makes me feel like they haven't done it to him yet. I think he went dark. I think he's below the radar, but I could be wrong. He says he's got a source in the government. I know that he said that more than one place.
Well, he made a good point that it's an institutional problem. It kind of made me think how the department heads, they get up to a certain level and they have to kind of play the swamp game. Bondi has been disappointing. Bongino and Patel, we've all kind of knit our brows and been like, what's going on? And there were obvious shifts in some of their points of view and attitudes and gung-ho behavior before they got those positions. And then there's this different kind of POV, and I think they end up, in a way, it's like selling out. They end up in a spot where they have to do, they're too close to the puppet masters to not do what they're told.
Right. Well, they did. There's a lot of good conversation in here. This one this is like speculation about, and it's only about 2 minutes also, but it was something I don't know. I marked it for something, so it must be good.
We have people at the top who are engaged in gaslighting, destructive campaigns. Maybe Bongino, here's another thing, they're getting fed information that is not true. And they're put in a position, an untenable situation, where it's difficult for them to be successful. That's what I think.
Well, James, here's my question though. If they're, from her words, everybody heard it twice, one to a stranger, one in front of a camera on the White House lawn. They have tens of thousands of hours. That's mind-boggling, of grown men having sex with children. Okay, who has the power, James, to not let them expose those people right now? Because those people are still walking around, pedophiles, sexual assault pedophiles that belong in prison. And to me, I believe they deserve to die. Okay, that's my thing.
I agree.
Who's stopping them, James, from releasing one of the names? We know the whole backstory with Epstein, but you mean to tell me you guys are watching these videos every single day and nobody's been taken off the street?
That's a question that Dan Bongino and Kash Patel need to answer.
Will they?
Need to answer. Will they? Do they have the courage to answer it? Why aren't they answering it? By the way, people expect me to answer that question. I don't have any power. I mean, I'm other than the authority that sources give to me when they give me information. I'll tell you something. I released some videos in the last week inside of Epstein's bedroom in the British Virgin Islands. Excuse me, the American Virgin Islands. I'm releasing images inside of his temple. Some interesting stuff on the chalkboard, by the way. There's a weird picture of a baby in his dining room. Some weird. There's his chalkboard. The FBI had those videos, but you know who released it? O'Keefe Media.
Yep.
So why can't they release the binders? Remember the binders they released?
Yep.
Okay, if they release, why can't they release this stuff? Why am I releasing?
Yeah, it was really good. I could probably put this whole video out too if anybody's because I mean you might as well, you know. It's just that I don't like, you know, I don't want to put something. I might like you can just watch the video for all that. I just try to get the good stuff so we can talk about it, you know. But this next part, he talks about the source in the government kind of thing, which to me was it perked my interest. I went a little too far. But let's see. I mean, he doesn't tell who it is, obviously, but he talks about it. And
Or mid-level?
I can't say.
Okay, but
Are they
gave it to
mid-level?
you because they knew that the government wasn't going to release it. So let me have it released by an OMG.
They gave it to me because they don't trust the FBI.
And they work for the FBI.
I can't say.
Okay. And some of the stuff that I saw, the statues, the angel statue, right? The girl in the bathroom sitting there,
That's a strange statue.
It's
like Eyes Wide Shut, like sort of stuff there with the weird
angel.
There's a woman doing something to her private parts there.
It's a freaking demonic house, bro.
There's a book regarding Satan in the bookshelf. We got some books there. So yeah, this was provided to me. You're looking at the library, the bedroom of Jeffrey Epstein, and the Little St. James, the Epstein Island. This is inside of his library. No one's ever seen this before. Some people attacking me for publishing this. Oh, we want the names, James. We don't care about his library. But there it is, Satanic Verses and some other books there.
Satanic Verses by Salman Rushdie.
Salman Rushdie,
Yeah.
right. That's different. But people were attacking me because they want the names. And my philosophy is that if I continue to publish all these things, sources will continue to come out.
Okay.
He also he goes on to ask him about Fauci, and he tells him he should go after Diddy.
That's interesting. He said, I can't say. Like, huh.
Well, he can't because they're not going to give him any more information, you know?
And I agree with him. The names, what is getting the list of names going to accomplish?
Yeah, for sure. That's what people just want. And they're saying that's what's distracting people from the really important things, like the big names getting taken away. They go into Leon Black a little bit, which is, you know, whatever. It's worth. But what else is here? He talks about going after Diddy, and he's trying to tell him that, you know, Diddy's still alive, you know, Epstein's not. And he's basically trying to gas him up to go after Diddy and get the dirt while the court's going on, which I actually did find kind of like strange advice. Why? Will that not distract? Could that not mess up the court case? But I think he meant well. I think he meant like if you do this at the same time, they'll have to convict him. But I'm not sure that that's actually how it works. I know, right? I'm getting there because I'm going to share it with you instead of, you know, it's easier just to share it with you than.
Thought he was so untouchable that no one was ever going to lose. And they would airdrop a video to each other.
Like iPhone, iOS, just in the photos.
I am willing to bet that in some kind of a folder, it's sitting there with these
What about
footages,
Diddy?
you know, that people save, that's got a specific code that the video is all the way in and say, watch what I have with what we did here and here and there.
I think that too, and also the so-called blackmail. How do you think it actually works? Like, what is the conversation like in your mind, in your imagination? I'm just curious, you guys, because that helps me as an investigative understand what I'm trying to catch.
How do I think Diddy's model works?
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Just type tax Epstein. So right there, Leon Black gave $170 million to
Yeah, here's
Epstein
Leon Black.
for click on it up so we can read the story. So Leon Black, according to USN Finance, he transfers $170 million to Epstein's accounts. And when they asked him why you did that, he said he paid the accused sex trafficker for tax advice. This is the most expensive tax advice anyone's ever given in the history of mankind. Leon Black, the billionaire financier and former CEO of Apollo Global Management, transferred $170 million to the Epstein covers for the course of 5 years. U.S. Senator Ron Wyden said in a letter that U.S. Justice and Treasury Department this week, not $158 million as previously reported. what Epstein did. But with Diddy, you're talking about Epstein. You're talking about Diddy, Hollywood, sports.
There it is.
You're talking about, you know, these
Producers.
talent agencies, producers, countries. I mean, Diddy's is, and it's going on right now. So if you did something while the hearing is going on, it's like you finding out something while O.J. Simpson's thing's going on.
Right.
And you leak something during the entire investigation. It's like you doing something and you drop it during Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
Right.
You know, but Diddy to me is the comparable of an O.J. Simpson
And
thing.
what do you think the thing, if caught on video, that would change thing? I'd love to see people perp walk. I don't have the power to arrest, but what is the thing that needs to be on video in your mind?
It's very easy for me.
Tell me.
It's very easy. It's gay sex with, you know, men that, you know, play straight.
I see.
And that is
blackmail.
released.
In other words, these men have internal conflicts and they're blackmailed over this. And
and I think those video footages, believe it or not, I believe exist in different people's phones, because I think these guys are so, Diddy thought he was so untouchable that no one was ever going to lose. And they would airdrop a video to each other.
Like iPhone, iOS, just in the photos.
I am willing to bet that in some kind of a folder, it's sitting there with these footages, you know, that people save. That's got a.
I like this
think it would be
guy.
text
He's
messages.
stripped for real.
But I think that video, well, he's dumb enough to say it. He's
Yeah,
dumb
you're
enough
right.
to say stuff like that. He's capable of saying stuff like that.
But you
because-
might have hearsay. In other words, and this is what happened with Prince Andrew. Another guy close to him said that this is what happened, which is still powerful.
Well, those guys are out there. The Gene Deals, the security, those guys have come out. They've done their part. There's a lot of people that have said stuff like that, like Suge Knight talking about his link to Clive Davis and all this other stuff. That stuff is coming out. But if you can get him tied to a few other people, I think this will be the biggest story you'll break.
I am
Especially with-
working on this, and I will work on this.
Okay, especially with some of the stuff that was dropped this week, some of the ecstasy pills and
With Obama's face on them.
some
Obama's.
very very weird stuff going on here, James.
Oh, and there's a, I mean, just with Obama and
that was weird.
Yeah, Obama, because he was hanging out with them a lot. He was at the Rock the Boat thing at his house, hanging out, partying, and then you have videos of like Chrissy Teigen with John Legend, and they asked Chrissy Teigen, "Where's the craziest place you've had sex?"
I totally played that on here. Chrissy Teigen and talking about where she had sex, and she's like with Obama.
Yeah,
Straight up
that
said it.
Obama thing.
Yeah.
Republican. She goes, there was that Obama thing, and John Legend's face looks like he saw a ghost.
Yep.
He looks like he saw a freaking ghost. Did you see
Yeah,
that, Matt?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of
See,
course.
we
I
all
sent it
talk
to you
about
this
the
time,
same shit.
I just think, you know, the part with what world we're living in today, we're living in a world today where we're not sure the U.S. government is gonna drop these stories, because these are stories you can use to get intel.
Yep.
I mean, this is I commit to you that I will do this, and I usually do get the story. Sometimes it takes me a little longer than I'd like, but it's also very dangerous.
About Diddy and
to admit these
Fauci.
stories.
Well, you subscribe to this lifestyle.
I certainly did. I remember you said about a year ago, you said James O'Keefe has chosen a tough life. And it was a very, I think it was a more profound statement than even you intended. Not tough in the way that most people, usually they use the courts against me, legal, lawyers. That's a whole other conversation. But this is very dangerous. And the people that have come before me, like what's the movie To Kill a Messenger with about
This is the part I was telling you guys about. He messes it up here, but later on he does the quote better.
a reporter in California who reported on the CIA and the drugs in the CIA, and they were given, and he committed suicide. I think he shot himself in the head twice, by the way.
Oh
yeah, this guy. It was based upon Gary Webb, To Kill a Messenger. And these are the reporters that came before me. Gary Webb managed to shoot himself in the head twice. That's a really
Very
impressive thing to do.
Holy moly.
You'd think the gun would fall out of your hand the first time.
You would think.
Yeah, he did some stories on
Dude, and then think about it, James. He has this attitude. I love the righteous indignation. I
I'm trying to let him get the quote out right because it is a good quote and it makes me trust him even more.
read the book. The guy's, like you said, he was going 100 miles an hour because he has the same. You guys weren't the same, James, but the message and getting the truth out there.
No, we spoke. I mean, Andrew, him and I, this man you just saw, him and I spoke 10 times a day. I mean, he was constantly talking to me, and then he died, and I was alone. I found the quote. I need to read this on the air, please. Quote: "This is the CIA, the investigative reporter who exposed drug trafficking with the CIA and getting drugs in America. Gary Webb. I was winning awards, getting raises, lecturing college classes, appearing on TV shows, and judging journalism contests. I won the Pulitzer Prize. And then I wrote some stories that made me realize how sadly misplaced my bliss had been. The reason I'd enjoyed such smooth sailing in my career for so long hadn't been, as I'd assumed, because I was careful and diligent and good at my job. The truth was that in all those years, I hadn't written anything important enough to suppress."
Wow.
Gary Webb, To Kill a Messenger, shot himself in the head twice. Everyone that has come before me and who extreme truth tellers have been, like, you took even historically, like on a much larger scale, they've been assassinated. RJFK.
That's why the Breitbart story is different. And I understand your respect for the wife, and I'm sure she's sick and tired of hearing all this stuff because she just wants to move on. So you can take that position, but Rob, if you can pull that thing up, it's a little weird when you read about it.
Have you guys heard about the Breitbart conspiracy or whatever?
I don't think so. Maybe
I
it's
don't. Have you, Bonnie?
No.
I don't think I
He's
had either.
right. It's impossible to shoot yourself in the head twice.
right.
I mean, yeah, that's a different person, but this too. He changes O'Keefe's mind a little. O'Keefe says good things about the guy.
Cormier, a forensic technician with LA County office, died on April 20th, 2012. The same day Breitbart autopsy results were released. Cormier had complained of severe stomach pain and vomiting before being hospitalized, where he later died. Initial reports indicate that arsenic poisoning was a possible cause of death, and LA department did not immediately rule out foul play.
What are the odds?
Little weird.
Like, what are the odds that the day
that's a little suspicious?
That little suspicious. And the proximity of Cormier's death to the release of Breitbart's autopsy report led to online speculation about a possible connection between the two deaths. However, officials clarified that Cormier was not involved in Breitbart's autopsy. Deputy Sheriff Ed Winter saying that Cormier had nothing to do with the autopsy or the investigation. As of now, no definitive public finding has been released regarding the cause of Cormier's death, and no official connection has been established between his death and that of Andrew Breitbart.
But if you had to say the odds, Pat, what are the odds that, because some people were saying that Andrew ran out and turned a completely different color as if he was choking on something, that when the autopsy of him comes out, a guy in that same LA coroner's office dies of arsenic poisoning. He didn't get hit by a car. He didn't fall off of a bridge. He's died. Somebody poisoned him.
Yeah, the problem, this is extremely suspicious. And God willing, if anyone has proof, if there's someone in the hospital, if there's someone with knowledge, I'd love to report. The problem is I walk a fine line too, because if I come out and make a statement that I can't prove, then I lose credibility.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to be careful. But I hear what you're saying. This is incredibly suspicious.
Yeah.
And I don't even know what to say about it, except agent gave to me. I rode the train of death in Mexico. I should have.
This is where they say you have to. This is it. I'm done with it after this. But this is where they say you have to compromise to be mainstream. And it's like,
I didn't.
He's not.
So I believe in what I'm doing, and maybe I'll be the one that got away. That's all I can
Great.
say.
And gang, as you're watching this, do yourself a favor and go watch the podcast. We're going to put the link below. Right? Let's make sure.
The one that got away because everybody else gets murdered or something like this. I thought.
Should we do that? Not the podcast, the documentary, the movie that just came out. The Truth Inside Veritas Part 1. It's 54 minutes. It's
Well, I guess I missed it about him talking about, but that's what he said basically. That if you want to be mainstream, you basically have to compromise in some way.
Right.
Mermaid chicken nuggets. What are you talking about? How did I come back to mermaid chicken nuggets? Oh gosh.
Lauren, are you talking about the movie Shooter, or is that like a website?
I think it's a movie. I haven't seen it.
I think maybe I've seen it. Is that like John Cena, or I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, movie.
Man, there are a couple things. I didn't play any Benny Johnson, but there was a lot. Like, I mean, we all know though that it was kind of funny when they were talking about Hunter smoking the Parmesan cheese instead of drugs. Like, it's stuff like that being in the news at all, or even internet news is kind of freaking funny. But they're saying they're opening it back up, right? About the cocaine in the White House. And I don't know. Let's see this.
I did see that Benny Johnson. It was hilarious where Hunter was like, I've smoked Parmesan cheese. And the interviewer, her face is like, what? Just verklempt. She's
How
totally
does
verklempt.
that get in? I mean, seriously, you got to love it. This is what I mean when I say this time is an amazing time. Like, we've got all kinds of crazy shit. You can't blink or you'll miss something. What was the thing about the James Comey they talked about on Benny Johnson? What's all this? The pipe bomber investigation and all that. I mean, what else? Yeah, because there's so much random stuff that I sometimes it's just like, I don't know, like almost like a heavy overload. And so like now I've had some Joe Rogan stuff. I don't know which one was better. I had more than one. and it's like lighthearted. They're like sitting there, they're cutting up. But what's crazy is the topics all turn into topics that we have had. And I mean, I enjoy it still. I don't know. Maybe to somebody else, it may be like repetitive. But to me, it's funny to see different types of people, different, like, I don't know, groups of types of humans. And we're all interested in basically the same things right now. It's pretty nuts. Or maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. And it's like all my things, you know. But I feel like everybody I talk to, they all know the same stuff. They're all kind of, I guess, like-minded people, like someone said earlier. I guess there's no doubt that that's true.
No, I agree. A lot of things we talk about, I might see after, the next day or 2 days, and like, or a headline that's like something we were just thinking about or whatever, and it is pretty weird. And
somehow we're ahead of it, though. I feel like.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it sometimes, but we're like floating on the current one way or another.
Mm-hmm. We've definitely talked about this Jamie Foxx situation.
He talked about it on his special.
This is also kind of behind because this Netflix special has definitely been out, but it's still that. Well, I guess so. Technically, they were before us, but I think it was really about the same time. We were all talking about it about the same.
Special.
Do they not care about at all stand up? Jamie Foxx is hilarious.
Audience members,
Yeah,
hold on,
right,
go back.
oh,
Go
I
back.
see him at clubs all the time, working out his bits.
What is that share?
I don't respect
Look at this.
grinders.
The audience members had varying accounts of the comedian's words. Two of them claimed that Fox said Diddy was responsible for what happened to him, that he's the one who called the FBI on Diddy, who's currently in prison awaiting trial on sex trafficking charges. A source close to Diddy insisted to Daily Mail that there is no truth to Sean Combs putting Jamie Foxx in the hospital.
There's no chance it was a joke.
I mean, yeah, it was a
During
joke, but
comedy
joke based on
special.
truth or not truth?
It is possible. That's
I
totally
trust the Daily
possible.
Mail.
That's totally possible, but it's also possible he was explaining while he wound up going to hospital, and he hasn't talked about it since. He never talked about it. Look at this. Big homie CC, a celebrity security guard, claimed in an interview with Cam Capone News last week that Fox was poisoned by Diddy. I know Combs poisoned Jamie Foxx, and Jamie Foxx reported him to the FBI because of it. Jamie Foxx reported this man to the FBI because of this, he claimed. So I've seen that video where that guy's talking about how Jamie Foxx
He was poisoned 3 times, I think, in it.
Oh, he said it as well?
He says, like, why do I have cyanide in my system?
Jesus Christ.
Why do I have? That's a legit question. Why do I have?
Oh, so look at
my
this.
system?
Jamie Foxx wipes away tears as he gives his artistic explanation of mystery illness.
I love tears in a comedy special.
Hold
That's how we
up.
fall into clickbait.
What is that? Artistic explanation of mystery illness.
I know. We're on a website, and that's how you fall into clickbait.
Oh, boy. So I don't know if it's true. We won't know until we see the actual Jamie Foxx Netflix special, which Ari has bookmarked. He's ready to go.
Did you see the Rosie O'Donnell like a bunch of like stuff if we're talking about it?
She looks like Steve Bannon.
Her just making jokes over the years about Diddy and him going to jail and what he's doing wrong.
Really?
It was like Cosby. It was
Rosie
like Weinstein.
O'Donnell was joking
Yeah, it
about
was
it?
like they all knew about it, but you can't quite talk about it.
Meanwhile, all these
There's a
people are moving to
compilation
Europe.
That's right.
How wild is that? Like Ellen just moved to England? Like, see ya.
Well, better healthcare.
They even talked about Ellen moving, which we definitely do because it is weird. Like she just up and leaves. Sorry,
Yeah.
I only picked that because it was lighthearted kind of. Well, I mean, that's the thing. That's what I was trying to say. Sometimes I go for lighthearted and it still drags me right back in. Because you think, Joe Rogan cutting up with a couple people on it, they're going to talk some lighthearted. And then they start talking about all the same shit. You're like, wait a minute. Make me laugh. I don't want to talk about current events. If I wanted to do current events, I'd be still in the news, But everybody's talking about the same stuff. They do talk about, well, Virginia's muted. They talk about the unfavorable contracts and how it all kind of does make sense in the music industry with the blackmail and all that. And then, a little bit before that, they talked about all the people that supported Kamala probably went to those parties, which we all said too, but it's kind of crazy to see on a podcast. But they talk about this deal with Ciroc, and like a lot of people go, well, what is the thing that got Diddy and someone, like he was so protected and then they kind of went after him. And I think it may have to do with this whole deal with the alcohol and Ciroc. And I think they talk about it a little bit. Now they're all goofing off and stuff, but it's about 2 minutes long and they kind of talk about all the stuff we do again. But like I said about this contract with the liquor, I think that might've been when they started to throw them to the wolves, so to speak.
involved in music, right? And you get compromising information on these guys and get them to sign
100%.
very unfavorable contracts.
Yes.
Like, what better way
That's
to get
what
a guy to sign an unfavorable contract where you're going to get billions because he was a billionaire,
Yes.
right? You that guy
Yes.
and film it.
Yes.
And you get video of your boys and that
Yes.
guy and filming it. And
Or
you
you
let
get
him know
fucking
you
younger
always have
and then
that.
underage girls
Well,
or
you
something.
put these guys on GHB or whatever they're putting them on. They're out of their
Blow their
minds.
assholes
They
out.
don't know what's going on.
Yeah, sure.
Don't say blow their assholes
Yeah, that's
out.
what he was doing.
But
with
you're
like
100%
Meek Mill
right.
and stuff.
That's for sure.
But do you know Diddy won a lawsuit against that alcohol company? The alcohol company?
Ciroc?
Ciroc,
Yes.
he won like $1 billion deal. And once that happened, then this all came out.
Oh, but what did he win? What was the deal?
Some
lawsuit?
it's some racism thing.
Well, it's like they
You want like $1
probably
billion
all
have you looked
knew.
into this? Eddie?
Everybody
Hey, man.
probably all knew. This was like an open secret, the Diddy Party thing. The
It's almost like the
freak-offs.
Cosby
Williams
thing.
talked about it on his
He
fucking.
literally called them freak offs. He has pulled his lawsuit in the wake of the sexual abuse allegations levied against him.
Okay.
Oh, so he didn't win.
So let me ask
No,
you.
he already won.
But hold on a second.
How much did Diddy win?
Voluntarily dismisses racial discrimination lawsuit.
At the
Says he
time,
dismissed it.
That was January, and then 2 months later, it says they have an agreement.
The agreement included a 50-50 split with the company, but now Diagos owns 100%. It's estimated that Diddy made about $60 million annually from the deal, according to reports.
I bet you right now.
And Diddy made a lot of money back when there was money in music.
I think lawyers are contacting his lawyers and going, "Hey, you want this to go away? $1 million."
Well, you know that's
Nothing's
how
going away.
Well,
That shit
but
ain't
you know
going
how
away.
this all started. Some lady came out and had all this evidence.
Yeah.
Went to Diddy's
Well, it's
team.
also the video of him beating the fuck out of his
That
wife.
fucked him. But
Scumbag.
even right after that, some lady went up to his team and was like,
Right.
"Hey, I have the evidence here. He raped me. If you don't pay me, I'm gonna go live with it." And they were like, "Yeah, good luck, lady." She goes live with it. And then a bunch of more people are like,
Yep.
"Oh!" And then an actual law firm was like, "No, there's a case here." They looked at the evidence.
Yep.
There's a case here.
Well, when
And
you
then
see when you
so
see
many
him
other
beating
people-
her up, I believe he can do anything. If you can do that to a woman, beat her up, you can do anything.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. For sure.
I don't understand what he sued Ciroc for.
Some kind of racist stuff. I don't remember either, but like then they corrected it and said, well, he didn't. And then they said, yeah, but a couple days later, yeah, Bakken was racist. Something like that. I'll have to get another good clip on it of somebody that has more details and like the actual, but because it's not the first time I've heard this. This is when things started going bad for him. He basically thought he could take on anyone and whatever, and it's like it didn't turn out in his favor. It just, he thought he was bigger than he was. At least
I
that's
thought he was a co-founder of Ciroc, though. Wasn't he like an investor or? I could
there
be
was
tricked.
he had some affiliation with them,
Yeah.
but he tried to go against them, which is all it took. Like that's all I'm saying. Like just to go against them. They're big and powerful. You think you're big and powerful, but they're more big and powerful. And that's why even if you won the fight, you lost the war because look who's sitting in jail. I kind of think that. I think if any reason he lost protection, it was, he probably should have just, what'd you say, Bonnie? Was that you, Bonnie?
Yes. Maybe the 60 million was a buyout if he did have a part ownership in it or something.
Right? Because I think he did. I think he had some kind of ownership. And yeah.
Because that's a lot of money just
Mhm.
for a racist something that you just don't hear of that.
For sure. That's a lot of money, no doubt. So, oh crap. The thing about the touchscreens, they're so freaking touchy. You'll have it just how you want it, barely tap it on accident, and it takes that as like input. I mean, it's a good thing, I guess. If you just, it's a, what is it called? Operator's error. But still, I want to get mad at the computer. Why are you so high tech? No, I had it all together. There was my favorite part of this one that we were just watching is the story. They start talking about, have people asked you about the parties and everything because they're like, we're too low on the totem pole to be asked. And then Joe Rogan busts out with a story about Dave Chappelle, who is absolutely one of my favorites because Dave Chappelle's like hella famous. He has access, but I don't think he wanted to be there either. It's nothing super salacious, but it was fun. It was like you're a fly on the wall to these guys' conversation. This is like our backstage they forgot they were live or something. Like I definitely enjoyed listening to this. You know, you'll see. I liked it.
About all of it. They never released the names. They never said there was video. No one confirmed anything. It was all just rumors.
They just wait till we stopped asking. Do you guys get questions about Hollywood parties now? I have to tell people like, oh, I don't even know
What are you
anyone
kidding?
who was
No
not
way.
invited to those.
Yeah, right.
There's levels of Hollywood. It's not all of us in.
Yeah, it's Matt Rife and those guys.
He ain't invited.
He's not even invited?
No, it's high
He's
high
high.
levels.
I got
Alright.
roped into going one night with Chappelle. The only
Okay,
time I've
let's
ever
hear
been
it.
like a real. Well, it was we were at the Comedy Store, and Dave was like, "Come on, Joe, I gotta go to this party."
How you gonna say no?
And I was like, "All right, let's go." So we drove my Porsche up into the Hollywood Hills, like I've seen in a movie, like two comedians like having fun, leaving the Comedy Store, driving up to the movie, and we're going to Naomi Campbell's house.
Whoa!
Or some guy's house who was having Naomi Campbell's party, and we're on an elevator, like this little outdoor elevator with Demi Moore and some other lady. And it's an outdoor elevator, like you're sitting in like a cart, and it's like taking you up the side of the hill. And as we're going up the side of the hill, we look at this. They had a party house, so they had a regular house and a party house.
What?
And the party house was so high up the hill that there was like a 50-foot gigantic photo of a naked Naomi Campbell.
Wow!
Like one of her modeling poses.
Yeah.
And then you go up there, and it's like Lenny Kravitz and all these famous people, like just famous everywhere.
Yeah.
It was weird. It was so, and at one point in time, Naomi Campbell, she had a book of all her modeling stuff, and there was so many photographers there. At one point, she just starts posing, and they're all just like snapping pictures. So you're at her party, and all these cameras are going off, and she's posing. And
You're just
it was
watching it all.
bizarre. And then me and Dave are hanging out, and Dave goes, "Man, I never want to be that famous." I go, "Dave, I got news for you. You're the most famous person here." He goes, "No." I go, "Yes. Yeah, you're the most famous guy here.
And the most talented."
And we were both laughing. Lenny Kravitz is pretty talented too.
He had one hit.
Oh, he's got some bangers.
Dave can do a monologue right there on
Mama
the floor.
Says, he's got Fly Away. He's got
Fly
some
Away.
bangers.
That's a nursery rhyme. Also,
No.
American Woman was a cover.
I know, but he's got.
I thought it was pretty cool. There's a couple more minutes we can watch in a minute. The best part is in the next little clip where he's like, it was an Eyes Wide Shut party.
Oh no.
I mean, I totally spoiler alerted it. That's the whole best part. But you know, they didn't stay or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting because it's like, look how you could just be out hanging out. Well, we couldn't, but on another timeline we could have, you know. Gosh, I have a clip somewhere. I'm gonna have to find it. It might be next week or whatever, but they were talking about how easily that could happen. You could just be like, oh wow, look over there. It's you name a bunch of names and you're at this party, and then you take the wrong drink and you don't remember anything, and all these bad things happen, and now there's blackmail tape of you. Like, I wonder, I mean, if you think about it, that happened to a lot of people. They're just like trying to hang out and have a good time.
Yeah.
And this stuff happens while they're all tore up and shit.
And then it's like JELLO. That kind of that makes Jello shots a little bit more rough, huh? You know?
Another layer. Oh my God, down to the JELLO.
Yeah.
It's so bad. What's up, Bonnie?
Don't you usually know what kind of party you're going to? I mean, I just feel like
oh my God. It's a good thing we're on a live stream. I'm just gonna tell you, I've gone to a party before, thought it was one thing and kind of was like, what the F? It wasn't
Right.
quite a freak off or something, but like more than I expected to be at a party, and I totally left. I was so uncomfortable. And
so these people only went one time.
I did definitely only go one time to what I'm talking about.
Right.
But I don't know. Some of them didn't. You're right. Yeah. And they're like, oh, I always left at this certain time. Well, if you left at this certain time, you knew something was coming.
Yes.
And yeah, and there's a lot to that. I tell you, it's hard for me. I love Dave Chappelle. I think he's one of the funniest humans. He seems like such a nice, real good guy. But I don't know, man. He was out here testing Joe Rogan to see how Joe Rogan react, or he didn't know what was going to happen. He found out with Joe Rogan. He's obviously way more famous. He probably had been to something like that before. Anyways, he says they didn't stay. Let's go with the next couple minutes because it goes on. He talks about Dave Chappelle a little bit more. And I like to think like, I don't know. I want to think he's a good guy because he did walk away from all that money. I'll remember the whole thing.
Yep.
So there was that. Right.
He's got bangers. He's good.
I mean, he's good and he's hot. He's a
I agree.
hunk.
Chappelle is more talented, but no need to be disparaging about Mr.
No, I'm just saying it's
How
just
dare
funny
you.
these comedians show up and they can do a couple hours. They got albums. They can do a riffing sesh, crowd work.
She can pose.
What does she got?
She can pose.
She can pose.
She can
All
be pouty.
right.
She can be pouty on command. It takes you a while.
Exactly.
We didn't stay long. Then we left when we went back to the store, and they were like, "Wow, that was so weird." It was like eyes wide shut party.
I talked to you after that. Yeah. We talked. I think it was that one.
Oh,
on
yeah,
the
for
phone,
sure.
and I was like, "Are they all like rotten?" And you're like, "Yeah, they've gone sour."
As a comic, you go to those parties, you feel like a gargoyle. Like I'm so ugly compared to these,
Oh,
these
yeah.
beautiful
Well, just-
people.
you can't talk to them regular. They
No.
don't fuck around.
No
right?
way.
The thing is, like, if you go and you talk to a bunch of celebrities, the odds are they're going to be more guarded than even regular liberals. Like, you got regular liberals, and then you got celebrity liberals. So, like, they have to be careful of every
will.
thing they say. If
Yeah.
they have a couple of drinks in them and you got your phone out and you start recording them saying something crazy, it could ruin their life.
Oh,
Ruin their
yeah.
life. Like, what do you think about these immigrants? Isn't it? They're not even paying for our veterans. And, some of them are okay, but most of them are.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, it's over.
Oh, they're cooking
It's
for him
over.
too. That's like their chef.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Who
So
they
funny
eventually
seeing a
kill.
celebrity take to Twitter, and you're just like, his agents failed him.
Woo,
Yeah.
Well, you get it though
Or
because they
football
want
player.
The agent can't watch you 24/7.
they want to keep going to these parties.
Yeah.
Like a Kimmel type. He's got to play ball.
Those parties suck after a while.
Stink.
They suck. They
You go like
suck.
two, and you
Those
go, all
parties
right,
suck.
I get it.
No
wanna-
beer pong. No
No.
beer pong ever.
No.
comedians. If you found a comic, if it was Mark Maron at that party, flock to him.
Who's grilling? Yeah.
Like,
I talked to him.
1,000%.
I know I don't like you. Talk to me.
Yeah.
It's like one of those
Mark, who's
places.
a comedian that's doing?
No beer pong ever. That's what he was disappointed about that shit. Fight Club. If it's your
Yeah.
first night at Fight Club, you have to fight. That is such a good movie.
Yep.
It really is such a good movie. I don't know. I watched it way too many times. We were just I don't know. I swear I just talked about this like either last week or the week before because it is such a good movie and there's so many good little parts in it. I like it when certainly it's like 20 years old, so if it's a spoiler alert, I'm sorry. But like there's the scene where they're outside of the bar and it's him and Edward Norton, Brad Pitt and Edward Norton, and he's like handing them the beer and they're like, "Yeah, we should do this more often," and they're having a drink. And when he's coming to the realization, he sees that and he watches himself hand the beer and the beer shatters on the ground because there's nobody next
There's
to him.
no one there to hand it to. Yep.
What a nice psychological mind mess screw.
Yeah.
Because it was such a good movie. I really enjoyed it.
By
But
the
also-
way, you're old because I think that was like 96, maybe 98. Like it's 30 years, girl. That's a 30.
20 sounded better though, right? Like it
Yeah,
kind of made us
something like
believe
that.
20 years ago, 10 years ago.
Right.
It was 20 years ago, 10 years ago. I don't
It's
know.
all beaten up.
Man.
Right? Flies by.
Yeah, I definitely saw O'Keefe several places. He was on a Tim cast, and he was on I think he was on Benny. He did his own thing, and then he did that PBD podcast. He was making his rounds, and that to me tells me he's like trying to be heard. I never did do the video. I don't know if either of you two care too much about the leaked video. I really, really did want to go over it with Ten's friend, Lady Red, because she brought it up, the first night that I met her, she's all talking about it. And I was like, man, I love the fact that she's even like, that's the thing that was on her mind, because it is pretty nuts. Where he's like, the pizza boxes, get rid of the pizza boxes. And he's like, oh, and recycle the plastic. Like everything's totally a code word,
Mm-hmm.
But let's see. And then there's I don't know if I'm kind of curious what I'm trying to look to see what he said on the Tim cast, if there was anything different from any of the other times I saw him.
Well, it always makes me wonder when you have someone like O'Keefe doing the media circuit, and in this case, it would be conservative-leaning media circuit. He's on Benny, he's on Tim, he's on Joe Rogan, he's on
All at the exact same time, though. So I feel like he's pushing something. But yes, I think he's scared, to be honest. He tries to say he's not scared, but sometimes you say things because you're overcompensating. You know, thou dost protest too much. Like, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I know I should be scared because all these people got killed, but I'm not scared. Like, I'm like, I don't know. That's kind of what I think, but I don't know.
Have y'all seen Tucker Carlson lately?
I heard there was something new going on. Oh, I do have one short. Billy showed me if I could just find it. It's like 15 seconds long, but it was actually for the 15 seconds I got right in there. Hold on. What were you saying it for? I'm gonna play it, but because like I said, it's only 15 seconds. But what were you?
Because Virginia was talking about all these interviewers, and then it just made me think. I haven't seen
a lot.
Tucker in a while.
I'm reading Bill Burns, the CIA director for Biden. Very close friend of Epstein's, by the way. No, just a fact. Yes, I know. I just saw emails from Epstein to him. Yes, as someone showed me. I'm just saying.
I missed the first person. It happened so quick.
I'm reading Bill Burns' autobiography, the CIA director for Biden. Very close friend of Epstein's, by the way. No, just a fact. Yes, I know. I just saw emails from Epstein to him. Yes, as someone showed me. I'm just saying.
I do actually. He's one of the ones that I trust him. I don't know why. I can't tell exactly why. Well, I guess I can. He kind of whenever anyone gets shunned by mainstream, I don't know. It's almost like instant credibility because mainstream doesn't shoo off people that are telling the narrative they want to be told. So then I automatically want to hear what you have to say because they don't want me to, you know?
Right.
It's the whole Streisand effect. You told me not to, so now I must know. It's a thing. It's a real thing.
I've seen him, Bonnie, is YouTube. He has his own channel. And
Who does?
Tucker.
Oh, good.
And he doesn't I don't think he's on any kind of news channel anymore, but he has some kind of YouTube channel that does do some interviews and stuff, just like the guy with Blaze TV. What is his name? He used to be on mainstream also, but they kind of Glenn Beck. Is that it? Glenn, yeah. I don't know if it makes him more trustworthy. I'm not sure.
I'm not either. I mean,
Well, I guess y'all are going to ride along. It's only a couple minutes anyway, like a minute and 40 seconds or something. But this is supposedly the leaked audio from jail.
Serious legal trouble.
I told you to do, and don't forget about the list. Make sure that shit is fucking signed.
Don't forget about the list.
All right, good. So tell me, what's been going on? How the girls doing? How's Quincy doing?
I like that they just have some random blurred face black man standing next to a phone to like kind of be like Diddy. It's like, dude, just give me a blank screen or a picture of him because it's kind of like pretty rude for real. And unless they can convince me, I know that's not Diddy because the main story is how graying his beard and head are. So it's kind of like insulting some random generic guy standing there. Oh, that's kind of like Diddy. No, but this is the phone call though.
Boy, they good. Quincy, he been filming a lot. Hey, yo, don't tell me that he's out here filming for that vlog show. What the fuck is called?
Yeah, I guess so. People got us in it too.
Yo, y'all motherfuckers stupid. Y'all understand the definition of lay low? This nigga got a fucking TV show while I'm dealing with this shit. Y'all need to just stay out the fucking press. No cameras, no nothing. Don't entertain nothing. Don't take pictures. Don't sign autographs. Just stay in the fucking house.
Not me though, Pop. I do be in the crib. Everybody else just be on different shit.
Don't nobody want to listen to what I gotta say. But it's all good. I got motherfuckers cutting deals left and right trying to take me down.
Nah, Pop. Everything gonna be alright. We gonna get you out.
Oh, I know. Because I got one more trick up my sleeve. And this one is gonna put everybody back in their seat. I can't wait to see the look on everybody's faces when this shit happens.
What you mean, though, Pop?
Don't even worry about it. Just do me a favor and vote for Harris.
That got me. What you mean though, Pop? He was scared.
Right?
Oh, that's
Ah,
cool and
that's funny.
everything, but what you mean though? Gets me every time. And then if you caught what he said, oh, don't worry about it. Just vote for Harris. So I was ready to throw it all in, going, oh, this is all bull crap. Trump's in office. This is probably just, some bullshit, clickbait. And then Billy's like, he was locked up a month before the election. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize. So kind of changed my perspective. He might have really said that shit. And, it really did kind of sound authentic. I actually ran across another one that I won't share because it did not sound authentic. It sounded like AI and like it was being forced. But these other two, especially like this is the one everybody remembers with the pizza boxes. And it is disturbing. And this one's got like this guy, it's like a TikTok. So there's this guy kind of doing commentary on it, but it's also about 2.5 minutes or something. But this is the one I talk about all the time because I do think they're talking in code. And I do wish somebody would tell me what the plastic they're going to recycle is. Like, okay, the pizza boxes might be one thing, but what's this plastic? Like, or is this just made up too? Because it's so hard to tell. But I don't know. I found it interesting. I definitely have revisited this several times. Well, maybe.
Nothing over the phone. I need you to get rid of all the leftover pizza boxes. The what? All the boxes left over.
Now, this alleged leak call from Diddy in prison was talking about getting rid of pizza boxes. Now, if you know your stuff and you're privy, you know exactly what pizza stands for, and that's probably what they're talking about and referring to on this alleged leak call. Pizza, for those who don't know, I'm going to make it very clean. It has to do with children and selling.
Make sure you recycle the plastic like you talked about.
Now, in this alleged phone call, he starts to talk about someone named Jay. People are speculating that maybe Jay-Z, but there's no confirmation. At the same time, he talks about recycling plastic. I don't know what that could mean. If you guys have any idea, comment and let me know.
Everybody out there quiet as motherfucker. Yeah, exactly. We gonna let them have their little fun, but I'm still gonna have the last laugh.
I mean, it seems by the call that he's looking for help. He's saying that a lot of people are quiet, I guess people that are on his side, and that he's going to have the last laugh at the end. And then he goes on to say, don't forget about the list. And we don't know what that list is or what that implies, but this is pretty crazy. Do I think?
So, I don't know. I find it interesting. Like I said, those two, I believe. There's a third one, and it's like Jay-Z and this and that. And it just doesn't sound believable. It sounds fake, and like they messed with it a little bit to try to make it, and they tried to make it sound like something that it's not. The thing I will say, though, they actually have one of my, in the same video, they have one of my, oh, crap. Well, at least the ad is happening now while I'm not presenting it. But they have one of my favorite channels I like to look into to follow these court cases, which is Sidebar, because they're like, they like explain it on like a level, like coming from a lawyer's perspective. And they talk about the different times that why he can't get out, and because it has to do with phone calls and stuff. So it may not be, these ones might be fake or whatever, but there were definitely some, and I feel like more should probably leak out, because they do tape all of those calls in the jail, no matter what. Even if you're not Tupac, even if you're not Diddy or whoever, they tape all those calls. So it wouldn't be that shocking if some of them were to leak. But this is stuff straight. This is actual evidence from court and stuff where it's proved that that's going on, basically. Crap. That's the type of shit I'm talking about. I had it ready to go and I barely tapped the wrong place and it started playing with my emotions.
For bail now or at any point in the future.
Well, the government has come out with new evidence of its own to justify pretrial detention. And let me just read you this from the beginning of their brief. They say, while attempting to evade law enforcement monitoring, the defendant has, among other things, orchestrated social media campaigns that are, in his own words, aimed at tainting the jury pool, made efforts to publicly leak materials he views as helpful to his case, and contacted witnesses through third parties. So the government says, look, you can't let him out because he has already been engaging in obstruction while locked up. They read, the government has reviewed dozens of recordings of BOP jail calls in which the defendant uses telephone accounts of at least 8 other inmates, which is against BOP regulations. Seemingly to avoid law enforcement monitoring, the defendant uses other inmates' PAC numbers to make phone calls to both individuals on the defendant's approved contact list, as well as other individuals who are not on the approved contact list. To obtain or maintain access to other inmates' PAC numbers, the defendant directs others to pay the inmates, including through payment processing apps and BOP account deposits. The defendant also frequently instructs individuals whom he contacts by telephone, including family members and his attorneys, to add other individuals via three-way call. This practice is not authorized by BOP as it helps conceal the identities of the contacted individuals. The government has reviewed multiple calls in which the defendant has instructed parties to dial in third parties, including members and associates of the enterprise and individuals who are not on the defendant's contact list. Well, what about, they say, quote, the defendant also uses a non-authorized third-party messaging service called Contact Me ASAP to obscure his communications. The defendant appears to be using two Contact Me ASAP accounts. First, the defendant's BOP contact list includes a particular email address assigned to the defendant's son, which does not appear to be an account owned by the defendant's son, but instead appears to be an email address connected to Contact Me ASAP. Second, the defendant appears to be using another inmate's Contact Me ASAP account, primarily using email one. The defendant has exchanged hundreds of text messages via Contact Me ASAP with dozens of individuals, including attorneys and individuals who are not on the defendant's contact.
So there's a victim that actually isn't testifying now. And after I was listening to some of this isn't actually the spot I thought it was, but after I was listening to some of this, I started thinking, well, that might be what happened. He contacted her, somebody else contacted her.
Right.
And Gene Dill, he's another one of them that's just like, you're too quick to jump in front of a camera. Like, I want to believe you, but you're making it weird, You shouldn't don't be so eager, if it is what it is, Oh my gosh. Anyways, I forget what I'm even looking up right now for y'all. Oh, getting out on bail. This is the part that I thought it was where they actually talk of this is what stopped it, was all his shenanigans.
Good morning, Gio. This lawyer is trying for a third time to get him out on bail, but this time the prosecution telling the judge about attempts they say the rap mogul made from behind bars to influence everyone from potential jury to alleged victims. This morning, prosecutors leveling new accusations against Sean Diddy Combs, saying he poses a serious risk of danger even from behind bars as he awaits trial. In a court filing late Friday, prosecutors detailing the steps they say Combs is taking while locked up to reach out to prospective witnesses and influence public opinion to affect potential jurors.
The accusations within the prosecution's motion to deny bail are very serious and will be considered very heavily by the judge, because the judge is going to want to ensure that he is not influencing witnesses and or contacting anyone to influence the trial in any way.
Combs has pleaded not guilty to charges of racketeering, transportation to engage in prostitution, and sex trafficking. He denies any wrongdoing. The government now asking a judge not to grant Combs' third request for bail, in which the music mogul offers a $50 million bail package, citing new evidence and changed circumstances. Prosecutors pointing to recorded phone calls from jail. They say Combs asked family members to reach out to potential victims and witnesses, urging them to create narratives to influence a jury pool. Allegations that could land Combs in even more trouble.
Diddy's jail calls can be used at trial if they are able to support the prosecution's case in chief. They can also provide grounds for additional criminal charges to be filed against him.
So, I don't know. My thing is, I do think that they should get the bigger people, that there's the Lucians and the Clive Davises and many, many, many other humans above Diddy. But at the minimum, that guy, he had a choice. He didn't have to go be just like them. He could have done whatever. He could have faded into obscurity and not been whatever he is. He chose to do what he did. So if that's where the buck stops, at least punish that guy. That's where I'm at. At least punish him. I do think they should go above him, but they should at least start with him and maybe go down. These other guys above him, I mean, I hate to say it and be crass, they're gonna be dying soon. They're all kind of old. Diddy has a lot of years left, and he can spend them in jail. I don't know. I just think that everybody wants, it's like, as soon as, when you dig into this, there's definitely a lot of people above him that should be getting in trouble that probably aren't going to. We'll see. I think the chick, Christine Coram, I think this Lucian guy, Clive Day, all of them should get dragged in, but they probably won't. But at the minimum, he should at least get some time, right? At the very minimum. But, especially like they're basically, the reason he can't get bail is because of all his trickery and trying to get in trouble. Why would Diddy want guns disposed of. I mean, probably had prints on them or something like this. That's the thing that happened in court today, was all about the prints and how they could have been. That's after bait, ATF bait. Huh. Well, he definitely had some with the serial numbers marked off and everything. But yeah, today they got mad because they insinuated that there was somebody in the inside getting rid of those prints. But there might have been somebody on the inside getting rid of those prints, which goes back to criminal enterprise or whatever. So kind of proves the whole point again. As far as like, if somebody really did do that and got rid of the prints to protect whoever, whether it be Diddy or one of Diddy's associates, then it's still going, they're acting as they're told, like an enterprise company. That's what I see. What I need to figure out is how to get to those clips. Oh gosh, hold on. Sorry.
Dogs all want to talk to you.
What's that, Bonnie? Nala, what'd you say, Bonnie?
I said the dogs all want to talk to you. That's what mine was doing a while ago. Okay, so you said that there's 2 cases against him. One's civil, one's federal.
Oh no, there's one big federal case, and then there's so many, like 120 or some crazy amount of civils.
So I think it used to be civil cases. There's a cap off of how much you can receive. Like financially, if you're going for a financial gain or whatever reason these civil cases are against him. And those are the ones that the women are testifying, or is that the federal?
In the federal one, Cassie has testified, a chick named Capricorn Clark, a couple makeup artists, a bunch of people that worked for him, Homeland Security. So that's the thing. There's multiple things going on, but I can tell you everything as far as what's happened in the federal case, except maybe a couple things today, but up until that. And that's why I need to find these clips. I have a page on YouTube somewhere of these 1-minute clips, and there's such good information all packed in a minute over and over and over again. Different things about the racketeering, just anyways.
Right.
So go ahead.
The civil is about the
children, all the children, any children, which we say there's 25 supposedly, allegedly, that are civil. And then there's like 60 men, and like the total was 200. So what's that leave? 140 women or so? It's a large list. The civil is, anyways, go ahead. Whatever you were saying, I don't want to talk over you.
No, I just said right. The civil is what? I'm sorry.
No, you're good. The civil is one of them is the guy that said all the stuff about Gloria Estefan and the tunnels and having to wear this mask with a big, and he's seeing LeBron James and Jay-Z and Beyonce, except, excuse me, they took off Jay-Z's name off of that and then left everything else in place. Like, that's the type of shit that makes everything look suspicious. Diddy might roll on the Boulets, Freemasons in LA. That's an even bigger start. Well, they definitely are saying the Boulay if you ask the Odie boy. All right, let me just look. I've totally been there before, y'all. I just got to figure out how to get there.
Understand why they would separate it, because it sounds like it's all connected anyway.
Oh, it is. And it also, some of the civil cases would really support the RICO, but the reason that they say one of the main reasons is because there's less evidence. So like that girl that I was trying to show, she didn't do the rape kit quick enough. So there was no like DNA, but she can tell you and this person, and you can get a civil suit started with less than you can get a criminal suit started, apparently. Something along that. Like I said, I'm looking for something. And this is one of those things, excuse me, I meant to do and never did do. Okay, go to the home page, I guess. Right here on this left side, there's your clips. I'll be a mother trucker. The paid protesters for Diddy. They explain why no minors. See, let me try. Let's see. Put it here. This is them trying to explain to us why there's no minors in the federal case. And what they say is basically there's not enough evidence to support it. And it's like so matter of fact and almost will make you mad. But also, this is better than not answering us at all, because that's what else I found. Is
because you and I know that he has been alleged to have abused minors in civil lawsuits. Criminal arena, very different than civil. But again, why, Safa, aren't there any minor victims in the criminal case?
You know, I don't think that there's any evidence to support that there are any minor victims in this case. And if there certainly was evidence to support that, the government would have charged him with that. You know, the burden of proof and the standard in our criminal world or during criminal practice is much different than civil. Civil is a much lower burden. With respect to criminal charges, there has to be an establishment of probable cause to make the arrest, and then the case will litigate on. And at the jury or at the jury stage, once the jury gets the case, the government has to prove that him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt for each element of each offense. I don't think that there is any evidence that would indicate that there were children victims or child victims. And because of that, the government wouldn't charge that.
not enough evidence, basically. But let me see. Shoot, I'm trying to find. Okay, here's the 3 things for racketeering. Testimony is evidence about Kid Cudi's arson. This I think is interesting, and this is one of those things where I want to say it, but I know I'll say it wrong. People keep saying hearsay. People keep saying it's just testimony. There's no evidence. Here's where it gets. This is a lawyer explaining it. That corroboration is kind of like the same thing.
Got a question for you, Safa. This is from Shop Girl. Jesse, do you think without video surveillance or Cudi seeing them blow up the car, that it's just hearsay? What do you think? I'll throw it to you, Safa.
Not necessarily. What people often don't realize is that testimony is evidence. And if somebody is testifying, what they testify to, a jury can use that to determine guilt or innocence. Not only that, but we have the exhibits that were moved in under Mr. and Mrs. Cudi, which show and corroborate the arson taking place, the nature of the relationship he had with Ms. Ventura, and the interestingly semi-tumultuous relationship he had with Mr. Combs, and ultimately what became of that. So it's not necessarily hearsay. His testimony is evidence. The judge is going to instruct the jury on that and indicate to them that if they do find him credible, they can certainly consider his testimony and ultimately either come back with a guilty verdict or a not guilty verdict.
So his testimony is evidence, and that was without corroboration. Him, Capricorn Clark, and Cassie have all corroborate one another in multiple ways of their story. So if it was evidence just for him, if all 3 of them are saying it, that's, more evidence, I would say.
Makes it more.
That's why I said they're going to have, I agree. They're going to have to pull something. They're going to have to do a mistrial, which they did try today, but it didn't work. Or something of that nature, because they're losing. There's just, okay, here's the 3 things for racketeering. Okay, let's see. I did a lot of this for over on 10s because, hers is more faster paced and try to get it real captured in. But what's cool is they do stay on I could never access these. I always send them through text, and now I'm figuring out how to get to them while I'm on here, which is cool. So they get to get used more than once, possibly.
First, they got to show the existence of a criminal enterprise. So in this case, what the indictment calls the Combs enterprise. And this allegedly includes not just Sean Combs himself, but his business entities like Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Global, along with employees, associates, other unnamed participants. And according to the indictment, this was an ongoing criminal organization, quote, whose members functioned as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs enterprise. Second, prosecutors have to demonstrate that this enterprise engaged in a pattern of illegal acts. The indictment alleges Combs, quote, created a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, obstruction of justice. And finally, there has to be the existence of a conspiracy, because the charge is actually racketeering conspiracy.
Racketeering conspiracy. So it's not, everybody goes, it's so hard to prove. It's really not. I think they've done that already. Just like that but the girl we just listened to, that's why it's so frustrating, because everything she described went along with that. The bouncer or the bodyguard right outside, Christina Coram being there and reinforcing everything. But there were several witnesses to that as well in the federal case. There's been, I can tell you, like, I can go through, and I'm glad, because I mean, if something crazy does happen, I'm not going to be like, oh, I don't know what's been going on. I'm going to know what's been happening in court. I've been following this stuff. And,
Well, I mean, getting into a criminal enterprise has nothing to do with baby oil and women. And, you know, I think.
No, but it has to do with the rugs and the rug trafficking. You know, everybody that worked for him went and got it for him. Go get me this rug. Go get me that rug. Go meet with this guy. Here, you pay your cash, and you know what? I'm going to pay you back in cash, not on the company card. And just dumb little details. The people that prepared the rooms and, you know, knew what was going to happen there. There were people, like I said, when they sent, this has all been in the courtroom too. When they sent, like, oh, I don't know, a sex worker or an associate that worked for him. Either way, either one would do. And they go to bring Cassie food or something after she's been beat up and hidden away a hotel so that she can't, you know, bring the limelight on him. And they knock on the door, and somebody else, like a bodyguard or whoever, answers the door to collect the food for her. Like, that's damn near kidnapping. Capricorn Clark says they kept her for 40 hours. This was in court, she said. And that they made her take a lie detector test, which another employee testified that they made him take lie detector tests over things they thought were stolen. Like, this is not a normal job. And that's what they're proving, that all these people that work for him, most of the people are getting immunity, or they quit their jobs because there was so much they didn't want to be compliant to. I just see it.
Hold them hostage.
Yeah, basically. So yeah, let's see. It's all kind of mixed together, but definitely there was somebody named Israel Flores. He was the one that went the day she got beat up in the hotel everybody saw, and was the first one on the scene. The one guy that filmed her getting beat up and everything, if he had done that, there would have been no evidence. They got rid of it because of the money that he gave them. Once again, enterprise. They're like, here, let us buy you off. Like, that's a crime too. And then the male dancers named Daniel Phillips testified what he thought he was. Oh yeah, it gets creepy. They tell so many details we don't need to know. He's sitting there in a white robe with a bandana and a hat and sitting in the corner and all the kinky stuff they did. It's some crazy stuff, man. And then let's see who else. There's
the guy that was filming. He should be an accomplice, shouldn't he?
Well, the guy that, what I'm saying is, the guy that he filmed footage of her getting beat up to show his wife, because he had a feeling they were going to get rid of it. And all this time later, interesting, Navy. I would definitely look into that. I forget to check it because no one ever emails that. And if they do, they give me a link I'm afraid to click because everybody warns me of that type of stuff. Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to see. I got more than one notebook and they get in both places. But Clayton Howard, called by the prosecution. All kinds of crazy. Dawn Richard, big name there. And she's another one that took up for Cassie. And somebody named Mia is supposed to, I don't know if I missed that testimony or not, but she's going to be up there. Daniel Phillip, Cassie. And of course, Cassie was there for the first couple of days. Then Kid Cudi. And like a makeup artist and a cop or so, somebody from Homeland Security, a girl named Capricorn Clark, who absolutely like corroborated all the stories, but and she wasn't even happy with her. A girl named Carrie Morgan, who used to be her best friend, and they're not even friends anymore because she ended up being the one to give her the money for a non-disclosure, basically, and like said she thought she was making too much of it.
Well, I think what prosecutors are doing right now is building evidence, testimony of his character, that he's a piece of shit, a shady dude, you know, a violent person, a manipulative person. But I think what will stick would be financial records and receipts and things like that. You know, like all these people saying their experiences. It's not to say those aren't true, but I don't think that's going to stick in the federal situation. If they're going after criminal enterprise and what have you, I think financial crimes, tax evasion, maybe doing things over state lines, perhaps. I could see that working.
Well, I think there's more to it with the corroborations. If they were all arguing or not, you know, I don't even think they mean to. It's just the truth. And there's been too many. It seems like a low thing, but buying drugs for somebody, multiple different people that work for him, that is exactly it. That's the thing. Covering up for him with the victims and stuff like that, prepping the room, all of that, they're proven that they're all working together for criminal activity. And the way it's a lot, man. But I think they're doing it. And then just the actual evidence, which are like, you know, bang bangs all taken apart, no serial numbers, and all the rugs and all these types of things adding up. Shoot. Cassie on the stand. Oh God. See, that's one of the things. I just don't think they're doing a good job as far as proving he's not guilty. Like he's definitely guilty. Okay, here's something that says that prepping the rooms is enough for it's only a minute. Well, all of these are the ones that I have right here. But
to repeatedly prep for alleged criminal activity, again, does that show an ongoing enterprise, or does the prosecution need more there?
It does. It's more than enough. And in addition to what you mentioned, he was tasked with getting.
This is just one person's testimony they're talking about. And he's saying it's more than enough. So if we have multiple people saying several of the same things, which we do, then it's more than enough multiple times over. If these guys are right, you know.
And some of the drugs. And in terms of the reimbursement, you talked about certain things were reimbursed by Bad Boy and certain things were paid in cash. And Combs's infamous Louis Vuitton bag usually had around $10,000 in cash for things that were unlawful. I mean, look, there's nothing unlawful with paying in cash, but when you're getting reimbursed for legitimate business expenses and other things that are being paid cash, the jury can certainly infer that that's because they knew what they were doing is unlawful.
Yeah, I mean, he testified that reimbursements work differently depending on what he was buying. So food and drinks, those expenses covered through official Bad Boy Entertainment channel, right? Food and drinks, no problem there. The personal items, those payments came in cold hard cash, specifically stacks of bills that James says that he kept.
Yep, James. Yeah, that's David James, who was only there because he had a subpoena. He was a personal assistant between 2007 and 2009. One of the first things that happened with him, there's a big picture of Sean on the wall. And they're all like, this is Mr. Combs' kingdom, and we're all here to serve him. And they say that helps with the RICO.
Mm-hmm.
With the RICO claim. I mean, that was the first thing they said to the guy, you know? Oh, shoot. Sorry. Because I do have a bunch of these, but I don't remember. And then, you know, the further you go back, the less relative. They do talk about the eye drops and all the rugs found. Those were definitely interesting. All right, here we go. This one's about the IV things, I'm pretty sure, and recovering after them, which that other girl seemed to know about, but yet she's not in the criminal. She's only on the, you know, other claims.
Federal courthouse in Manhattan, where Cassie Ventura just gave what may be the most excruciating testimony.
Okay, I lied. This one is not as short anymore. I don't know what happened. Let me see. Recovering after the freak off. I'm not sure. All right, let me just try and see if it's right or not. This one's making the whole video instead of the 1 minute, but I think it might
reacting violently to what it had endured. infection that wreaked havoc on her digestive system. She described feeling sick and bloated and nauseated for days. Cassie testified that she was frequently under the influence of MDMA, ecstasy, and ketamine, a combination that she lived with. And then the stomach issues, which she attributed to the drugs Combs continued to supply for her, she said. Fully recovering in between these free coughs, Cassie said the pain became something that she just learned to live with. She also testified that she frequently experienced burning sensations, bladder pain, and had to manage the infections without full health caused by the repeated friction of what she was forced
Okay, I don't know what's happening there. It's jumping all around. That's not what I'm into. The one that I thought it was going to explain was the whole IV, and the people that were doing that supported the RICO because these people are helping with IV fluids. They know what these people have been through and they're supporting it. All right, I'm going to look this up, Navy. But for some reason, it's translating.
The people administering the IVs, and man,
some weird
it
stuff.
smells to me like the best avenue is similar to Al Capone, you know, tax evasion, and if they go and audit the business and kind of see where things went, how, like he was saying, there's official account for drinks and lunch and sandwiches, and then there was like a cash account with the Louis Vuitton bag, you know. It basically, it sounds like a full-on audit is what would actually get him busted for quite a bit of criminal enterprise behavior.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at this thing from Navy Vet and it had me download it, but now that it's downloaded, I don't know how in the world I'd play it. It's on my phone, but I would share it, but I'm not good with this type of stuff. And now it's saying my drive. I don't know about all that.
Cola,
No.
hun, I'm falling asleep. I need
Yeah, I
to
was
jump.
about to get back to the back. Oh, you are. Dang, I was going to go backstage for a bit, but
I'm
you're not going to
sorry.
make it.
I would
Thanks.
love to, but I don't know why. I just can't keep my eyes open.
Well, take advantage of it and get some good sleep. Thanks for hanging out, girl.
Thank you. Y'all take care. Night, Virginia.
Congrats, Bonnie. Good night.
Good night.
Everybody. Love you.
I probably will go backstage soon. For some reason, this one wouldn't play at 10s. This is the where they get paid money to wear the free Diddy shirts. It's only 30 or so seconds. I don't know why it wouldn't play, but oh my gosh, it's doing it again where it's not the part. I don't know. It's like the whole video. Which was, I like this guy for real. Maybe this was, I don't think this happened there. It was just buffering like crazy. I have no idea because I'd already clipped it, you know. I see him in the hallway every time. You know? Okay, there it was.
God damn it, I just pissed on bitches and I'm locked up. This nigga and pissing in a bitch's mouth, and then they got people out bitch's mouth, and then they got people after them pissing this bitch's mouth. No, she said piss in my mouth. I know R. Kelly's in jail, crying like a motherfucker himself. 10 years, pissed in the mouth over and over, and she asked for the motherfucker's piss. I was thinking that Puppy was is on trial too, by public opinion, because I think she's a certified freak. Pay $20 an hour to wear free Diddy t-shirts. Why do you? And I'm locked up. This and pissing in a bitch's mouth, and then
I don't know why I was doing that. It was totally there, and then it went away again. Oh no, it was oh my god, I know, but he's not lying though. That's a real thing. That really. Okay, thanks, Billy. Yeah, Billy, why don't you put the link out there? Because we are getting close to like 5 hours, which is a long time. I really am. Y'all got me talking about the Diddy stuff, and then everybody's ready to go to bed. But it is really, I'm watching every second, y'all. I really am. I did miss a little bit of the day. That's just because I was trying to get this stream together. But Frederick Zenmore, who's this guy? General manager of a hotel. And he just, Her name came in again right here. Only bills over $2,000. Only if Christina Coram approves. The special requirements for like keep the room at 75 degrees. They had complaints of like candle wax on the carpet and charges of $500 and crazy stuff. There was an agent named Josh Croft from Homeland Security I mentioned. He starts talking about all this allocated space, which is totally over my head. I thought he was going to come back. I did not catch when he came back.
Huh.
It's a
I bet
lot, man.
baby oil would have got the wax out of the carpet.
Man,
like work together, people.
I swear, man, they went so far into it though. Like they have fit so much in such a short. So many people. I try to look at the notebook because I think I can rattle them off, but I don't remember. It was a lot of people. Like I said, a friend of hers, her mother, herself, her ex Kid Cudi, Capricorn Clark, and then like all these special agents, different cops, and literally none of it has been flattering towards Puffy. I don't know what to call the guy, but none of it has been in his favor. It's all been damning. It's all corroborating each other. He's beat the shit out of her multiple times. He threw apples at the other chick. Like it is just crazy. He kidnapped, she sat there. Capricorn Clark sat and testified that he forced her into the car to do all this stuff with Kid Cudi, that he locked her away for 40 hours somewhere to do a lie detector test. And if she'd failed, she'd be in a river somewhere. Like it's crazy stuff. And I just feel like he's losing. And they tried to do mistrial today over the insinuation that potentially someone on the inside got rid of those prints on the front door at Cudi's house on purpose. And the thing is, they might have. So like, don't get mad because the truth's coming out. Like it is what it is. They didn't call a mistrial, which is a good thing. But still, they tried. That was like them. They're like losing so badly. And like some of the funniest things are people inside the courtroom telling their experience. And it's like all kind of, could be considered hearsay, but also it gets corroborated. Like this chick Tisa tells, and about at least one, maybe two more people reporting on it, talked about how Diddy is like writing all these questions on his sticky notes and sliding them to the attorneys. And like Tisa described it as, the attorney gets the note and just kind of like takes a deep breath and then asks some question like, okay, were you still dating Cassie when she was talking to, like almost like questions you'd want answers to at the end of a breakup or something, like petty ass stuff. And it just kind of seems like a circus for real. But I didn't take that shit to heart till I heard it like 2 or 3 times about him visibly scribbling out notes like crazy and sending. So basically reinforcing the picture of him being a mob boss, telling everybody else what to do. Even his lawyers are scared to put on his defense without his scribbly note, like that's not, if I'm a juror, I'm like, oh God, he's everything they say he is. Like, how does he not know that's damaging? But anyways, this is all just like the gossip part of it. But like I said, I heard it 2 or 3 times before I took it all the way seriously. Anyway, like it's funny when I start talking about backstages and ending and stuff, chat gets dead still. Like, right? I guess nobody really wants to come backstage. Billy will be back here.
Waiting to pounce. You never know.
I know sometimes that is a thing too. Mm-hmm. Some of the main people haven't been, like the last couple of times I haven't seen some of the people I usually do. So I don't know. But it's getting there, isn't it? I want to make it to 5 hours, but that's like a long time. Billy's falling asleep. No, you're gonna be backstage, buddy. Nobody will come if you're not going to be back here. You got to stay awake. But all right, I guess. Do you have any last? I hate to say like last words because
I know, right? What's your final meal?
Final thoughts. Let's say final thoughts.
Don't believe everything you see or read. I think as the one thing I've seen consistently is that as more and more comes out, whether it's about Diddy or anything else, things are coming into focus. It's taking a little time, you know.
Yeah, what's that like quote? Believe 50% or what's it?
None of what you see, half of what you hear, or something like that. None of what you hear, half of what you see.
Something like that. I got all fucked up on it. It was something like that, but I messed it all up. I saw it on the internet. Must be true. Yeah,
Right.
there's a lot of that. And even I, whenever a lot of times I'll play like the transcripts, but I won't do that without checking it. Oh, what's up, D? Good to see you. Well, we're wrapping up the live and going to a backstage if anybody wants to come back, because we pretty much talked about it all at this point. And we somebody new to come talk about something we haven't talked about, maybe. But yeah, next Wednesday. And I don't know, normally it just like time flies by, but I really feel like it's been 5 hours and it hasn't. But I'm gonna go ahead and end it, and hopefully we have 4 spots for anybody that wants to come hang out in the back. We'll be there. So good night, everybody.
Good night.